So everyone just hold on a few moments. We're going to start off with a really interesting presentation by Robert Asumendi about, well, there'll be a lot of 3D printing and there'll be a lot of binoculars involved. And so it's, I've had the chance to preview this presentation and it is really good. Okay, so it looks like the live stream is going here in just a minute. There we go. Okay, so that's the live stream. So I'm going to close this window. I'm going to minimize that one. Got that. Okay, so we're going to do you want to say anything before your presentation is brought up, or should I just bring it up? Screen share.
Yeah. I was going to say hello first. Sure.
Okay.
I can do the screen share.
Okay, very good. All right, so take it away.
I'll switch the mouse over to the other side.
Yes. Well, right under uses left hand.
All right. Hello, Zoom. Hello, everybody out here. Hey, we got a bigger crowd here. So yeah. I guess I'll look at you guys again, guys and gals, and I'll look over here. So hi, I'm Robert. Hi, I'm Robert. This feels like that translation thing, like I got to do it all twice.
Hey,
I'll just face this way.
Hey, Robert, can you hear me? This is Joe.
Imagine I'm looking at you folks too.
Hello, right. Can you hear me?
So I'm Robert. I make binoculars, and I am Analog Sky. So I thought about what to do for a 3D printing talk. Mel and Howard asked me to do a 3D printing talk, and I didn't totally want it to just make it an advertisement for my business. And I figured that all you guys are like engineers and smart people who know that 3D printing, before it was called 3D printing, it was called rapid prototyping. So I feel like most people get the idea that you can use 3D printing to make a prototype and then make it better iteratively. I'm not going to go through the sort of basics of 3D printing so much. But I will give some 3D printing tips if any of you are looking to try doing some 3D printing. I've talked Jerry into buying a 3D printer, finally, after all these years.
So big.
So anyhow, I thought instead, without going full TED Talk mode and getting incredibly esoteric, I would at least try to give you a few different thoughtful ideas about what possibilities there are with 3D printing and telescopes from the perspective not of an engineer, but as an art school dropout who makes binoculars that no one's seen before, and to create views that no one's seen before, and experiences of the night sky that enable new people to see it. So let's share the screen. Let's go share screen button. There's me. All right. We'll just do that. And I hope on a, let's see, Control F5. Let's go, little buddy.
Also click this icon.
Oh, is there an icon?
Right up there.
This one. All right. Let's see if that one works.
There you go.
Okay, and I got to move all this stuff. Okay, oh, title. 3D printing 21st century instruments, because we're in the 21st century now. We're a quarter of the way through it, actually. And one of the things that I noticed when I got back into this whole thing from childhood is that the telescopes looked a lot like the ones from when I was a kid. At least in the magazines, it didn't look like a lot had changed. And we're in the 21st century now. So our three topics are sharing, making models, and love. So again, I'm Analog Sky. We sell kits and online courses for building your own stargazing binoculars. All of our binoculars in this first generation of binoculars are based around a similar platform of having 2-inch focusers for 2-inch eyepieces for really wide full exit pupil views that no one has ever seen. We have magnetic filter cartridges in all of them. We have a built-in laser in all of them, so it's easy to point at things. And they do plenty of IPD adjustment. And so those are kind of the things that carry over between all of our models. I co-own this business with my wife, Tiffany. This is Tiffany, and she is in a lot of the videos. She is an educator for 20 years. So our courses are really based on teaching people how to build telescopes in a fun and easy, accessible way. So we have our 50mm binoculars Magic, which is entirely 3D printed. And we've had 200 people build their own. We have Sunny, our solar binoculars, also 50mm. Why would you have two different models of 50mm binoculars? That seems weird. We're going to talk about that. This is Ember, which is a modification of Sunny with full 2-inch eyepiece mirrors, so that you can put in those 2-inch eyepieces and 2-inch cartridges. Why is there a Sunny for 1.25 and 2-inch? We're going to talk about that. And then we have Heart, which is, we're sending out the first 30 kits starting on Monday, and this is our 80mm binocular, which a couple of people here have looked through, and that surprises a lot of people. This is sitting right here on the table. This is Bebop. This is a really goofy model that I put together, also completely 3D printed. This I thought was a very silly, dumb idea, and it is a really silly, dumb idea, but it was also extremely helpful in one respect, which I'll talk about. And then we have some upcoming models like 8-inch binoculars, which have 3D printing. We have an upcoming 2nd generation of binoculars, which is blurred out on purpose because I'm not ready to show anybody that. And then we're going to go to 16-inch binoculars, where you sit in the middle of the two long focal length 16-inch mirrors. I know everybody here has been talking about big telescopes, so I got to throw you guys a little bit of red meat. So this is going to be, this is going to fix binoculars, because it's a different optical path than reverse binoculars. So it's going to fix big binoculars, number one, and it's going to fix going up a ladder also, and big telescopes in general. So how did I get started in this real quick? Like I said, I'm an art school dropout. I'm not an engineer or anything. This is Frank Sapansky. He's in our club down in Eugene, Oregon. He is, I think, without a doubt, the world's most creative binocular builder. So I looked through Frank's binoculars, and it was over. Like, I couldn't look through one eye anymore. I was like, oh, never again. So Frank, I looked through his 8-inch, and so I started building 8 inches and just started into 3D printing them. And so there's generation 1, or prototype 1, prototype 2, and then this was a prototype 6-inch binocular, 150mm for those of you.
Excuse me, Robert.
Yeah. What's up?
There's a mute icon up at the top. I want to make sure, check the microphone to make sure we're not muted.
I think that's a TV. I think it's because I muted it because it had that yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Hey, it's just fine.
Yeah. All right. Now we can hear the other people. Thanks. All right. So for those of you in the rest of the world, 6 inches is 150mm, and that's the one on the bottom. 200mm is the ones on the top. And so this was a Kickstarter campaign that I launched for the 6-inch March 2020, the same week that COVID launched in the United States, and COVID won. So I didn't start with these little lenses, but due to that whole COVID thing, there weren't any mirrors left. And so it was like, what do we do? What are there a lot of? So there's a lot of lenses. And so it turns out you can just 3D print the entire binoculars when you are smaller. Oh, I think there we go. So binoculars, real quick. Binoculars are good because your brain is comfortable compared to one eye. They're a lot brighter, like a lot brighter. And in fact, like a lot of people come from building a telescope and they're like, okay, well, I have a telescope. How much better is a binocular? Is it some factor? And that's exactly the opposite way to think about it. That's how you would think about it if you build telescopes. If you're used to looking through both eyes, you're thinking about when my eyes are fully opened up at the night sky and I'm looking at them, whether it's naked eye or through an eyepiece, like how much less is a telescope when you close one eye? And it's a lot. So it's brighter, it's sharper, it's easier. I think a lot of people know this. It's easier to use to actually look through the two eyepieces for a lot of people. And so these kind of binoculars, these handheld binoculars, these are $6,000 Nikon binoculars. They're 50 millimeters, and they suck for astronomy because you have to hold them with your hands unless you put them on a tripod, but a tripod doesn't work. So then you put them on a parallelogram, but then your neck is still hurting, and so then you get a big chair, a big lounge chair, and then that doesn't move very easily. And so then you have to move the parallelogram mount around and the chair around, and then you put motors on it, and then it weighs 400 pounds. It's like very silly to use these for pointing up. Your neck is uncomfortable, your arms are uncomfortable, they don't zoom in. And even if they did, because you bought a commercial binocular telescope, you have to do everything twice. There's no 2-inch eyepieces on those. And so the best thing about binoculars, being the full brightness of the night sky, is lost completely because they don't use 2-inch eyepieces because they're thinking about prisms. So, anyhow, I realized that we could do 3D printing binoculars and they would be a lot better than regular binoculars for pointing up in the night sky. And even if they were the same sizes that you buy, they would just work a lot better. So my actual professional background for 20 years, it's a good thing I was supposed to bring that up earlier. My professional background as a graphic designer for 20 years, and most of what I did was web front end interface design. And so, I spent 20 years thinking about how do things work? How do we make things work better for people? How do we make things fun to use? And how do we get all of the bugs out of that? And so when I look at binoculars, I'm looking at the interface. Like, I don't know anything about optics. You can just buy the lenses and mirrors, and they're a certain goodness for a certain money amount. And so to me, that's as far as I've gone with optics. To me, the real focus has been on, 3D printing lets us make all our own parts, and our parts can be way better than the parts that we can either buy or like make with a saw. So the other thing, this slide that you're looking at is not what I'm talking about. What this slide says is that there's an additional tier. There's all the like nerd stuff. Us weirdos who are here today love doing this so much that those other benefits are good benefits. But to me, I love doing outreach. I'm the president of our company, of our not our company, of our club down in Eugene, Eugene Astronomical Society. I love doing outreach. And to me, this business and all of that outreach is about getting just regular people to look at the night sky. I think binoculars can give people an entry into amateur astronomy because there's a real shift from a telescope being very long focal length. And that means that you have to know something about space. Like, if you have a long focal length instrument, it's hard to find stuff. So you have to come from the perspective of, I know about space. I know that M57 is out there. I know that a telescope can show me M57, and I'm going to go through the work to figure out how to find that. And that's a very small percentage of the human population, whereas everybody's human birthright is a dark, starry sky that is magical and amazing to them. And the cool thing about binoculars is that with both of your eyes open, instead of having to do that whole life process of getting to that point where you're ready to point a telescope at M57, you can just be like, oh, space is pretty. I wonder what's up there. You can look through binoculars and explore around. And so this is shifting that perspective of how do we enter into this hobby? What's it about? And And so being able to 3D print a new reality for those binoculars means that we can create a new entry point for amateur astronomy. And that's totally enabled by 3D printing because there is an existing market for that. And the companies that exist, you see them like falling down like flies, like they don't have that vision. They have an existing business model that either works or doesn't work for them. And so we got to make our own. And so that's the fun and exciting thing about our own is that we can create new things that bring new people into the hobby. And then at the bottom there, fixed vision problems is another one that people don't talk about a lot, but your vision, even if you have one bad eye, like I have two bad eyes, and so binoculars really helps with two bad eyes. If you have one bad eye, believe me, looking through both eyes is still better than looking through one. So it can extend the lifetime of your enjoyment of stargazing substantially. I've talked to a lot of people who are like, oh, I can't really see very well with my vision anymore. And then they come look at the binoculars and like, oh my God, it's like I just took 10 or 20 years off of my eyeballs. So, so those are like really amazing benefits. And that's why I am on this path. Oh, I did have a slide for that. Look at that. I had a slide for that. Darn. All right. Yep. Yep. So yeah, so the last one is a lot of dude stuff too. In the telescope side, it's very equipment and engineering and tech heavy, gadget heavy. And like, I do all this stuff, but I'm really not like a tech guy, honestly, I swear. And it is very dude coded. I'm gonna say that. Like, I was shocked. So the heart is our 80 millimeter, and that we had one video that did pretty well. It's got 7,000 views, which on a binocular telescope on YouTube is a smashing success for the number of views you have on YouTube. And so I finally looked at the analytics for YouTube. And does anyone want to take a stab at what the gender ratio is for that video, for the analytics? 80-20? 50. Oh my God.
90-10.
90-10? Keep going.
95.
You're getting closer, Rob. You're getting closer. It's 100. It's 100. It's 100. It was 100. I just about died. It's 100. It's 100.
Wow.
No females. That's what you're talking about.
Which was just like giving me tears. Because to me, like I want it to be 50-50. And so I realized there's a lot of inertia to this hobby, and that's how I'm choosing to view it, is that we have to find new entries for people into it. And so how do we do that with 3D printing? How does that help us? How does it help you? How does that help you guys? You guys are here to hear about how it can help you, not how we can help the world necessarily. But that's kind of my thing too. Is both of those things. So 3D printing is really cheap now. You get a really good cheap 3D printer I bought 3 of them for $200 each on sale recently that are, you just push the button and it works. So it's super cheap. The printers are super good now. It's super easy. Jerry is a Luddite. He bought one and he got it to work. It works fine for him. You don't need a workshop. We're in an awesome workshop here. This is so cool. But I am I rent a 2-bedroom apartment for 4 people and a poodle. And we do have a 1-car garage, thankfully, and that is converted completely over to being a video studio and inventory for this business. But I do not have room for all of these tools. And 3D printing means that you can just have a production facility on your desktop. And that is really super cool about accessibility to amateur telescope building. You don't need a whole workshop full of tools that you don't know how to use. For people who are not homeowners, that allows us to do telescope building. PETG used to be hard. That's the material we use, PETG, because it doesn't melt in the sun. It's tough, it's durable, it can be flexible or stiff depending on how thick you print it. And so and it's cheap. It's the thing all your water bottles are made out of. There's a lot of PETG already in this room. It's $18 a roll now is about what it costs for a kilo. So it's super cheap. And it used to be hard to print because it's gloppy, but now they figured all that out. So
And you can get recycled PETG spools.
you can.
They're not bad. You might not prefer them, but.
It's true. Absolutely.
They're there.
How does it compare to ABS?
Pretty decently. There's a lot of people who like ABS. So the question was for our audience out there, how does PETG compare to ABS? And PETG is not quite as good on the layer adhesion and it's not quite as tough, but it's fairly tough. And the thing about ABS, the S in ABS is for styrene. And so when you heat up plastic, it becomes VOCs in your air and you don't necessarily want to be huffing styrene all day. So there are a lot of people who 3D print with ABS and that's cool. They have ventilation systems or they don't care and that's fine. But I have, like I said, 2 kids and a poodle at my house. And so I feel like we got to do something a little less toxic.
What's the temperature of the extruder?
235-ish at a minimum, up to 260. So it works on pretty much, yeah. Yeah. And so the last one is plastic is good, actually. I know that's a controversial idea. In telescope building, everyone's trying to make stiff telescopes out of stiff materials. And it turns out there's a lot of things that interface with humans that shouldn't be stiff. And you can make a lot of parts that are better that are not stiff. The focuser draw tubes are a great example. So the focusers have little grip fins so that I can just stick the eyepieces in there. And because they're flexible, they grip onto the eyepiece and now it doesn't fall out. But the outside of it is stiff because of the thickness and because of the morphology. And so it stays concentric and doesn't flex as we rotate that draw tube. That's not something you could do with metal. So I guess you could do it with really thin metal that was flexible, but you know, in the realm of amateur telescope building, pretty tough to do. And so that combo of stuff, this combo of 3D printing being cheap now and the plastic being available and beneficial to a wide range of creating a wide range of parts, that allows us to get back to making true Dobsonian telescopes. To me, the legacy of John Dobson is not a telescope design. It is 2 things. It's saying you get to care about what you care about on your telescope. So if you don't care that the focusers are buttery smooth, which I read a lot about buttery smooth focusers, like you don't have to make a buttery smooth focuser. And like a cardboard tube with a push-pull eyepiece, like John Dobson said, works fine. And everybody hated that because everybody's making their metal telescopes. But I don't know if he was speaking truth to power because I don't think there are that many powerful telescope builders in the world, but he was speaking truth. We'll just cut it off there. He was speaking truth. So that was one thing. And the other thing was he was trying to make it cheap and accessible for everybody. Like to me, oh, there's him. There's his cardboard tube with his push-pull eyepiece. To me, this is a Dobsonian telescope. This is a guy in India who's just like, hey, look, you can stick together this PVC tube, you can put some tape and get these lenses and you have a telescope. That's what John Dobson was doing. That's a Dobsonian telescope. This is an awesome telescope made by New Moon Telescopes. I just grabbed a picture. I figured that their feelings wouldn't be hurt because everyone knows these are awesome telescopes. And they are. But this is very fancy. And this is not how John Dobson would build a telescope because he was trying to make it accessible to everybody. And I feel like the accessibility factor of 3D printing, yes, you have to have a computer and yes, you have to have a 3D printer. But in terms of like, how does the cost has gone down? What's up?
So my definition of a Dobson telescope is if it has a wire on it, then it's not a Dobson.
Wire, yeah. True. That. Dan says that his definition of a Dobson telescope is that if it has a wire on it, it is not a Dobsonian telescope. I'm assuming because he eschewed electronics or fancy stuff like that. Yeah. So anyhow, it does, like, my binoculars are a little bit fancy because, you know, they've got a lot of parts and stuff. But I feel like 3D printing itself, you don't have to print my binoculars, you can print anything. And 3D printing lets you print a bunch of parts for pretty cheap at this point. So you guys know what 3D printers do and stuff. I want to talk about some topics real quick. I don't have a watch on me, so I don't know how I'm doing here. But topic number one. 9:58. I'm halfway through already? Oh my God. Okay, so sharing. 3D printing lets us share. Why should we share? Because other people get to have a better telescope when they get to build a telescope that you designed. And that's good, because like we're getting less and less commercial choices. They're all kind of the exact same thing. And we all know, we're all here because we know that they're not as good as the telescopes you can buy. Or that you can build. Sorry, the ones you buy are not as good as the ones that you can build. But not everybody knows that, and we can share that idea with them. Designing with other people in mind makes your design better. So you can design something that's just for you, but I swear to you, if you think about the other people looking through your telescope, it doesn't matter what kind it is. It could be binoculars like mine, like, you know, I could have designed these around ethos eyepieces for, you know, like really wide fields, but they're like fat and you can't, most people's eyeballs are not far enough apart to fit those kind of eyepieces, right? So you think about like who is using these and how do we design all of these things to be used by more people, and your telescope is just going to be better as a result. User feedback from other people. If you share these 3D printing files, other people print them and they use them and they say, this didn't work out for me. So like, here's my focuser draw tube. And you can see these are the threads on the edge. It's a helical focuser that you turn to make it work. And so these little threads here, they started off with that profile on the left and it worked okay on my printers, but other people printed theirs and they said, oh, it's kind of rough. I don't like it. I'm going to put wax and stuff on it or whatever. And I said, well, we have to fix that. So chamfering the edges, like the draw tube on the right, was just a night and day change in the smoothness. They're not buttery smooth yet. I don't know. I don't think there's butter like qualities yet, but they're pretty smooth and they work pretty nice. And figuring out the size of that chamfer was something I was able to do in a group setting really quickly. And so now everybody in the world can benefit from that. So 3D printing really makes that shareability of these designs, modifying designs and making them as good as they can be, makes it really, really easy. Why share? Other people might help you share too. They might help out with your project. So I created a sub forum on my online community, which is free to join, by the way, members.analogsky.co. I created this forum yesterday and people started uploading all of the modifications that they had made for their own binoculars. And this is like 24 hours of people uploading stuff. Just all these different mods that they had done. And it's like, wow, that's so cool. But that's a drop in the bucket compared to this is Jonathan Kistner's 3D printed Hadley telescope, and 10,000 people have downloaded that. And like printables, it has tons and tons and tons, dozens, if not hundreds of modifications for this telescope. And so that is so cool to have other people making stuff for your binoculars. Like I've printed stuff that other people designed for my binoculars. Like how cool is that? It's so neat. Like they made a better thing than mine. So that is really fun and social. I love that. And also we're all here because other people shared, sharing us along amateur telescope making thing to do. We have lots of sharers. I am here because all these people share, particularly Mel and Jerry down there in the lower right-hand corners. And Richard Berry probably is either watching this or will watch this later, so I'll shout out him in the upper right-hand corner too. And so, yeah, this is the next level of sharing. You're not just sharing the idea or the blueprints or the book or whatever. You're just sharing the actual files for it so people can just make that exact thing. So it's a really new, cool level of sharing that we can do with 3D printing. All right, so this is a fun part. So, you know, you put together a telescope and it's like, oh, okay, I got it to focus and I got these darn things to stay on. And now this stupid spider finally works and is straight and is square and all of that. And you finally just barely got it together and you drag it out. And it's like the counterweight's not quite right. So you just duct taping some weights to the back of it and you take it out and it actually works. And you look through it and it's like, all right, it's done. So you could say it's done. And, you know, certainly commercial telescopes that we buy are just the bare minimum, right? It's just the bare minimum for looking through a telescope at space. But as you can see here on the models page, we have two vehicles, one of which has a V6 engine and the other of which has a V6 engine. So, you know, we have a lot of 8-inch telescopes out there. A lot of people build their telescope based on the mirror, right? Like you get a mirror and it's like, oh, I'm going to make a telescope for that size mirror. But here, if you think about the mirror as the engine of your telescope, like here's a big truck that is designed to do a completely different thing with that V6 engine than this Lotus fancy car, which is designed to go fast and be fun to drive. And both of those are equally valid uses of a V6 engine, but they're really different. They've had to be designed really different. And so someone has had to think very deeply about what makes this a truck and what makes this a V6 engine, fast car, super sports car. And I don't like sayings. I don't remember any quotes. I remember exactly one quote, but I know people like quotes and love pithy quotes. Here's your pithy quote from me. Don't start with an objective, start with objectives.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So Magic was what we launched with. And 3D printing helps you do this basically because you can make all these parts for cheap and it doesn't take that much longer and you can turn it into an actual model and not just sort of a sketch of a telescope basically is the complete thought before I move on to this slide, which is Magic was our first binocular that we launched. It was 50 millimeters. And the reason I launched it first is because I built the 8-inch binoculars and my wife didn't touch it. And I built the 6-inch binoculars and my wife didn't touch it. And I built these 80 millimeter binoculars and my wife didn't touch it. And then I have this prototype here on the table, which you Zoom people can't see, but that's too bad for you. I had that out on the front porch and she came home from work and she said, oh, wow, what's that? That's cute. And she sat down and she just looked around the neighborhood during the day at it for like 15 minutes. I was like, dude, I just made a serious breakthrough here. And someone going from I'm scared and intimidated of this thing, or I just, you know, I can't handle this thing to, oh, I can just sit down and do this. So Magic, yeah, I mean, some people would say, I'm going to build a 50 millimeter binocular. But to me, what 3D printing has allowed us to do with Magic is say, I'm going to start with, this is an unintimidating device that people can explore the heavens with. It's a box. It's a cute box that doesn't look like a piece of scientific gear. It's just a little box. And it can go anywhere with someone. So it's not heavy. It's very light. It's 3 pounds. When we put it on a plastic tripod, the whole thing weighs 6 pounds. And even when my kids were 5, they could drag it around the yard, put it outside on their own, and use it. And with the wide views, you don't have to be looking for anything in particular. You just take it, you point it anywhere, and there's stars, no matter where you point it in the sky. And so for that person who is just curious about the sky, no matter what you point it at, is going to bring back those stars that they should be able to see with their naked eye. And so you know, these are objectives. Of course, those people who know about stars don't know about nebulae or dark nebulae or IFN or anything, but they do know about the moon, and they probably know about Saturn. They almost certainly don't know that you can see Saturn's rings through a telescope on your own. But as though with those objectives in mind, like, oh, we should be able to see craters on the moon and see rings on Saturn. And you know, it can be just ready to go. There's no bits and stuff to add on. You can just have it set up and it's ready to go. And so that's where 3D printing, like instead of having lens caps, Magic just has this little, you can see it at the top there, the thing with the Magic logo. It has this little flip up hood that goes over the lenses, also works as a lens hood when it's in use, and it's just stuck to it. And, you know, that comes from my personality too. I lose lens covers instantly. I lose all eyepiece covers. I don't have any of those anywhere. So, you know, you can, so 3D printing lets you put yourself, fix your own problems, but also create that model. So we've created a model here. It's not just a 50 millimeter binocular, because people say like, oh, don't 50 millimeter binoculars already exist? Well, yeah, but they don't really create, they don't really satisfy these objectives of being a great stargazing instrument that is comfortable and easy for a total novice to use, and gives them those views at least of Saturn, of the moon, and they can just use. So by 3D printing the various parts of this that make it possible, you know, we're able to do that in a way that you just can't do with something you could buy off the shelf or manufacture with a saw necessarily. So here's a question. If we wanted to look at the sun, though, this one, Magic was our family-friendly one, but children do stupid things. And so what if they burn their eyes out because they got confused about whether or not the solar filters were on? Let's invent solar binoculars, because the ones that you have already on the market, those are like 10x, and you can't actually see sunspots very well at 10x or 12x or 15x or whatever. They're pretty useless. And so what if we wanted to make solar binoculars? What features will we add, even though they're 50 millimeters, that are different from what Magic is doing? We would do a longer focal length so we can zoom in more, because Magic kind of tops out at 40 millimeters, and this Sunny tops out, you can go all the way up to 100x, right? So we want a longer focal length so we can get more magnification. We would have bolted on solar filters, not rubber banded on solar filters. We would have more aggressive baffling that is tuned to 1.25" eyepieces, not the wide eyepieces, because we don't need the wide eyepieces for the sun. We would have a built-in solar finder, right? We would have a built-in solar shade holder, and I didn't put the shade on because I thought it would block people's view, but you can put there's a little thingy on there, and I'll show it later, that if people are interested, that, you know, it keeps you cool, right? And it's like you buy a $7,000 solar telescope, but it doesn't actually have a way to put a solar shade on it to keep you cool. Like, that's crazy, dude. Like, so like, have you
buy a $1 sheet of foam core and cut a hole in it?
right? And I love the sheet of foam core, but there is a nice clamp on top of Sunny that you just screw it closed, and then you clamp your piece of foam core very securely onto your binoculars. Like, come on, guys. And that's where, you know, it's expensive. It's expensive to machine stuff and make stuff and sell it and all of that. It's a lot of work. With 3D printing, it is incredibly trivial to add features like that. And so we've gone past just thinking like, these are 50 millimeter binoculars that we've strapped solar filters onto. This is a model. So Sunny might change the objective size. I might put 40 millimeter objectives in there later on, or we might, I don't know, change it to 54s or, you know, something. It's not about the objective, it's about the objectives. And it's got, oh yeah, it's got the dual mount points on the bottom, because that higher magnification, you want to make sure that it is more solidly mounted onto your head. Oh, and we wanted a different aesthetic, just so that, like I said, if there are small people or people of any size or age, really. Not confusing the sun one with the nighttime one, so you don't burn your eyes out. I think having a different aesthetic is a great visual cue that this is the sun one and this is the night one. And so 3D printing let us increase the focal length by having these configurable tube lengths, and then adding baffling down here in the lower right. We have baffling, and you can see all of those things that I talked about, the sunshade, sorry, I should have been stepping through these more. You have all those features we talked about, and then the lower right there is those baffles, the inside of those baffles, the zigzag. It works better than Protostar Flockboard, like by a wide margin, I would say. So before we go on to love, that's making a model. So I invite everyone to think about creating a model when you create your instrument, not just like, I have a mirror and I'm gonna get an image to focus on it. Like, what is your objective? What do you really want to look at with this thing? What features can we add to really juice up that experience, even if it's seems frivolous or goofy? Because 3D printing lets you do frivolous, goofy things too, and that's fine. And I spend all of my time thinking about this pretty much. Thinking about how to work out parts of my binoculars. I would say 9 nights out of 10 is what I fall asleep doing. It's how I get myself to go to bed, actually, is I tell myself, okay, we're going to figure out how to make that focus adjustment work as we're falling asleep. And that's what gets me away from the desk and into bed. So I spent a lot of time thinking about these, and I think these should be objects that we love. And so that we love to look at, that we love to use. So what I have here on the screen, what is this on the screen? This is from the animated television science fiction show Cowboy Bebop. If you like science fiction, you haven't seen Cowboy Bebop, I don't know what to tell you. But these are 4 different user interfaces that do very similar things in that show, and they're so cool. Like, they have all these buttons and switches and stuff, like, and they're all different. Like, they all look like totally different concepts of how to do a user interface, and different colors and different types of switches and different types of buttons. And it looks so cool. Like, in a 90s anime, half the footage is just people flipping switches and stuff, just because it's like you're doing stuff with the equipment you make, and it's fun and it's cool, right? Like, here's Spike and his space plane. He's got a space plane. He just looks so cool. And he's got all his buttons there and his controls. He's in control, right? He's in control of his space plane. He's just cruising along. It's him. It's nighttime, and he's got all these buttons and cool things to switch with his space plane that keeps him safe. This other character, Faye Valentine, she has the same kind of space plane, but it's a different one. It's a totally different aesthetic, and it's like a bubble, and she can see down with it and fly around and do stuff on planets with it more better. And it's a similar interface, but the buttons and the aesthetic is somewhat different. And this is what I mean about, like, does anybody remember? We've been using touchscreen so long. Does anyone remember how cool, like, buttons and switches and stuff were? Well, look at these buttons. Look at that. Look at this button down here. It's like there's a little look. Yeah, it does. Like, there's little cages on that button to make sure you don't press it, or that you're really serious about pressing it. And then you press it and it lights up. And then all these buttons switch at the same time, and the little red lights turn on when those switches flip. And it's just so cool. It's like, this is cool, right? Look at all those buttons and switches and stuff. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah. Nah. People, they're having a hard time getting people to pay $40,000 for this. People pay $10,000 to go to Disneyland to flip these switches once. This is the Apollo 11. Yeah. I'm in control of my spaceship. I'm doing stuff. What is this? This is the Dragon capsule. Dude, what is going on here? What are you doing? You're just a sardine in a can, man. What is going on? This is a Volkswagen GTI Mark VII, the car that my wife drives. This has real buttons and knobs for all the things. And it's got a tachometer that's a real tachometer, and it's a real gauge. And it's just cool that it's a real gauge. Oh, wait. And look, there's an e-brake down there. You can pull the e-brake and the shifter. I can use the shifter. I've got the automatic transmission, but you can use the shifter to go up and go down, and you just tap it to go up and down. It feels good. It's not like driving a manual, but it still feels good. It's cool. This is the GTI Mark VIII. And there's no buttons to push hardly. And you don't have an e-brake. You get to crank at the end or put down at the beginning. There's no shifter. There's just this stupid little thing down there at the bottom. And it's all touchscreen and capacitive little things that hardly work. You got to stare at the screen to use it. This sucks. I'm never buying a car like this, man. It just sucks. It's supposed to be fun to drive. A GTI is supposed to be fun to drive. How did you forget that pushing the buttons and the knobs and stuff is the fun thing? So I don't care what your inspiration is. Here's a bunch of screens, but still, this is a very cool cockpit, right? So pick your inspiration. Doesn't matter what it is. There's all touchscreens here, but look how cool it is. It's like amazing. So you're making your telescope. 3D printing lets you go beyond just the bare necessities because it's cheap to print the plastic and it's easy. And I love this thing. I just got one of these pie finders. I find this very lovable. I love the buttons. I love that it looks like something that was just torn out of the dashboard of the Nostromo spaceship from Alien or whatever. Something from this is not just nostalgia. I love the buttons, the tactility of it, the little screen. I love it.
Wondering where you're going with this. Now I get it.
This, on the other hand, I cannot wait to not see this thing for the rest of my evening. This is the last thing I want to see when I'm out at night using my telescope. And so I try to design my stuff to look good, to be enjoyable to use. And 3D printing lets me do that to go over and above. You know, I do like a functionality design layer, so I get it all working right and just really basic shapes, but then you can go back because you're in CAD and you can go back and you can just think about like, what would be fun? How am I doing?
1020.
All right. Okay, 1020, great. 3D printing tips, real quick. I told you there would be tips. So anyhow, this is my invocation to people. You can make cool stuff with 3D printing. You can make your telescope really fun to use. Doesn't matter what the features are. If you think it's cool, like it's way better. Trust me, you'll love it. I love putting this thing together. I put this thing together like 4 times now. And every time I put it together, I'm like, dude, this is such a cool thing. I love putting this thing together. It's so fun. 3D printing tips. I said there would be tips. Here are your tips. Start with a decent printer. Pick your hobby. Don't get a cheap, lousy printer that hardly works and you spend all your time fixing your printer. Just get one of a Prusa or a Bamboo. Only use cheap filament. It's easier to share. Remember, we're sharing. And people can't necessarily afford to buy $100 a kilogram filament or 200, or I saw 400 the other day. And that's too much. Just use PETG. It's cheap. And it's shareable, and you can do more iterations. Even if you can't afford the $100 roll of nylon, I guarantee you're going to use it more sparingly than you would the PETG. And so more iterations means more better parts and better design, and that's a fact.
My wife likes that kind of color.
Perfect. Nice. All right. Well, that's the other thing about 3D printing. She can have that color. Only use the default settings, except for walls. Walls make 3D prints a lot stronger. So just the default is 2. Just make it 3 or 4 walls, and that's way stronger. But all the other settings, leave it alone, because remember, we want to design this to share, so it's easy for other people to print. and make your design better rather than just tweaking your print settings to get it to do the thing that you want it to do. Don't print stuff that shouldn't be plastic. I see people printing very big things and things that just should be metal, or something stiffer than plastic. You will get a better design, I promise. If you actually, so I used to, here we go. Yeah, so I started with Crayford focusers because, you know, it's an 8-inch telescope and serious telescopes have Crayford focusers. That creeps in plastic over time. It's working against, where is the other focuser? The other focuser. But we've gone to, imagine that thing you saw before, the helical focuser works great with plastic because the gravity, there's no tension in there. It just works on gravity instead of tension, which is what a Crayford focuser is designed to be metal, and a helical works fine as plastic. So if you want to get good at 3D printing functional parts really quickly, go to Slant 3D on YouTube and watch every video in the how to design for mass production 3D printing playlist in Slant Design's YouTube channel. They're awesome. These guys are, I think, out of Idaho, and they print millions of parts in their print farm for people. So, and then this is 100% polemic, obviously, but do not use the multicolor printing feature unless it's a Prusa XL that has 5 different print heads, because we don't need more plastic waste, and fire awaits you if you use that feature. This is a conference that started about giant telescopes. So my goal, shoot, I give it away. My goal, the big goal for Analog Sky, we're going to build 1.5 meter binoculars. We're going to build 2 of them, one in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere. It is going to happen because that gives you 7mm exit pupil at 200x. It gives you 300x 5mm exit pupil and a 500x 300mm exit pupil, which basically is going to look on an extended object like 500x in a 3-meter telescope. Does anybody want that to happen?
Yeah.
Great, me too. We're going to make it happen. I'm going to need some help. It's going to be like that, basically. It's going to feel like that, and also there will be a cockpit that you go into. That's my crude rendition of it for now, but that's where I'm going with this, and 3D printing is going to get us there. And you're going to be able to go and visit and buy a ticket, and you will be able to sit in that for half an hour, and it will have many guided tours for you to select, and you can spend the night with your eyes getting blasted by not only the brightest visual experience that anyone has ever had, but the brightest that anyone can have. So,
Oh, you must have a really large 3D printer.
yep.
So
All the
parts will be 3D printing.
Yes, absolutely.
Other parts, obviously.
Other parts do have to be metal. I had that slide. Anyhow, I hope this has been interesting thoughts about 3D printing. I don't know if I've left any time for questions.
We got a couple minutes.
Cindy asks, how difficult is it to get 2-eye alignment when building? Very easy because there are knobs on the back. Let me, here, stop share. Do you use software to create a model for printing? Yes, that is Fusion. I use Fusion. It is free for, Fusion is free for hobby use, and it's cheap for making money off of. Whereas Onshape is very expensive for making money off of, relatively speaking. So the knobs, to answer your question, aligning, all of my binoculars also have these knobs. One is for left, up and down. One is for left and right. Oh, here, hang on. It's just a little picture. I'm having a hard time. Boop. There are the knobs. All right, one knob for up and down, one knob for left and right. So that's how you align the eyeballs. Although I should say, Bebop here has a different solution, and that has 4-way adjustments on the focusers. and no knobs because there's no lenses or mirrors in the middle of this. There's lenses on the end, sorry. There's lenses on the end, but there's no prism or mirror in these. It's just a lens on the front and an eyepiece on the back. So I needed a different way of aligning the two images. And this is a stupid binocular that I just built because Kasai put one out there for sale. And I was annoyed that people were fawning over it. I'll be honest. The truth comes out at this meeting. That's why I put this thing together. I had a prototype already that I already thought was a silly way to look at the sky because it's upside down and backwards. But what came out of it was this new way of aligning the two sides where the focusers themselves adjust the positioning of the images. And guess what? That is leading to Gen 2, that blurred out binocular that I showed you before, that is going to make all this stuff look like a baby designed it. So that's the answer to your question there, Knobs, and it's really easy. Frank invented that. I did not invent that. I just stole it from Frank. Thanks, Frank, if you're listening.
So one of the things that I've done is it's hard to 3D print super accurate things. We have like 3 or 4 printers. So what I do is I make them, I mean, most people don't have a lathe, but if you do, you use ABS and you print it. It's really easy to machine. I'm not sure how PETG machines, but ABS is beautiful. So then you make it slightly larger or smaller on the eyepiece, and then you machine it, and then you have a perfect fit.
Absolutely, yeah. So Dan says to get more accurate prints, 3D printing is good to like about 0.1 of a millimeter or 0.2 of a millimeter sometimes, depending on how you're printing it and what the part is. But he says you can post-process 3D prints to be more accurate with the lathe or some machine shop stuff. ABS is indeed great for that. ABS also does fall into those cheap and good filament categories. Like you can get a roll of ABS for 25 bucks now. I would say PETG is kind of slippery, so it's a little more challenging to mill than ABS, but it's still very doable. So that's a great point. Post-processing 3D prints, they're not done necessarily right off the printer, but I try to make them as close to done as possible.
I print threads all the time, but then I tap them afterwards.
Yeah, tapping threads, that's a great easy thing to do because it's a lot easier to use a hand tap for threads on plastic than it is on aluminum. It's all right. We got any other questions?
So different 3D printing process for FDM, MJF, SLA. I never understand it. It says
Yeah. Okay, so real quick, MDF is plastic goo coming out of, you have a spool, and it's plastic, it gets heated and that turns into goo, and then layers of goo get printed, right? SLA is liquid resin that gets cured by UV light, and there is not a resin yet that is heat resistant, that it won't melt in a car, and is strong, and is, kind of dimensionally accurate. There are some higher end industrial grade materials that come close, and they're really expensive. So it's just like, it's sort of, there's no good solution for, I would say, astronomy parts. I would say there's temperature resistant ones, but there are just other qualities that they don't have, like how durable is it, like they're brittle and things like that. So it's not quite there. The other stuff's just cool, it's just really expensive. And also the dust printers, I just use simple words in my brain. The MJF is the dust printers, they print dust, or selective laser sintering prints powder of nylon or metal or whatever, and they basically just work on nylon. And nylon is very hygroscopic, and it has the worst creep of any like industrial thermoplastic, and so it just sucks for telescopes because it just bends over time. I guarantee if you make a clamp out of nylon, it'll just be loose in a year. So I don't use it. So it's like carbon fiber nylon was kind of the first carbon fiber, like, oh, this is high tech thing that came out, and so it's really popular because it was the first thing, but it's really lousy for telescopes. So those are the things. That's why FDM is actually the best still for telescopes, I would say, by a wide margin. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by 3D printing, and I may or may not ever get into it, but it's really fascinating stuff. The 3 binoculars Robert has set up here for us in person are really impressive. And they're, for me, like you were saying, I want to touch and I want to push buttons. I want to move the levers. I want to look through them. I mean, they just invite that. So it's time to move on to our next presenter, and that is Cindy Krach. And there she is. Hi, Cindy. She has pre-recorded her presentations, and so I will play those, but she will be available after the presentation to answer any questions. She actually has 2 presentations. One today is about sketching at the eyepiece. As many of you know, Cindy is the person in charge of the Astronomical League sketching program. Fabulous sketcher. She had a sketch of the moon on the cover of Sky and Telescope not long ago with and a bunch of sketches inside, along with Jerry's article about observing the moon. But she sketches everything in the sky and is really quite accomplished. So I'm going to bring up her presentation right now.
Can I just say one thing, Howard?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
When you do the tape presentation, I did make some mistakes during taping, so just putting that out there before it gets launched.
Okay. All right.
M15 is not in Hercules; it's in Pegasus. So.
My name is Cindy Krach, and I am a retired veterinarian, an amateur astronomer, and a member of the Haleakala Amateur Astronomers on Maui. I'm also the Sketching Observing Program Coordinator for the Astronomical League. And this presentation is about sketching at the eyepiece. Thanks for asking me to give the presentation today. I'm always excited to talk about sketching. And as you may know, that both Mel and Howard are very accomplished astronomical sketchers. This talk is going to be
Yeah, I'm pausing that. Is that coming through to everybody? Can you see that presentation?
I'm not seeing it.
All right, so I need to do something else here. So let's see. I think there's an option here. Video settings. No, not there. Yes.
That's looking good.
Okay, all right, we'll get this going now. Get that,
can make your life simpler.
it can, yeah, I love technology when it works. Where is the go button here? I think it's underneath this. Let's move that back to the beginning. Let's move this up out of the way. And why don't I see maybe up here? No.
Click right on Cindy there and see if the play button pops up.
No.
On our screen, I do see the The go button right in the middle at the bottom. I don't know if that's cut off for you.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
don't,
able to move it up a little bit higher?
no.
Minimize the video screen. Yeah, that one. There you go.
There we go. Yeah.
Also, there should be.
Aloha, my name is Cindy Krach, and I am a retired veterinarian,
go.
an amateur astronomer, and a member of the Haleakala Amateur Astronomers on Maui. I'm also the Sketching Observing Program Coordinator for the Astronomical League. And this presentation is about sketching at the eyepiece. Thanks for asking me to give the presentation today. I'm always excited to talk about sketching. And as you may know, that both Mel and Howard are very accomplished astronomical sketchers. This talk is going to be geared more towards people that have not done much of it before, but if you already sketch, I hope you might pick up a tip or two along the way. And I'm excited to see the workshop since I'm working to finish a very simple 8-inch f5 reflector telescope following Gary Saronic's Outback Travel Scope design. From a mirror that I ground and figured, and I had Jerry Oltion help me along the way with that. I'm hoping that you have brought a few sketching supplies with you. You'll get a little bit more out of the presentation since we're going to do some sketching together later on. So, you built or are building your telescope. Then what? Well, and then observe with it, of course. But what if I told you you could get even more out of your observations no matter what the size of the aperture? Yep, sketching at the eyepiece can do that. And since you're here watching, it's a given that you might be interested in learning more. But some of you might be thinking, forget it, I can't sketch. Well, hold that thought. A lot of people are put off by the thought of sketching, but astronomy sketching isn't for artists. It's for everyone, regardless of your observing experience or your artistic ability. So if you can make a pencil mark and smudge it with your finger, you can do this. And I will explain why you may want to. In fact, it's such an important skill for amateur astronomers that in 2014, the Astronomical League adopted a program dedicated to gaining experience doing just that. And if you're a member of Astronomical League and have completed any of the observing programs, you may already know that some require sketching. And there are currently about 73 observing programs, not including Master Series and other peripheral awards and challenges. And every year there are more added. And of these programs, 29 require sketching or either sketching or imaging. And if you want to reach any of the upper level awards in the Master Observer Series, the Sketching Observing program is required for Master Silver. And I just want to make something really clear. If you decide to do the sketching program, no one is judging your sketches. You choose to sketch objects from a required target list and you fulfill some other requirements. And it doesn't matter how bad you think your sketches are. Creating artistic sketches is not the purpose of the program. And it's not the purpose of sketching at the eyepiece, period. So more on that later. But first, a little history about astronomical sketching. Documenting observations isn't anything new. Humans have been recording observations of the natural world for millennia, just trying to make sense of the world around them. And after the invention of the telescope in 1608, sketching astronomical observations really took off. And in 1610, Galileo rushed to publish his 32-page Starry Messenger. And this was a book that was filled with his sketches, of his observations that he made through a crude refracting telescope. And though Galileo wasn't the first to suggest a heliocentric model, his observations of the moons of Jupiter gave further evidence that not everything orbits the Earth. And his sketches of the moon really annoyed the church because, he showed this imperfect sphere that was riddled with holes and craters and dark areas. And the belief was that since God created the moon, it must be perfect. And here Galileo showed it was not. And because of his radical beliefs, the last 8 years of his life were spent under house arrest. And if you look at these lunar sketches, they don't look completely accurate. The lower two and that middle left sketch has a crater that seems kind of out of proportion when you compare it to a photo screenshot from Virtual Moon Atlas. And it's been speculated that crater is albategnius, but I've actually kind of wondered if it was more like us when I tried to line up the Mare with the Terminator. So I don't know, whatever crater it is. Some thoughts are that he may have exaggerated it to show lunar roughness and irregularity. And his scope gave a 20x magnification, which only provided about a quarter degree field of view. So, he'd only be sketching a portion of the moon at one time, and trying to keep those features in proportion would have been pretty difficult. And we really don't know what that crater is, since formal naming of lunar craters didn't begin till 1651 with Grimaldi and Riccioli. Grimaldi did the sketching and Riccioli the naming. And interestingly, of nearly 1,600 named lunar craters, only 33 are named after women of science, and half of those are on the backside. John Herschel created very accurate deep sky sketches using an 18-inch speculum mirror, and he used a method of triangulation to sketch features, as well as calipers and grids to make really precise measurements. And the sketch shown here is his preliminary drawing of M8, the Lagoon Nebula. This sketch took him months of observations and really shows remarkable detail and accuracy when compared to current deep sky photo images of the same object. So I mean, that's pretty amazing. And on the right is a woodcut of William Herschel's 20-foot scope, but John and his father rebuilt a new and improved model together in 1820. And when I look at this picture, I like to think about this, observing and sketching from a 20-foot focal length scope. That platform that was sticking out would move up and down, and you'd be sitting way up in the air most of the time. And England probably got pretty cold at night, and try to observe, let alone sketch in that. And besides the hazards of being up in the air, it must have been a pain when you drop something. And I can only imagine how happy John must have been to move that scope from England to warm Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. I have the greatest respect for people that can sketch in the cold. I am not one of them. And part of this slide is from an excellent talk Howard Banich gave in 2015, showing 6 19th century astronomers and their sketches of M1, the Crab Nebula. And astronomical sketching is not without inaccuracy and bias. And yeah, sorry about the double negative. Since the eye of no two observers is the same, the object often looked very different in the hands of who was sketching it. And I think you can appreciate that there is plenty of variation in what each astronomer recorded. They all have, the same general shape, but I'm not sure I could say it's the same object if I didn't see them all, here together. And some of the differences can be explained by remembering that, these astronomers had different educational backgrounds and equipment, conditions, and skills in recording what they saw. Some astronomers even hired artists to do the sketches for them. And it's also important to note that observations were often used to support hypotheses, which further influenced what was recorded. And, by the end of the 19th century, the age of astrophotography was in full swing. And the advent of deep sky imaging introduced further bias into sketching. And today, these really beautiful long exposure photographs influence what we expect to see when we look through our telescopes. And the vast majority of astronomical discoveries over the past century are due in large part to astronomical imaging. But that doesn't lessen the importance of scientific discoveries made by astronomers in earlier times using the tools they had at hand. So these are just a few modern day astronomy images from Haleakala amateur astronomers. So you may ask, if sketching isn't always accurate and we can take these awesome pictures, why bother to sketch? Well, while long exposure astrophotography brings out beauty and detail, they don't show what is actually observed at the eyepiece. And I like something I heard Howard say: a camera records what it sees, not what you see. And when you first started observing, you probably looked at these gorgeous astrophotographs, and then you looked at the same object in the telescope and you thought, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't look like the picture. And you might have felt a little deflated, until you started to appreciate what you were looking at, right? But I mean, that's one cool thing about sketches is that you record what you really see with your telescope and your conditions. And, sketching requires only paper, a pencil, and a few other inexpensive items. It's cheap, and it also takes basically no time to set up. You won't spend hours with camera equipment or post-processing. You just grab your stuff and go. And sketching provides a permanent record of your observations. And, sometimes you see details that you can have trouble describing, but you can show that on your sketch. And a sketch also brings back vivid memories of something that you've seen in a way that your words might not. And you're a lot more likely to remember what you've sketched. You may also surprise yourself that over time, your ability to record what you see improves. And in the sketching program for Astrolabe, it's something I consistently hear from people that begin sketching but never sketched before. I got better at it. No, most don't become artists, but the ability to record what you see gets better, and with it, observation skills. And there is that, that sense of personal connection to the universe that you get when you're sketching at the eyepiece. And I know you probably feel that when you're just looking through the eyepiece, but sketching takes it to almost a whole nother level. It's very meditative, and you're observing, the night sky, and you're experiencing this quiet moment, kind of focused on something. And I really can get lost when I'm at the eyepiece sketching. Everything just kind of fades away, and sometimes I have to keep track of that. And maybe most importantly, rather than flying through an evening observing, spending just a few minutes on each object, sketching takes time, and it requires you to slow down
To eat?
you're observing.
Yeah,
And
those will ripen a bit more. They're
Okay.
hard.
finer details. We know the longer that you look at something, the more details that you see. And for example, if you look at this grass, you might say, so what? It's grass. But if you really look carefully, you'll notice different tones and textures, light and dark areas. And this also applies to objects you observe and sketch in the sky. When you sketch, you have to slow down and really look. It takes time, more conscious effort, but over time, it will pay off. And the more time you take, the more that you'll see. And, if you have the ability to turn down the lights in the room, we can pretend that we're out for an evening of observing. And maybe, using a scope that you recently built, you've got your scope all set up, and you have this whole list of objects that you want to get through tonight. And let's just look at a few objects together. We'll go faster than at the scope, but this is just an approximation. So our first target tonight is the Stargate asterism in Corvus. Very nice, bright asterism. Yeah, we have the Beehive cluster in Cancer. Very busy. The Needle Galaxy and Coma Berenices. Yep, we're going to go all over the place. And this is the globular cluster M15 in Hercules. And don't you just love when you look through the scope and the sky is already labeled with the objects you're observing? I mean, I wish that was a fact. That would be so convenient. And the Double Nebula, M27 in Vulpecula. And if you have a really big light bucket, you might even see it with a tinge of color. It's cool. We're going to hop on over to the moon, and we're going to look at Aristoteles and Eudoxus craters near the Terminator. And remember, we're just pretending that we saw all those great deep sky objects with the 40% illuminated moon. On a typical night, you're probably looking at even more objects, right? So what do you remember about each object you just observed? Possibly not very much, but once you sketch an object, you're a lot more likely to remember it, and as well as some of the finer details like the star field, the density of nebula, light and dark areas, crater rims, crater shadows. In fact, there is an amazing link between drawing and memory. And this study from 2018 shows that even when people weren't good at it, even when they weren't good at it, it still evoked a stronger memory than just written or visual recording. During an astronomy talk I did last year, someone that sketches and does astrophotography told me his astrophotography images don't evoke the memories the way his sketches do, which, I continue to hear from people. So, let's talk a little bit more about what you need to sketch before we try a few objects together. It's pretty basic, right? I mean, all you really need is a pencil, some paper, and an eraser. And a big eraser, because yes, we're going to make a lot of mistakes. I know I do. And this is just a supply list of a kit that I have, and with more stuff. And I'll go into a little detail about some of these things in the next few slides. The one thing I didn't list was a comfortable observing chair. This is really important when you sketch, to be comfortable and have all your supplies in easy reach. For paper, I like templates with an area to write about the observation and record other details like conditions. And you can also make sketches on plain printer paper or in a notebook. And if you're not using a template, the sketch just needs to be large enough to show the smallest details that you observe. You can download special templates for drawing Saturn, because creating those rings from hand causes nothing but aggravation and crumpled paper. It's really a little tough if you've tried it before. You may want to try some black paper with white implements. Some people actually prefer it for their observations. And I personally like this method for doing lunar sketches because it just seems a more natural presentation. Get good quality paper, since I've had the experience. I've noticed recently that some of my older sketches on cheaper paper are starting to fade. And so, one of the reasons I really like black paper is that when you work with white paper, you're actually sketching the inverse of what you see. So, stars and bright areas are going to be dark on the page, but with black paper, you record it as it is. And yeah, I kind of like that. My brain likes that. Sometimes it doesn't have to work as hard. An oversized or regular clipboard with a Velcro pencil is something I've used in the past. And yeah, I'm always misplacing and sitting on pencils in the dark. I recently saw someone on cloudy nights use these cool pencil holders and plan to get some for my clipboard. You can also get clipboards that have storage space, and they hold your papers and help keep them dry after you've sketched something on them. Red lights are necessary to see your page, but you do want them to be dim enough to help preserve your night vision. And a rubber band is a really good idea to help keep your paper from blowing around, because it doesn't really take much wind to make stuff start flapping. And you can get a set of graphite pencils in different hardnesses pretty inexpensively on Amazon or an art supply store. And you don't even need a full set. You just need, maybe a couple soft, some hard, and some in between. And I also like General's carbon sketch pencils for very dark marks. When graphite pencils, graphite pencils are really easy to sharpen, just stick them in a sharpener. That's not so with charcoal pencils. The tips will just break off and your sharpener will just eat your pencil before you get anything that even resembles a point. So, for charcoal, you have to use a razor to actually whittle down the wood down to the core, and then you use an emery board or sandpaper to get it to a point. I use a chunk of charcoal for objects like galaxies and nebulosity globular clusters. I scrape it on paper or sandpaper to make a little powder, and then I use something like my finger or a brush or a tortillon to dip it in and then use it. And I like old-fashioned pencil end erasers because they have an edge. But I recently found these really cool triangular vinyl-shaped erasers on Amazon. They're kind of my current favorites because they really get into tight places. And kneaded gummy erasers can be made into any shape, and they're great de-stressors. Yeah, I've been playing one with when the entire time we're recording this talk. Cool fact, up until the late 1700s, breadcrumbs were used as erasers before rubber erasers were invented. And you could like sketch and eat your dinner at the same time. For blending, you can use your finger, you can use a cotton swab, a soft cloth, blending tortillon, which is just a tightly rolled piece of paper that comes to a point and is available at art supply stores. And they're pretty expensive. I think I got a box of 100 for like $8 on Amazon. You can also use a soft bristle brush to apply charcoal in a more controlled way. And the brush shown here is just a really inexpensive makeup brush. And it's a tip that I learned from Alex Massey in Australia. He is like a phenomenal astronomical sketcher. Other brushes like flat ones are also used for doing things like edge on galaxy. So, you know, just having a few inexpensive brushes in your kit can be helpful. And I do keep a pack of permanent markers of different sizes. And I like them when I finished a sketch to really make the stars pop. And this is especially when you invert, it just really makes them much more defined. Yeah, the only problem here is that you can't screw up because you can't erase it. Well, you can screw up, but you can't erase it. And this is kind of a cool mistake that I made one night. I grabbed a piece of sepia charcoal by accident. And, I got done with the sketches and I looked at it and I went, oh man, messed up. But when I inverted it, the sepia gave a really nice blue tint to the sketch. So I do use it sometimes. It's kind of, it looks kind of nice, I think. Fun mistake. This is just a box of my goods, and I keep separate compartments for white and black pencils, charcoal erasers, emery boards, that kind of stuff. And even my tortillons, I keep one that I use for black and one that I use for white, because when you mess up with that in the dark, it's not good. So now, now that we know about some of the art supplies, we can look at some techniques. You want to locate cardinal directions. It's important to orient the sketch, but also if you want to compare your sketch to a photograph or to another sketch later on, you'll want to orient them in the same direction. And this is also really helpful to help confirm that you've sketched the correct object. I've had the experience of being unsure I was sketching the right thing, after a star hop, and then found when I compared it to the object I was looking for, I hadn't located it at all, but something nearby. So it's very useful. Cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, while looking in the telescope, are different than naked eye sky directions. And the directions depend on what type of scope you're using and also how many reflections there are. To locate cardinal directions, you want to place the object in the center of your field of view and watch to see where the object drifts. If you're using tracking, you do need to turn that off for a moment. And the place the object drifts out is west. And you just mark that on your paper. And now you need to determine the other directions. So north will either be clockwise or counterclockwise, of course, to the west direction you marked on your paper. And this information is also on the Sketching Observing Program website, if you want to look for it again. The other way to locate north is to find west by drift and then nudge your scope towards Polaris. Where the stars enter the field of view will be north. I then spend some time really observing the object before starting the sketch. And this is just a fictitious eyepiece view on the left and my red light illuminated sketch pad on the right. And one downside to sketching is that you will lose some of your dark adaptation, even when you're using a red light. So having a general idea of the object and grabbing as much detail as possible before you begin is really helpful. And, it can be helpful while looking in the eyepiece to just imagine a grid or a clock face lying over the field and, corresponding to your cardinal directions. This is going to help you orient the sketch because you can think about things like, the brightness of stars in each quadrant, where the light and dark areas are of an object, how concentrated a cluster is. and star patterns. Man, our eyes are really good at picking out patterns. I mean, I think everyone can appreciate that these are some triangles that just sort of pop out at you. Yeah, especially with the red they do. And then kind of that curled up dovetail. And I normally then will lightly sketch the positions of the brighter and then the fainter stars and objects. And you can go back and darken everything later when you're satisfied with the placement. I hate when I've got everything on and then I realize that things are out of whack. Then I just have to go back, kind of redo everything. But because you can always go back and add further details, fainter stars, deepening a core, adding nebulosity. But yeah, I hate when I'm like really into it and then I realize that something is off. And yeah, that's what that big eraser is for. And, be sure to record the time, conditions, and what the object is. I once was so immersed in a sketch that I completely forgot to record what it was. So, I recommend that you do this first and record what's going on around you, the people you observe, sounds, the things you were thinking about. And I'm sure we all have, these stories. But one evening I was out observing alone in a pretty remote area on the south side of the island, and I got freaked out because I suddenly heard growling in stereo, and I looked down and I saw these two little chihuahuas, one on either side of me, and those buggers, I mean, they snuck right up on me. I didn't even see them coming. Thankfully, they were sweethearts, and they just came to check me out. And that certainly was memorable. And I can still remember sketching Centaurus A. And when I look at the sketch, that night all comes back to me. And I wrote in my notes that it'd be a good idea to pack a few dog biscuits in my kit. A lot of times I'm really thrilled with the details while I'm recording it in the red light outside. And then I take the sketch indoors and I wonder, gosh, who sketched that? So after your evening is finished, you may want to remove any stray marks and fix star tails and smudges. But I don't recommend adding more details you didn't see at the scope, even though it's tempting. And I try not to look at photos before I sketch an object, but I do look after. There are times I think, how did I miss that? And maybe, I wasn't paying enough attention, or the conditions were poor, or there was chihuahua nearby, but it is interesting to see what you might have missed, but it's your observation, so don't change it. And if you thought you saw something but you're not sure, record it with a note and check it the next time you're out. For pencil on white paper deep sky sketches, you can also invert to a more realistic view. So with white paper, you can take a photo or scan them with photo software and then invert from white to black. And, that looks like you're looking through the eyepiece, which is kind of cool. There are many resources available. These are just a couple. I have never really gotten the hang of Photoshop, but Photoscape is super simple, very easy to use. I have it for PC. It's kind of my go-to. So, let's get our supplies ready if you have them. And let's go back to some of the objects that we flew through earlier and sketch them. And if possible, turn down the lights in the room and illuminate your paper with the red light if you brought one. But let's start each sketch by pretending that we've already determined our cardinal directions and we're recording important information. And then, let's look at this entire field and do you see any patterns? Yeah, definitely. Everybody I'm sure can see that nice triangular pattern of outer and inner stars. And so put those on your paper first. And, you can record things like star color, nebulosity, that kind of stuff as well. But now you want to just put in your fainter stars. And you can show fainter magnitude with less pressure on your paper or, by using a harder pencil. To the next. And let's look at the second object, the beehive. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm ready to run away when I look at something that's this detail. But, you know, don't get overwhelmed. You don't need to record every star. That's one thing that can make sketching at the eyepiece feel overwhelming. It's all those stars in a rich field. So, you know, start by recording the most prominent or ones that have a specific pattern that help define the field, and then go back and add some fainter stars. So, you know, I'm pretending that I've got a grid here, and I'm just kind of imagining that. And then I am going to put in the brightest stars in that kind of triangular looking area. So I'm kind of picking the brightest stars first, and also putting in some of the fainter ones. And I hope that you're sketching along with me, because if not, you're probably going to get really bored. And I'm going to put in the flanking stars as well. They kind of make it look like a little butterfly. And now some of those nice doubles that I'm seeing. And these are things that are like basically defining the field. And, you know, I also have like that little tail over there, that little dog tail, which I'm going to put in. And when you're putting in these other stars, you want to think about putting them in relation to what you already have on the page. And, you know, don't worry if you make mistakes. You just erase and go back and, you know, continue back and forth between the eyepiece and the sketch. And you can also go back at the end. I didn't show this, and I kind of wish I would have, but I like to use the tortillon and just kind of smudge out some of those stars that don't have as pinpoint, they're not as pinpoint, because, you know, they get sharp angles when you use the pencil. And I think sometimes when you smudge out the stars, it actually just gives them a little bit more realistic look, especially if they're not really round. And just, you know, adding more details, adding those fainter stars. And I am just using one pencil here and just moderating how hard I press. Okay, we're going to move on to our next object, which is the needle galaxy. And let's start by putting the galaxy in first. I'm using the side of just a number 2 pencil, but you could use a tortillon, you could use your finger, you could even use a thin brush. That actually works really well. You just dip it in the charcoal and then put it on the paper. So I'm laying down some added darkness, which is going to be the lightest area of the sketch, with that tortillon. And yeah, so I mean, remember, you're working inversely, so anything in the scope that's very bright is going to be dark on your page. And I use that nice edge because I do see a dark lane in this galaxy. And I'm gonna just go back. I'm actually adding in that other galaxy, that little peripheral galaxy that you can see very faintly. And then I'm gonna add in my field stars, adding the brighter ones first, and then the fainter ones. And yeah, you know, just be sure you've recorded all your other pertinent information. And pretty much done. We will move on to our next object. All right, now let's try that globular cluster. And this is where that small round brush really shines. I'm using some charcoal that I laid down on sandpaper. I just dip the brush in there, and then and then putting it on paper. And you can use your fingers or a soft cloth as well, but fingers sometimes make a globular look like fingerprints. So I love the brush because honestly, from the get-go, when you use it, it looks like a globular cluster. I mean, you could just do this with a few stars and you've got your globular. So I do go back and I kind of brush off some of the charcoal on paper and then go around the periphery of it just to take off a little bit more. And this is that eraser, and I use one little pointed end of it to just kind of dip in and remove some of the charcoal. And that's just because a lot of these globulars have kind of that cheesy looking mottled look. And so by just taking a little bit of the charcoal out and then reblending it with my finger, it just looks a little bit more realistic. And then I'm going to go back in and add some stars. And if the cluster is really resolved, I may use the pencil to randomly put some stars in, but you can also use the tortillon dipped in some charcoal to just give it kind of, give those stars just kind of an unfocused look, which a lot of clusters kind of look like. Again, I'm just using that point there to just make some really unfocused looking. My finger just makes it a little bit smudgy, and that's it. You did it. And the dumbbell nebula. And I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do this. You could just use your finger and smudge some charcoal on there. Here I use the brush again. And then I am going to use my eraser and just erase some of the charcoal to just get more of the shape that I'm looking for, that elliptical shape. And then I'm going to smudge it because it, doesn't have really sharp edges when you're looking at it. And then I'm going to pick up my tortillon and just kind of smudge in the inside and give it that dumbbell actually shape. So that outer area that we smudged is just the onset, and this is the actual part that really shows up very well. And then spending probably way more time than I need to. You can put this in with a pencil, the side of a pencil, but I do like the tortillon just because it doesn't give me sharp, hard marks. It's a little bit more. You can go back to and add more darkness to the areas that are really bright. Smudging with my fingers. Yeah. You could spend a lot of time, and you can not spend a lot of time. I mean, you can get down basically the features you want to show and move on, and you don't really need any of this. So here I'm just adding in some of those field stars, and that's going to be it. And then I'm done. But the field stars do help define a lot of objects, so I always think they're pretty important to put in. Maybe not this one. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next object. So let's try our hand at the crater Aristoteles. And for simplicity's sake, we won't sketch Eudoxus and the surrounding area. And I really love lunar sketching because I don't need to fight for my dark adaptation. My eyes have more of a hard time with, low light for deep sky objects. And I don't worry about that with lunar and solar sketching. And this is just going to be just a quick sketch to get the feel of it. And lunar sketching is really a lot about seeing light and dark and the shapes in between. And before we get started, let's talk about cardinal directions on the surface of the moon, because they're reported differently than for the sky. And one of my favorite animals to work with as a veterinarian was rabbits. So I always see a rabbit in the moon. No matter how hard I try, that is what I always see. And this makes it easy for me to remember directions, since ears are east and the nose points north, and the terminator runs north and south. So, I can determine my orientation either before or after I sketch. And I created a similar tutorial to this for a new book that's available from Astroleague by John Goss, Carpe Lunam, and it's an excellent lunar resource. And sketching is just one of the many chapters. So, everybody take the side of your graphite pencil and just start by laying down some pencil. And we're going to do that in 3 different directions. And don't do it too hard because there is another technique, we're not doing it here, where you actually leave the highlighted areas white. Because it is harder to remove than, remove the graphite. And personally, that just to me is more difficult. And I prefer the black paper for lunar sketches because then I can layer white on black areas. But there is no right or wrong. Try different ways. You might prefer the white paper. You might prefer the black. And here, we're just going to use a soft cloth, Kleenex, or our fingers, just to blend that area lightly. And everyone's done that. Let's move on. And we're going to draw the general outline of that crater as we see it. So I'm drawing an elliptical outline, and just kind of the general shape. And if you want to erase and start over, you can just actually just erase and then reblend over it, or add a little bit more charcoal and then, a little bit more graphite and then blend with your fingers. Now we're going to really, take a look at that crater and decide where the darkest areas of shadow are. And we do want to get those on the paper right away, since, as you're sketching, that's going to continue to change. So you want to put in the general outlines of where the dark areas are and then fill them in. And I usually start with the side of a number 2 pencil to fill in, and I will use a different or a darker pencil later on. So here I'm just trying to really kind of get that shape of that shadow within the crater floor. I am going to put in crater Mitchell, which I see to the east, and also its dark area. And at the west side of the crater, I'm also putting in the dark area that's shadowed outside of the crater to the west end. We're going to move on to the next step. And now I'm going to put in the shape of the bright rim wall. I'm starting with the one on the west. And that's going to be, these are going to be the lightest areas of your sketch. I'm also doing that on the outer rim. And that general outline of where that's going to be. And I mean, when you look at this, think about the direction the light is coming from. I mean, it's coming from one direction, that's shining on that portion of the crater wall that is pointed to it. Okay, next step. And if you're satisfied where everything is laid out, I mean, stand back and look at it. If you're not, this is a good time to erase. But if you're satisfied, then you can fill in the dark areas of the shadows with a darker pencil. And here I'm using a 9B graphite pencil. And if you don't have a darker pencil, no worries. Just put another layer of your 2B down. We just want to really enhance those dark areas. And I'm going to do the same for that shadow on the outer wall. Going back to Mitchell and added the shadowing there. Move on. And if you have a tortillon, blending stump, even a Q-tip, although I don't really like Q-tips for this, use it to blend the dark shadows. And here I did leave that lighter patch at the that east end of the crater that caught light in the shadows at the top of that crater wall. And again, the tortillon just smooth things and makes it look more realistic. But I mean, even pencil marks on lunar sketches can look really cool too. So you just sort of develop a technique over time. Okay, so we blended those. We're going to move on. And I'm again using a softer pencil to put in those floor peaks. And then I'm going to also put in a couple of the smaller craters in the floor. And then again, you can darken those shadows. The darkness next to the light is going to be what really makes things pop. We haven't gotten to the popping part yet, but it's pretty cool. You see this neat little crater that is actually in the wall that's lit west end, and I'm going to put that in since that's kind of a distinguishing feature. And I'm using my pencil to better define the inner and outer walls of the crater. I mean, I really kind of actually did this out of my usual order. My peaks and small craters normally go in last, but like I said, there really isn't a wrong way. The one thing I will say is if you concentrate on really small details right away, you sometimes get lost when you stand back and things get totally out of proportion. So, make sure you're really happy with your proportions and locations before you commit to that dark pencil. Yeah, and again, defining that outer wall where it's going to be lighter. Just a little bit of that. And then this, with the tortillon, I am just going to blend a little bit more in the wall. And also I'm starting to start to lay down the floor and make the floor a little bit darker. Here. Just adding a little features. That crater sort of, the wall sort of just pops out on the edge. Next. And I have decided that my floor needs to be darker. So I really, again, I love the tortillon because it gives a really nice blended look without pencil marks. And I can also use it to, you know, to better define the walls. So here I'm just darkening the floor. And a lot of times you have enough charcoal on the tortillon to just add some really, you know, light shading. You don't need to add more to the tortillon too. And this is my favorite part. I mean, I think this is really where the magic happens. You're erasing to create light next to dark areas. And this is going to make that crater start to pop and really look three-dimensional. So the pencil end eraser that I'm using has a nice point on it. And, you know, so does that other eraser that I recently got. And so that's what I'm doing right now. You're standing back, you're looking, you're going, okay, where are the lightest areas of this crater? And going ahead and removing the graphite there. And any place you have dark, you normally do have light. So these peaks all are going to have a light area. That crater Mitchell is that little peak that's in there. It has a light area. Okay. So it's starting to really look like a crater. And, you know, we now pretty much have our darkest darks, our lightest areas, which are the white paper, and mid-tone areas. And we're almost done. And I want to represent the area outside the crater, and I want to represent it as rough. So I'm using the side of that pencil to just create some coarse marks in the directions I see the light and dark striations. It's kind of a rough, scribbly kind of thing, following what I see. Trying to add a little to that. And here I'm just going to add some last details around the crater. Just kind of that rough area showing that. A few craters outside, smaller, very small little craters. Shading. Sorry. I am actually going back in and I am going to remove a little bit more of the pencil to show the highlights.
I don't remember that.
Joe, please turn off your microphone.
You know, when I
Oh, is it on?
that I
Turn it
still
off.
needed to define that lit wall a
Thank
little
you.
bit more. So I did go ahead and remove a little bit more pencil from the wall to brighten it up. And I'm adding more to the floor just to define it a little bit more because, you know, you get that light next to dark and it really does make it look more three-dimensional. And, you know, these are the little details that you can work on at the end. You can call this done, but you could also spend an entire evening combing out the fine details if you wanted to. So, you know, this didn't take very long and we have a pretty decent representation of what we saw through the eyepiece. And you might even recognize this crater when you see it again, after spending this much time, putting everything in its place. So after sketching these past few objects, I hope you feel a little bit more comfortable that you can do it, and also appreciate that longer observation helps you see more details rather than just hopping from one object to the next. So say you start to really enjoy sketching and you think, okay, now how do I get better? And sketching, it does come easier to some people than others, but guaranteed, the more you do it, the easier it gets. And it's that first commitment to just do it that's so difficult. And don't be afraid that it's not perfect. I think some people resist because they think they'll fail, and other people may just think it's a waste of time because you can just visually observe or image. And I hope I've convinced you that it is a rewarding endeavor, and that if you've never done it before, it's not that difficult. And at least I hope you'll give it a try. And remember, one of the main reasons to sketch is to gain, improved observing skills and to keep a permanent record. And it's not to become an artist. So you can get together with some of your astro friends and throw a sketch star party. The moon is really a great thing to do that with. They're a lot of fun. You can learn a lot from each other. And I actually learned a lot on sketching forums. Just seeing what techniques someone is using, and the kinds of pencils, paper, just like finding those cool clips I could put on my board was like a new thing that I got recently. And that, and the encouragement of the sketching community, Cloudy Nights has a really active, friendly forum. And the Astronomical League resource page is full of videos and links, so check that out as well. And above all else, just remember to have fun and enjoy the process. And it's not a work of art, it's your observation. So get out there and try it. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Aloha, my name is Cindy Krach, and I am a retired.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you, Cindy. There's a couple of messages here in chat. Let's see what we got. Yeah, M15 is in Pegasus. I guess there wasn't questions in there. I will say there is at least 2 people here who are sketching along. Three people.
Great.
Oh, 4. Okay, we had 4 people.
All right.
So are there any questions here in person?
I'm gonna stop screen sharing so we can.
Oh yeah, let's get out of here.
Actually, it's too late. Oh, well, I think Lord Ross's sketch was misattributed to the other person, the Crab Nebulous cat.
Where did Cindy go? Cindy, where are you?
I'm here.
Hurry up, finding your picture. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. So, what was the comment or question?
It was early in the presentation where I think this is actually Lord Ross's drawing as opposed to this one.
No, actually, that is correct. Since
Oh.
she made that drawing, it looks almost exactly like Lord
Right.
Ross.
Oh, okay.
Which speaks to the point that Cindy was making, is that we tend to see what we expect to see. And because Lord Ross used his 6-foot reflector, his 72-inch f9 Newtonian, his sketch was considered to be the definitive view of the Crab Nebula for a while.
Yeah, it's on the table.
Okay, anybody who has a question, go ahead and ask it. So was that a question?
What?
Do you have a question? If you don't have a question, please turn off your microphone.
Howard, there was a question I know someone asked yesterday about how do you keep your paper dry? And you had made a comment about what you do. I just wanted to add that I use a pizza box so that I have kind of a lid that's up and I can put my sketch inside that. And we get a lot of humidity here, so my paper is always kind of struggling to stay flat and dry. So I've used that, and that helps because it keeps something right on top, or even inside of a cardboard box works, where the opening is facing you and you set your paper down.
That's a great tip. Plus, you get the aroma of the pizza it used to be in.
Yeah, I try to use one that hasn't been used for pizza, but
Okay. Okay, we have a couple questions here. Go ahead, Robert.
Well, I just want to say, I think doing a speed drawing it reminded me of being in drawing class and having 1 minute poses, that you start a drawing class with like 1 minute poses, and you got to get that basic pose. And I think doing a speed sketch of that dense star field was a real breakthrough for me, because I just had to get them all down, and I didn't have to worry about exactly where they were. And I got all the stars with like 2 minutes to spare. So that was really cool. Thanks. So I've always had
Yeah.
such a hard.
Thank you. It's one of those things where you can really put as much time as you want into it, but as long as you get those defining patterns in there, you've got your observation.
I'm sitting pretty far back from the monitor, and seeing the details in the moon was difficult for me, but it was now that I'm looking at my picture, I'm pretty happy with what I did. I just want to say, yeah, the speed thing. I didn't even get the Stargate sketch. It just went by so fast. So then I was like, okay, that's what we're doing. But it was really, thank you. It was a wonderful experience to go through this. It's rare. It's a rare experience, right? I mean, really. So thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure it took a lot of effort on Cindy's part to put that video together, showing her drawing and sketching and talking, and then having the photo that we were looking at. I've always chickened out on doing stuff like that, because I just didn't want to bother. So yeah, I appreciate it too. I've seen your video several times now, Cindy, and I haven't sketched along, and I've gotten something out of it every time. I still need to get that makeup brush for globulars. That's beautiful. That's just a beautiful tool. Was there someone else had a? No? Okay. Very good. Well, thank you very much. And we should move on to our next presentation. Tracy, are you out there?
I'm here.
There you go. Okay. So can you, oh, wait a minute. There's a couple of things in chat here. Have you, Cindy, have you tried solar drawing?
Yes, I do a lot of solar sketches. And like I said, I really like that because I'm not struggling with dark adaptation. So yeah, I have an 80 millimeter dedicated hydrogen alpha lunt, and I do a lot of solar sketching. And I see there's a note in here about digital tools. Have I tried those to replace paper and pencil? And no, I have not, but I've seen some people that do it on cloudy nights, and it's phenomenal. I'd like to try it sometimes, but I do really like to have a pencil in my hand and my hand on paper. So it doesn't appeal to me as much.
Yeah. Yeah. Same with me. Okay. All right. So, so Tracy, can you share your screen?
Sure, absolutely. All right. Share entire screen. Share. Here we are.
Okay.
Back up to the top. I don't know why it started on the bottom. That was odd. Okay, here we are. First, thanks guys for having me on. This is my first Zoom meeting. And my name is Tracy Wilson. I live in Decatur, Georgia. It's about 4 miles north of the Atlanta city limits. I'm a telescope nut, obviously. The affliction came to me by accident. I used to go to the library. I pick off books at random, get a big stack and read them. One time, one of those books happened to be Texero. I read that for about 30 minutes, and I knew for certain right then that I would never do that, not in a million years. But 3 or 4 years later, I caught my first view of Saturn through a Dobsonian telescope with a 10-inch mirror, and both of them I had made. Shortly after that, I taught mirror making through the Atlanta Astronomy Club in the basement of Agnes Scott Observatories, and it was great. It was thrilling. We made a lot of friends, a lot of mirrors. I got to thank Chris Dupree for letting us meet there. He's retired now. He's doing his thing, which is radio astronomy out on VLA. So I should thank some people for getting me where I'm at in this project. First, Dan, he's been answering questions for me for the past couple of years. By the way, I started this 20 years ago, and most of the time it was just sat forgotten, unloved. But here in the past 18 months or so, I've really gotten back on it. So I thank Dan for all the questions he's answered here recently on programming and servo control. And there, I can't say enough about the controllers. They make it easy to program. Also, I'd like to thank Mel Bartels for answering critical questions when I first started on this. And this was for a platform that I started working on, and for all the help he gave before this project came about, and to all the others. Steve Joyner is a brilliant friend who wrote the 3-axis telescope simulator. It's still online if anybody's interested in playing with it. We spent many evenings drinking beer and having pizza and talking about this project. And lastly, Chuck Painter, who provided critical insights at the very beginning of this journey. Thank you very much. One of those friends that I met through the mirror making was Stuart Kingma, and this is his 10-inch telescope. We're out observing, and this is Stuart himself. We're at the Fernbank Science Center, which is not far from here, doing sidewalk astronomy, which I truly love to do. Stuart was one of the 3 general managers that oversaw 250,000 people that eradicated smallpox in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. So you never know the important people you might meet in this hobby. It's a wonderful hobby. Stuart is still a very good friend of mine. He's 96 now and can no longer do astronomy, and this telescope's in Arizona. Here I am with my first 2 telescopes. This is my introduction. 10-inch, that was my first one. 8-inch was my third. And the 8-inch would be the one I would take with Stuart to do our sidewalk astronomy. And 8-inch redone in Port St. Joe, Florida. This is December 98. Sand and Teflon don't mix. Here's my 14.5 with Steve Swayze mirror. And it was a beautiful telescope. No question, it's inspired by Mel's 20-inch ultra lightweight. History of the 3-axis mounts. Russia and the United States have, and may still have, some 3-axis mounts. I'm not sure when the first ones were built, but I suspect around 1960, sometime around Sputnik, I'm sure. Manley's book of unusual telescopes mentions designed, and as far as I know, Mel and myself are the only one using 3 axes at all. I'm not sure if that's true. Baker Nunn Satellite Tracker is a 3-axis United States telescope, and Russian 3-axis telescopes. How 3-axis mounts work. At any time, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them. It can get complicated and kind of weird. The 3-axis mount synthesizes an equatorial tracking through control of all 3 axes, 2 altitudes and an azimuth, and it derotates the field of view as it tracks a celestial object. If a polar aligned equatorial telescope and a 3-axis telescope mount are side by side and tracking the same object, their optical tubes will move identically. The 2 mounts axes, however, will move in a completely different way. 3-axis telescopes can track satellites using a single axis, though tracking duration can sometimes be limited by field of view or satellite tracking direction, but that's rare. My 3-axis mount is a result of my desire to correct what I felt were deficiencies of a Ponce table I had built for my 8-inch Dobsonian. Now that Ponce table tracked beautifully, but I never could get rid of the resonant harmonics from the stepper motor drive that was driving it. So the image was terrible all the time. But the act of having to level and polar line, it really irked me. I was too used to the Dobsonian way by then. So that led to a 3-axis platform design that would not need leveling or polar aligned. And Mel Bartels dubbed it the Wilson platform. That platform is yet to be built, but it did give racks to the 3-axis telescope you see behind me here. This is the first model. It's just a foam board model of the 3-axis, and people have asked me how I've lined it up. And there's a pinhole where the secondary is, or would be, and a little black mark back where the mirror center would be. And I shot a laser through it, through my 14, with the secondary tilted at an angle. And as you can see, I don't have a career in stop motion animation. The pros are there's no need to level, no need to polar align. It's rigid and compact, although you should level it fairly well just to keep things balanced. Access to the entire sky, no Dobbs hole, multiple tracking modes, single axis, alt as. It can rotate the eyepiece into a comfortable viewing position, and that's kind of important because here we can see Omega Centauri from the down. It's very close to the horizon, but if I was to use my 14-inch and point it at it, I would have to do a push-up to look through the eyepiece. The 3-axis can just rotate the eyepiece right up into a comfortable viewing position. Cons. It's much more complicated and difficult and expensive to construct. Making a precision instrument is exceedingly difficult. No software or hardware support. There's no compatible planetarium or auto guiding. The builders, the help desk, the software, mechanical engineer, machinist. Most of us ATMs don't mind that so much. Need many skills to complete the project or learn them. It uses more power per unit at a time. There's 3 motors and 2 controllers that run continuously. So there's more parts, and there's no space for a camera at the rear of the telescope. So you'd have to use a Naismith focus or a fast star type arrangement or a Newtonian like what I use. Here's the telescope fresh from the machinist. This was 20 years ago. I took that apart and sanded down every part, starting with 400 grit, went to 1200 and polished it to a mirror finish. It was a lot of work. Here's the parts. You can see the cradle and the side bearings. One thing I didn't like when it came back from the machinist was the flat panels on the side. I thought, well, if this was a prop in a Star Wars or Star Trek episode, that just wouldn't fly. So I had it pocket milled. Now it would fly. Here it is. I still think it's the most beautiful telescope in the world. but I'm biased. I admit it. Up here, you'll see that there's a servo motor on it. This is soon after Dan had put out his first Servo 1 controller, and it's been a godsend. I just couldn't imagine doing this project without it. I'd like to say further that the mirror in here is a second mirror I made. It's a 6-inch f4. That's an 8-inch tube. It's made out of irrigation pipe, aluminum. I had it tested by Larry Phillips, who was the co-author of TEX. You might remember TEX. It was the old Foucault testing software, DOS-based. So he tested it as 1/12 wave, which it's slightly overcorrected, but it gives fantastic images. And sadly, he passed away just before the pandemic. He was a great guy, great friend. He was a engineer by trade, ATM nut. Knew how to program. He was a math professor at the local community college, and he was my calculus tutor. When I first started getting along with this project and I got it together, I didn't have the math skills. So I had to take myself to college. 42 years old. I went from beginning algebra through Calc 1 in 18 months. I thought my head would explode, but it was wonderful. I spent 2 more years in college just taking all the classes that I should have taken when I was a young man. I can't recommend that highly enough. This telescope pictures is a video, and it's when I first got it back from the anodizers.
There it is.
And it'll show its range of motions just fine. And the mathematics behind it are a spherical hydra. You would think. It took me a long time to get my head wrapped around that.
Yeah.
But the star of this shows that. There's no question about it. I'd be dead in the water without it. I'll go over the various components, and then we'll get on to some programming and mathematics, which are very, very easy. There's no matrices or any of that. The worm gear is 180 teeth. It's HDPE. I've gotten a lot of grief over the years over them being plastic. And now that I have an algorithm, because it's just recently that I've had an algorithm that will really absolutely control this telescope very precisely. So now I can get on with the mechanical issues. It has a Pittman motor that drives it. It's a 19.3 gear head. I can't stand the gear head. It has too much backlash in it. So when the gears get changed, and they will be, I'll go to a non-gear head motor. The worms are all 1/2 inch 10 TPI Acme rod that a friend and I made at his shop. They were precision reamed and press fit onto the 1/4 inch drill shafts. The bearing supports are too far apart here. That rod will flex very easily. So if you're going to use something this thin, those bearing support blocks need to be very close. So the ends of the worm shafts rest against greased, one end against a greased 1/16 inch stainless ball, and a round screw on the other end, which removes the end-to-end play. Now I've got that idea from Chuck Shaw many years ago. He posted something about that. The azimuth and the horseshoe worm shafts follow the same design as well. Azimuth gear is HDPE, and it's 240 teeth. Note the long worm shaft. It's incredibly flexible, but it's still visually, they work fine. Horseshoe worm gear. When I first started, I used 2-threaded rods in that slot that gear is now in, and that was a terrible idea. It worked, but just barely. But I made this worm gear an upgrade from the 2-thread nylon rods. It is a ring. It's HDPE like the other 2 gears. I made it on a gear jig I designed and cut with an Acme all thread hob. It's not as hard as you might think it is to cut a gear. 97% of the gear was made in the gear jig, and I finished it up in situ in the telescope so it would fit perfectly. And it really does fit perfectly. The jig held the 14.75-inch blank. It was a solid blank then, vertically rather than horizontally. It was much easier to deal with. And I took a router and cut it out. Horseshoe worm. This is supported very well. The blocks are close, and that's not a problem. And the height of the worm is adjustable up and down, so I can mate the worm gear and the worm very, very precisely. When I attach the upper section, that's the cradle, horseshoe, the tube, that worm gear is dangerous for the worm gear itself. So I've devised a way to move that sideways now. I haven't done it yet, but that has to move before I go through the trouble of building a truly precision worm gear. These support arches, I have two. One flexes and one does not. This one's fixed, and it needs to be fixed because of the worm gear. The end bearings are what ride in the slots for the horseshoe, and they're precision rollerblade bearings. It has 50 thousandths space behind it, as the other one does, and they can move side to side so I can center the OTA into the mount itself. That's it for that page. The support arch can rotate on this bearing to fit a horseshoe mount. It is a flex mount in every essence of the word. So it can rock back and forth, right? So it will mate perfectly with the horseshoe. It also has 50,000 space. And the space between those two arches is slightly larger than horseshoe grooves. And that causes this arch to flex like a spring. So it spring loads the whole system. It takes all the play out side to side. And though it wouldn't look like a 1/4-inch piece of aluminum would flex very easily, it flexes very easily. This is one of the two OTA bearings in the side panels. I may or may not have to replace those with angle contact bearings. Depends on how the error profiles go. Here's the cradle and the side panel over here that I had pocket milled earlier. Those 4 bolts hold that in place. What the machinist didn't do is put in index pins. An index pin should have been in there so I could precisely tear it apart and put it back together. So I have no idea right at the minute if it's exactly centered, but I'll have to use gauge blocks, set it up on a table and make sure those pins get installed and everything is nice and square and where it's supposed to be. The side of the cradle over there, that's a flat piece of aluminum too, and I know it's going to flex. And so I want to replace those with a piece of channel. That would greatly increase its rigidity because we want repeatability. The acorn nuts on the arches, I want to replace with spanner types that have the 2 holes in it, and brushed stainless steel would be my preference. The azimuth bearings in the base, that base is 1 inch thick. The center has a 2-inch bearing, just like the side holding the OTA. But I have 3 more bearings, 1 over each of the feet to help support the azimuth section. The bottom's quite heavy. The telescope's about 55 pounds, so it could use some pocket milling here and there to lighten the load. Now the HDPE worm gear I made fits in this slot, and I had to tap and drill and tap it so I could pull the plate out because it's just as flexible as a threaded rod. So I have to hold it in place with a piece of aluminum and screw on both ends. bearing slots. Now bearings rides in that slot to the right. Dust and debris present large errors in tracking when it gets in between it and the rollers. And Dan's covered that, talking about his lollipop telescope. So my solution for that is to use a single strand of 0.5 millimeter stainless wire. And then the bearing rides on that wire. And I've done this, I did this about 10 years ago. And without the wire, if you move this by hand with everything disassembled, you can feel the machine marks just like an old Crayford focuser when you roll it. Once you put the wire in there, it's like it's floating on air. It seems like the difference between an old Crayford and a Feather Touch. It's just smooth as butter and amazing. The possible side effect of that wire, though, it puts really large pounds per square inch loads on point sources. It may end up damaging that face, but if it does, I can fix it. When a new worm gear is made, that thin sidewall to the left of the current gear is going to have to be machined away, because you really can't fit an exactly a worm gear that's exactly that slot into that slot. You never know if you're on the bottom. It's just not possible. So I have to put a retaining ring to hold the new gear in from the side. And I'll also drill and tap it the same way as this one. Just over 2/3 of the gear will need teeth because it only rotates only 180 degrees. Dimensions of that blue square, 1 by 1. I use 2 Talent Cell 12-volt lithium-ion batteries. So they're very small. They fit on a telescope nice. They have plugs and switches. I don't have to worry about having my wires crossed up in the middle of the night and blowing out the controller. They last about 4 hours, which is perfect for me. I'm 62 now, and staying up all night, it just won't work for me because, like Howard, I get stupider and stupider as the hours move on. That's always been the case, though. That was even before I was old. The aluminum for the horseshoes in the bottom disc are Alcor Mike 6, which is a very stable aluminum, meaning you can really take a lot out of a part and it won't change shape. And that's why they're used for the bearings that these are scraps of. They're still available online at S&S Machine, and as of September 10th, there's a 14.5 inch, and that's what I used for this telescope, 3 of them. 1 1/4 inch thick is $50 plus shipping. It's just an incredible deal. You won't find anything else anywhere else like it. And like I said before, their cutoffs are making large bearings. Machining the mount. Most of the machining was done by a retired Lockheed Martin aircraft machinist located in Dawsonville. And he was really good. I don't remember his name, and his shop no longer exists. He's probably retired. This I wanted to build before this presentation, but the parts were delayed, so I'm not going to be able to. But I want to reduce my optical tube assembly 4-to-1 for the encoder. The bridge from an encoder that goes together like this. The small disc is called a capstan, and cables wrap around it 4 times each. There's 4 cables, and this is the drum. They just walk around, and the cables have a spring on one end, and they're hard pinned on the other. So they take all the creep that might get into the system out over time. The bridge is like a watch bridge. If you ever torn a watch apart, the bridges hold everything together. And that will be the same here. The drum fits onto the OTA axis. The capstan has its own dedicated post, and a post will go into this 3rd spot. Now we get to mount position equations. Didn't think we'd get away with no math, but this is all the math that is required to position the telescope itself. It's just an arc cosine with 2 terms, an arc sign with 3 terms, and another arc sign with 2 terms. And this is basically it.
What is R?
What's that?
What is R?
R is just what's going to be left over after we remove field rotation and the angle S that's going to be in the upper triangle. And I'll show you that in a minute. It's going to seem convoluted at first, but basically it's going to boil down to this in the end. You're going to have a pointer that's going to work on a clock face with 0 at 12, 90 at 3, etc., going around. And it's going to go into an algorithm, and it's going to use these 3 equations, and it solves all 3 mount axes positions. It's a thing of beauty. It took me a long time to get here. I went down a lot of dead ends and complications, but it's incredibly simple. This is how this works. There's a plane that's dead center of the horseshoe mount, and the optical tube rides back and forth along that plane. So it's the interaction of 2 planes. Now I'm going to pick one side of the horseshoe because I have 2 horseshoes. I'm going to pick one side, and that's really dedicated because this is the side I stand on when I'm using all as mode. And this pointer that we're about to define always points to this horseshoe's rotation axis. So when this tube comes, the optical tube comes down towards that with the arrow, it's at 0. And if the arrow was pointing the other way, it's 180 degrees. The arrow is appropriately named pointer. It has a value between 0 and 360 degrees. The OT has a value between 0 and 180 degrees. And the OTA is 0 and lower to the A3 azimuth value, just like I just said. The A2 ranges also from 0 to 180 degrees. Field rotation starts at the upper triangle. And here, field rotation would be 0 when it's pointing at the pole. Angle S is what I need. The 2 things I need are field rotation and S to plug into the algorithm. This is just a normal astronomy telescope triangle. We have our local hour angle, our azimuth. This is almost deck, but because of atmospheric refraction, it's a little shorter. And we'll get down to labels here in just a minute. Field rotation increases clockwise. In this example, we're looking from the east at the celestial hemisphere. Here's the diagram that shows you why R is here. R is just 180 minus these 2. So give me S, give me FRV, I'll give me R. R is the key to solving the lower triangle. Does that make sense?
There's some nodding going on here.
Okay, good. Because the other sides of the triangles are pretty much givens. I should say that the red here with the arrow, that's A1. That length is A1's angle. Since it's a great circle, its length is the angle. It's a right triangle, spherical triangle. A2 is the angle down here at the bottom, and side R will give me the offset I need to find A3. The problem with this is east and west, if you're looking from the west, they look different, and I need to get these into a uniform reference system. But it's fairly easy. Turns out that 0 and 360 are in the same spot, right, at 12 noon. So if S, angle S over here happens to be 20 degrees, then this is going to be 340 degrees when FRV is pointing to it at 0. So 360 minus 20 plus FRV will get you where you need to be. 0 and S is, the east is self-explanatory. It's just S plus FRV. So there'll be two if statements in the beginning of the algorithm. It's just going to say, hey, am I west or am I east? And it's going to pick one of these equations. Motor directions determine everything in this algorithm. I can't really see where my top left, the top left is this will be for the horseshoe part, is going to be 180 degrees because that's the direction of my motors. When I hit my hand pad and bring it up, it's going to be on the right-hand side and that tube's going to come up. Center is at 90 degrees over here to the top right, 0 degrees. The bottom is the OTA we've discussed before. When it's pointing towards me, it's 0 degrees. And the arrow would be pointing down, pointer arrow. And there's 90 degrees, and that's 180 degrees when it's pointing away from me. So that really defines everything. It gives me a toehold to put it all in one place. And it took a while to realize that A1 and A2 axes are actually 90 degrees out of phase with each other. And it's strange because sometimes they agree, they're exactly the same, and other times they're opposite, 180 degrees opposite. But really, they're just 90 degrees out of phase. So the next step was to create a reference system showing where A1 and A2 axes minimum and maximum values are located. The motor directions really that determine everything. This gives me the chart. This is the key chart. When pointer's pointing up, A1 is above 90 degrees. If it's pointing down below the green line, A1 is less than 90 degrees. If it's pointing at the green line, it's 90 degrees. Same way with A2, which is the horseshoe. Anything to the right of that blue line, A2 is greater than 90 degrees. Everything to the left is less than 90 degrees. This allows me to make the algorithm. It took me a while to get here, actually too long. But this chart's simple, fast, and how easy. The upper triangle just takes 2 arc cosines with 5 terms each. The lower triangle, which really tells the telescope where to go, is just 1 arc sine, 3 terms, 1 arc sine, 2 terms, 1 arc cosine with 2 terms. All the other terms that would normally be 5 in each one of those, or they all cancel out. There's no rotation, matrices, quaternions, just simple trig. It's fairly easy to visualize. How fast? I'm using an i7 7700 2017 processor. It's 7 years old now. Liberty Basic will do 17,000 iterations per second. Python will do north of 400,000 iterations per second, and C will do north of 3 million iterations per second. All I need is 60 to get me 1/4 arc second tracking. So it's way more than fast enough. I have full sky coverage with the algorithm, 0 to 90 altitude and 0 to 360 azimuth. Now, Steve, when he did his 3-axis program, he couldn't solve it. He tried and couldn't solve it just using Euler angles. And so he ended up going to quaternion mathematics. But he can't drop down below 1 degree altitude. Not that you would ever really need to, but without his equations blowing up. And it turns out the guy that wrote the book for quaternions his wife was best friend with my friend Stuart's wife. Jack Coupier is his name, a retired professor. And so Steve and him talked on the phone and worked it out, and that's how that came to be. This is the next 3 slides are a Python program. So people can copy it in the future and run it if they wish. Very basic. It starts out with where the azimuths and altitudes you want the telescope to start from. And well, to go to, I start mine at zenith. The next thing we do is just test for special cases. The special cases are 0, 180 degrees azimuth and 90 degrees altitude, because in those special cases, there's no upper triangle. There's just a section of great circle. If you try to solve a triangle in that, you're just going to get a division by 0. So that's why it's up first. And if those are true, then we set that to 1. And if it's not, then special case is 0, which we can then solve side A and angle S, and then move on to the important parts where it's just, is it east or west? The pointer's defined. And we go to our next section, and there's 8 if statements here. 4 of them are for the 0, 90, 180, and 270 degrees. And they're just assignments. There's no mathematics to be done there. And a user will probably never hit one of those in their lifetime. Using floating point mathematics and hitting an exact 0 or an exact 90 is slim to none. But they're there just in case. Let's say if that pointer is in between 12 and 3 o'clock, that'd be the first section up here. It's only going to do one of these. And you'll see it, R is solved. A2, side R, and then A1. And because that pointer is pointing up from the chart we just saw, we know that both A1 and A2 are greater than 90 degrees. So when we solve that bottom triangle, we take 180 and remove that part. So it's 180 minus what we solved. And if the angles are down, just the opposite. A1 equal A1. So but if it's between 90 and 180, that would be down, say, pointing at 430. A1 is just equal to A1, but A2 is going to be 180 minus. And that's where the confusion set in for me for a long time, because sometimes they would agree and sometimes they wouldn't. But it turns out using that chart, and that's it. Because the offsets can be greater than 360 on A3, we have to keep those in bounds with these two. And then you just print out the result. It works incredibly easy. Any questions on the math or how I got here? I know it's kind of convoluted. Tacky said it was convoluted.
Questions here.
What's that?
Take some time to study it all.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest, so I don't think there's any questions.
Yeah, there is a lot to digest. I'm sorry I couldn't even put it simpler than it is, but in all reality, all we're going to do is solve for a pointer. It's going to go through the algorithm, which is defined by that chart, and spits out the answer. It's incredibly easy once you take a look. Give yourself 30 minutes, you'll figure it out. It took a long time to get here, and it's unreasonably simple. Now, for visual use, the telescope really lacks nothing. It works extremely well. It does everything I want it to do. But for precision tracking, if I was going to do imaging, there's a lot to be desired. I should state here that I have very little interest in being an astrophotographer. I'll sketch all night long. But taking a picture of a comet would be terrific, a Milky Way too, and maybe the moon. So I'm sitting on the fence on how far I should take the precision path. But if I was to go that way, I would need 2 servo 2s or 2 force 1s or one of each, 3 high resolution coders, 3 new precision worm gears or direct drive motors, mini bearing upgrades and machining operations. And it's a 6-inch scope, and I'm not terribly interested in taking pictures. So I'm not sure that's the route I'm going to go. There is room for an 8-inch CDK with a Naismith focus, though, if I was going to go that way. So now I just need to increase precision because there are deficiencies in the mount that I really want to address. I want to use what I already have. I got to build a worm gear jig with high precision lathe headstock spindle bearings. So there's no play. Got to make the 3 480 tooth worm gears, including the large one for the horseshoe. I want to get gearless Pitman motors and have those 3.2 to 1 belt driven to get rid of all the backlash. And the worm gears too also have anti-backlash systems, and I'll show that shortly. I'll take the bearings out of the worm gear jig after I finish those, and I'll use those up on the OTA. That way I can get two things done for the price of one. I may or may not replace the azimuth bearing. I have to add error correction to control software, and I don't know where to begin on that. Now, Point XP is wonderful. I have no idea how it's put together, though. I'll have to figure out what I can. I need to add an alignment algorithm. That's just standard Alt-Az, because the telescope can be an Alt-Az. I can align it that way simply enough. I need to add satellite tracking using TLE data, and that's just cut and paste. Python has that already online. Well, the biggest thing I want to do, though, is port this all to a Raspberry Pi with a touchscreen. So I don't want any cables or computer or any of that. I just want to touch my screen, have it go. A little bit about the mount. Using 1/4 second arc resolution, I have 6,718,464,000,000 unique positions, all covered by three equations. I find that incredible. Because the mount can rotate around a fixed point at any altitude, it may be easier to model the mount errors. I mean, I can do an artificial star, say at 20, 40, 60 degrees. I have a nephew that does cell phone towers, so I'll get him to put them up on there for me. There are two alt-azimuths in the mount, the as horseshoe and the as OTA. And maybe I can combine those two to help me model the errors. And if I had it to do over again, or if I'm going to go to the precision mount, I would do this. I would carve a channel in the slot, add my wire, and then add a hardened steel roller with a V. Two of them, both of them on one horseshoe. The other ones would just ride flat on the. And that way it's trapped to deal with the precision. And here's a question for Dan, if he's in the room. Can you make a partial direct drive motor?
Yes.
That was a yes?
That's right. He said yes. I'm surprised.
Here the picture shows, just these are the coils, and the horseshoes would contain the magnets. So, all right, that's a good thing to know. That makes me very happy.
You have to, if the magnets are moving like normally they are, that would be the rotor. Then you need a lot more magnets than you need coils.
I couldn't quite catch that.
Yeah, he's stepping closer to the microphone.
So normally, the magnets turn and the coils are stationary relative to each other.
Yes.
You'll need a lot more magnets than coils.
Yes. I'll have magnets across the whole horseshoe. Okay, worm gear centering shaft. Now, on my telescope, the worms don't fit the shafts exactly. Of course, they're plastic. And so I've given this a lot of thought and how to really properly center a worm gear with precision. And so I came up with this idea. It's just to mill away slightly more than half of the shaft at the, let's say the inside bore of a worm gear is 2 inches. You want a 2-inch worm gear shaft here. Now you could press fit the worm gear onto it, but you're going to have a terrible time getting it off. And it's galling and damage can occur. So if I cut off slightly more than half of that shaft and I leave this boss here with a set screw, I can precisely put that worm gear on here. And I need this because I have to make 3 worm gears. And so I need to be able to put them on and take them off 3 separate times. And and if that works, then I'll use the same thing on the telescope itself. And that way I can exactly center a worm gear on its shaft. Now, if I was going to go full on precision mount. I have an excellent 13-inch f9 corrected RC design for Naismith Focus that Doug Miller did for me many years ago. And it has a flat field with a 2x2 flat focal plane. Extremely good design. And this is to scale. And that would be the way I go. The horseshoes on this would be 24 inches. So basically, the horseshoes are double the size of your primary mirror for scaling up. So you're not going to scale very far without getting ridiculous. So 3-axis telescopes are limited. And there's a reason the big boys use alt-azimuth. Here's the anti-backlash system. I use 2 worms. One drives the worm gear. The other one simply adds pressure to the other side. You can think of it if you held a second worm and put it on the gear somewhere and gave it a shove. You would run out of room fairly quickly, but you would take all the play out of it. But here, using the 2 angled gears up here with a little play in between, I can maintain it because they both spin at the same rate in the same direction. So I have the exact same spring force against that gear all the time. So I'll have 0 backlash. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I expected more questions.
Hey, Tracy,
Yes, sir.
can you show us some videos that you emailed me? They were very, very cool.
Sure. How about I just get out of share mode here and I'll just fire up the telescope.
Okay.
That'd be better.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see how I can do this without messing everything up. How do I get out of Zoom without dropping Zoom?
Stop share.
Stop share. Here we go. All right. There I am. I don't know if you can see me full screen or not. Maybe. Telescope behind me.
There we go. Yeah.
Let me turn on my batteries. Here we go. And we hit run. Let me back that up. Can you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. And then let me hit go to and we'll do a little field rotation. I'll bring up here about 45.
So are you running this from your laptop?
I'm running it from the no, from the computer I'm using. Here we go. All right, let me exit out of here. Now, I don't know if I could share a video or not. Where would I have those videos? Easy way to get to YouTube, maybe? I don't know where I have them stored, actually. Yeah. Anyway, that's how it moves. It works in
I would say when you find your YouTube videos,
Mhm.
you could just send those links to me and I will send those out to everyone.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we can do it that way.
Sure. And if anybody wants to see, just go to my YouTube channel. Just type in 3-axis telescopes on YouTube. It'll take you to my channel.
Okay, there you go. All
Okay.
right.
How are we doing on time?
So we're at 12:31. So I think it's time for questions.
Sure.
There's several in chat. But I have a question right off the bat.
Okay.
What was your motivation for this project? Because you went through an enormous amount of learning curves. You went back to college. You did, I mean, an amazing amount of intellectual and physical work here. What was your motivation behind all this?
I'm a telescope nut.
Oh, okay. I get it.
It challenged me. It certainly took me out of my safe place. So,
Okay. All right. Well, that's a great answer. Okay, let's see what we have in chat. Okay. Okay, see, John has just a comment. The early 48-inch U.S. Air Force telescope housed at Cloudcroft, New Mexico, was another 3-axis mounting. It was a pretty long focus Newtonian and originally carried a human being the detector. Wow, that sounds fun. It was eventually relocated to Table Mountain in California, but it was not successful there and it was soon sold as surplus. Wow.
So the reason for that scope is that if you align 2 axes ahead of time, you can track the satellite with a single axis movement. That was back in the film days. You might remember Cold War when we were ducking under desks because of the Russian surprise nuclear attack. That was all about dealing with that.
Wow. Okay. Wow. So Alex is out there wanting to ask a question. So Alex, go ahead and ask your question.
Sure. So Tracy, I just want to say I totally agree with you. I think this is one of the most beautiful telescopes I've seen. And I know there's a couple Cloudy Nights forum users kind of lamenting the depth of your website, C2 Optical. So I was just wondering, is YouTube probably the best way to keep track of your work on this?
yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
And now that I have all my algorithms and everything the way I want them, I can get into much better stuff here shortly. Tracking the satellites, top of the list.
Okay, and Cindy asked, out in the field, do you run your scope from a laptop?
I do.
Okay.
And that's why I really, really want a Raspberry Pi, because I'm chasing them with cables, right? I'm worried about cable wrap and all of that. And I want it completely untethered.
Okay. All right. Any more questions here? If you have a time to digest the mathematics yet?
Hey, could you go back and repeat all those equations for us?
I could.
Well, I don't think we have the time. I think Dan is just kidding because he's one of the people here who would understand that, along with several others. Me, no, but I'm very impressed by the amount of work you put into this. I mean, I get being a telescope nut and putting a lot of work into something. And I agree, the blue that you chose for your instrument is absolutely stunning. That's a great color for pretty much any telescope. And you're happy with where it is for now, although you know there's things you want to improve, which just reinforces again your telescope nut.
Yes, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to be where I'm at and have met all the people that I've met. This has been a fantastic hobby. I couldn't think of a better one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of agreement on that point.
Is that color anodizing or paint?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, anodizing.
Okay, so any questions out in Zoom land? Okay, well, that takes us to our lunch break. Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Tracy, this is and I'm really glad that you were able to present this here. If I remember right, we the agenda was already full last year and we couldn't fit you in with this. Maybe I'm remembering something else, but
I wasn't ready.
yeah, and you weren't ready. Okay, so anyway, so this is great. This is exactly the kind of thing that the Altaz workshop was founded on. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'm going to pause the recording now.
Okay.
we will be back online with Mel's presentation at 1:30, which is a little less than an hour from now. So we can all have a lunch.
That would be terrific. One more thing before I leave. If you look over behind the telescope, you'll see a truss. And there will be more of that in the future.
Oh, okay.
Collapsible truss.
Okay. All right. We are anticipating that sometime in the future.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Howard.
Good lunch, everybody. And thank you again, Tracy.
All right. Bye-bye.
Unpause the recording, so we're good there. And a reminder to everyone, please turn off your microphones. The only person whose microphone we should hear is the presenter. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Bob. And it looks like everyone else is good. So, all right. So our next presenter is Mel Bartels. He is one of those people in our hobby who needs no introduction, so I'm not going to introduce him. We'll just get right to his presentation. So I'm going to bring up his deck. And we'll get going. Okay, now it looks good. All right, take it away, Mel.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Mel Bartels. You're going to hear some thoughtful crunching sounds from the crowd because we're just finishing up lunch. I have 4 rabbit holes today that I've been going down this last year, the 16-inch, which those of you who are here in person can see over here, next to Rob Brown's 16-inch, quite a contrast to telescopes and thinking. Then a little bit about some improvements and results from my 30-inch, my new Ronchi software nulling and thinning calculator, and then finally the pan mount that I'm working on, you can see in front of you. So to advance, there we go. So I love the 16-inch scope. It is just a perfect compromise between aperture and portability. It folds up and fits into a back corner of the car. It's lightweight. It unfurls in moments. The mirror is just 3/8 of an inch thick. So there's no concept of thermal equilibrium. It's always ready to observe with great star images. You'll see that I use this J design, which is the altitude bearing, becomes the optical tube assembly. So here's 16-inch telescopes through history. This first one is a 16-inch made in Portland, 1916. They're making big scopes back then. The latter, though, is not pictured. The middle picture is the 16-inch in the pre-Dobsonian era. Couple, 3, 4 people there getting it put together. And then down on the right is the first standard Dobsonian design, where the mirror is from a 16-inch porthole, and this was popularized in Richard Berry's telescope making magazine. And now we've evolved to this. So, story is, back in the 70s, the Northwest region of the Astronomical League was the organizing entity around here, and Golden Dale Observatory had just been built. So we had Northwest conventions, which were a series of talks and observing at the observatory. And I remember looking through this black 10-inch at Alberio, and it was the weirdest thing. Something was wrong with the telescope because Alberio didn't move. And I kept reaching up to it and trying to, no, don't touch it, it's still centered. Something was not right with that telescope. Months and months later, I see in Sky and Tell, it's Olver's equatorial platform, maybe the first one made in the country. And first I couldn't figure out how it worked, but then Richard Berry actually had an excellent article in Astronomy magazine, I think, on how to design them and how they work. But you know, he wasn't there to talk about it to me, and it was in the dark. And that was the first thought I had about this idea of a telescope walkabout. So when I was also there, I had my 10-inch f5, and it was soon to be featured in Sky and Tell, and I was very proudly aligning the scope. I mean, I was aligning it. I mean, I was spit polishing aligning too. I mean, that is an advanced technique you don't hear very often. And this well-known telescope builder comes up and he goes, "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm aligning and collimating my telescope." And he goes, "Well, if you just build it right the first time, you wouldn't have to bother." And turned around and walked away. He meant it in a good way. And I went over and looked at his scope. He had no adjustments. I've always kept that in the back of my mind. So many years later, I think I've evolved to the point of where I can build a telescope without adjustments, because I have learned that every adjustment you build in becomes an adjustment that goes out of adjustment, maladjusted, that you then have to get back in. Usually when it's dark and you're wasting observing hours. And need I say more? So the 16-inch there, you can see in the left, has no adjustments on the diagonal, because I have observed over time that it's usually the secondary that goes out of adjustment, not the primary. So how do I do it? Well, I build the alignment into the scope. So you can see in the middle picture there, the focuser, when I put a laser in there, is aimed at the target down there in the lower right. And then I have a jig that holds the diagonal that I carefully align. Then I put the wires in and I align the primary, and I haven't adjusted to 16 since I built it 2.5 years ago. Even after I silvered the mirror a few months ago, I put it back in perfectly in line. So I just don't worry about it. And, you know, at my age, I'm just looking for perfection under the sky. Is that too much to ask? And all these nagging stuff that I used to put up with, or even feel proud that I was doing something like aligning, it just becomes a nuisance. So being able to have the confidence that I can go look through the eyepiece and the star image is just great is just wonderful, because then all that gets out of the way and I can concentrate on doing what I want to do, which is look at the sky. And then you can see the design there folded up on the lower right. All right, so how do I observe with the 16? Well, I use it in conjunction with my other scopes. So I recently became aware through an article by Scott Harrington about the Zeta Ophiuchi nebula and shockwave. The nebula is popularly photographed now in these H alpha shots that you see, and there's that kind of giant red nebula there in the bottom of Ophiuchus. But there's a shockwave too, and I was astonished that right off the bat I could see it in a 30-inch. But if you look to the upper left and lower right, you see this broad nebulosity, untraceable in the 30-inch, just too big. So the next night, the 16-inch comes up, and see if this mouse cursor works. Can you see that on the screen? I think you can, because if you're seeing it here.
Yes.
Okay, great. So see these 3 stars over here? That's these 3 stars right here. So that's how I use the 16 with the 30. And sure enough, I could see these broad bands, and I could see the structure to it too. So in preparation for this talk, I dug out a broadband digital image of the nebula, and I'm happy to confirm that my sketch shows that this person did take a proper digital image of this nebula. Yes, good for them. So I say that because I don't think digital images are largely representative of what I see through the eyepiece. They typically don't do enough luminance, and they're processing for preconceived notions in their heads, and they come up with these images, which can be quite astounding and are eye-arresting. But unless 2 exceptions, it's a broadband image, and all they did was simple logarithmic stretching, because then that matches the eye's view. And so I think that's what happened here. So for example, here is Barnard's Galaxy, a couple of sketches I made 7 or 8 years ago through the 6-inch and 10-inch. And in preparation for this talk, I came across this deep CCD image, dozens of hours of luminance, I believe, by Gilmore Dixon on cloudy nights. And yeah, I can confirm that his digital image is accurate. So this is the other exception, someone who's actually exposed long enough and processed the image to not blacken out the sky background and clip it to where we can match up with what we see with the eye. Now, the digital image has detail that is hopelessly beyond what I can see through my scopes. So what I do here is I squint with my eye until that detail disappears. And then you can see, I think, a remarkable similarity between that and my sketches. So just for the note, everyone here has finished eating and they're all squinting furiously. So that is a really beautiful view of the integrated flux nebula through there. And in preparation for this talk, I thought, you know, I should go back there because those streaks must go on and must be part of a gigantic object. Well, not so much, but it is a wonderful area because those streaks end in these blobs. And this is what it looks like through the 16-inch Barnard's galaxy and the ghost of Barnard's, which is almost as bright as a galaxy.
Can you put your mouse on Barnard's?
Here's Barnard's, and here's the ghost. But yeah, you can see these streaks, and with the larger field of view of the 16, 2 degrees, I can see that it ends in these blobs of nebulosity. So I think that's cool, and that's how I'm using the 16. So it begs the question, is there an easy way to understand the limits of visual observing? So I came across this paper where it stated that the eye's background noise is 26 magnitudes per square arc second. And I thought, you know what? The faintest sharpless, the faintest IFN I have seen are somewhere around 26, maybe 26 and a half, 27. It's hard to know exactly, but I thought, well, you know, maybe there's something there. So for us to get into it, maybe you'll indulge me for just a moment to talk about magnitude and surface brightness. So we have a good anchoring. So here's the Andromeda Galaxy. That's a sketch through the 30-inch over a number of nights. And Andromeda has integrated magnitude according to the catalog of 3.4. It's 3 by 1 degree in size, although in the telescope it actually looks bigger than that. And if you take all that light, 3.4 magnitudes, and you spread it over all those countless tiny, tiny little square arc seconds, you get this astounding surface brightness of 22 magnitudes per square arc seconds, which is like a really amazing number. And in fact, the IC342, well-known difficult face-on spiral, 8.4 magnitude surface brightness, almost 24. So what the heck do I mean by all these numbers? So I drew this out because I wanted to illustrate that the eye works logarithmically. So it works if we think of scales that do the same. This started with Hipparchus 2,200 years ago, and he was quite the amazing human. He, as far as we know, came up with the first star catalog. He grouped stars roughly by brightness. Stars, the brightest ones were a first rank, and the dimmest ones were a fifth or sixth rank. He founded trigonometry, which we just had a healthy dose of spherical trig. And it is thought that perhaps he saw a supernova, speculated. And heck, at this point in my life, I would rather see the supernova than found a new genre of math. But he did all of that. So Ptolemy came on a little bit after that, came up with the word magnitude, and more formally divided it into 6 categories, which we now know, experts tell us, is the human optimal number of categories that we like to see. But it wasn't until 1850 when Pogston put the magnitude scale on a firm mathematical footing where each level is about 2.5 times dimmer than the previous one. So it leads to this weird thing where between the 5th and 6th magnitude, you see that 5th magnitude is 40 times dimmer, 6th magnitude is 100 times dimmer. Don't you think that this should be like way down below off the chart, but it's logarithmic. And that's how the eye works. And that's how we can see this presentation in bright daylight and then still go out and see stuff down to 26 magnitude per square arc second. Okay, so if you combine all that light into a point, let me back up. Right. Hold on, here we go. Andromeda is, where's my mouse cursor? Right here. Right in the middle, 3.4 magnitude. But what would happen if Andromeda moved twice as far away, like down here in the lower right? Well, we know that if it's twice as far away, it'll be 4 times dimmer, square the distance, in magnitudes, which is logarithmic, it adds 1.5 magnitudes. So now we're down to 4.8 magnitude or near the bottom of that magnitude scale. So distance matters. But do you see what happened to Andromeda when we moved it twice away? I mean, did you see it got twice as small? I mean, everyone should be nodding.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob. And so if it's twice as small, twice as width and height, that's 1/4 the area, right? But it dimmed by 1/4. Surface brightness didn't change. I think that's astounding. What the heck? Well, surely through a telescope, we can wrestle this one and bump that light up. Well, let's see here. So this is a 16-inch. So I have all this light coming in, this blue circle over here, 16 inches aperture. And I shrink it down to my exit pupil, which is 1/3 of an inch. And by golly, that's a 50-to-1 ratio, or by area, 50 times 50 is 2,500, right? And that's 8.5 magnitudes. Wow. But, oh, the 2-degree field of view has now expanded to a 100-degree field of view, which is the definition of magnification. 50 power is the lowest in the 16-inch. As 50 times 50 is 2,500, 8.5 magnitudes, and I'm back to where I started. So that, to me, if the other was astounding, this is like astounding squared. How can it be that the surface brightness doesn't increase? But there you are. And in fact, it's a conservation of N2 or light throughput that does that. So I come up with this easier understanding, which is basically anything with a surface brightness of 26 or fainter, not visible. If you go a couple more magnitudes to about 24, it's visible, but not startling. And if you do brighter than that, it's pretty easily visible. But notice that the lines slant down. That's because of light pollution. So for every magnitude of light pollution that you lose a magnitude roughly of following this. And I compute, my understanding, there's 90 million rods in the eye that comprise night vision. And when you compute, you need something about 3 degrees apparent size. That's 150 rods by 150 rods. They have to fire off a little bit more signal than the background, and then we can consciously become aware of that object. And that, to me, is amazing. And I think the eye is an incredible sensor. So to show you how sensitive light pollution affects this is some IFN around Messier 64, Galaxy, and Leo, right? And you can see here, 21.1. Boy, you pump that up to 21.4 skies and see how much more you can see. So as it turns out, the brighter IFN, the brighter sharpless are right around that 24 magnitude boundary. Here we go. We're at SQM readings of 19, and then we go to 20, and you can see that it's a ring. But when you get to, what was this one here, 21.4, wow, the sharpless 308 is an amazing object. And Lauren, this was done with your 13-inch. All right, so any quick questions or comments then on a 16-inch? Next rabbit hole, 30-inch. So oh, that's the drawing of the Ring Nebula as it looks through the 30-inch. Did you know there's an IFN by there? Rob does. He had the audacity to come to my place, look through his 16-inch, and go, well, I've been noticing this nebulosity on the left side of the ring. And I was like, but not on the right side? It goes, oh, no, it's on the left side. So it's like, well, he found a new part of the IFN, and it's like, oh, if I just looked a little wider than this, I would have seen it. So much of this is based on where our attention in the field is. Okay, so here's the problem with the 30-inch. It's really thin, it equalizes really quick. That's the problem. It's too sensitive. It's like driving. Well, so Robert this morning was talking about these wonderful controls. So when you put them on hypersensitivity and you touch one and your airplane goes woof, it's like, it's too sensitive. And that's the problem with these thin meniscus mirrors in the larger sizes. The front of the mirror cools down just a tiny bit because the glass is so thin, it shrinks in, and now the mirror begins to look overcorrected. About an hour or so is what I get on my 30-inch before it begins to bother me. So I turn on the fan in the back of the mirror, supposed to cool down the backside, right? It makes it worse. Yeah, so Jerry's cockiness said. And why do you think that is, Jerry?
Haven't got a clue in the 30 seconds you're gonna give me.
So here's an idea. It feels cold up here. It feels warm down here.
Oh, so you're blowing warm air.
Yes.
Off the back of the mirror.
At a mirror that's already cooled down, but not quite on the back side. And it's, yeah, it made it worse. And it's like, ah. So I saw this. Oh, yeah.
Is the front side radiating too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And as Rob Brown so astutely from his perspective pedestal points out, silver coatings lose the light faster, right?
Slower.
Well, slower. Oh, it would be even worse if it weren't silvered.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. All right. So I thought, having seen this wonderful Mike Lockwood video where he puts 4 corner fans and the mirror just comes right around really rapidly. Well, if that's good for, you know, this, what I call fat mirrors, maybe it would be good for a thin mirror. And I installed these 4 fans. So you can see that they're aimed off center across the face of the mirror. So this one blows air this way. This one blows air that way. There's 2 more up there. You can put your hand in there and they make this gentle flow of air. And these are just tiny little CPU fans. And so it begins to overcorrect a little bit. I turn on the button switch, which is in the back of the scope, and we'll wait for the railroad to go by. I know as soon as I talk, it's going to whistle again. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So I come back to the eyepiece and I take a look and I can see an immediate effect. It's amazing how quickly these thin mirrors react. 3 minutes later, I'm looking at the clock. 3 minutes later, the mirror is restored back to its proper correction. Amazing. And it sharpens the view. If you ever seen airy discs with fractions of super faint rings around bright stars, you get that kind of what I call diffraction view, you know, where you begin to kind of see that at high power. That's what I was getting with a 30-inch with these 4 little fans. Oh, and so the last thing is, where's the mirror over here? Is this the mirror? Is this the mirror? Is this the mirror?
I know.
Is this one right here?
The one with the swing on the end.
Yes, well, no. You cheated. You're supposed to look at the reflection. So these silvered coatings are amazing. Okay, so some observations. Nothing at the national treasure level of Howard or the incredibly skilled Cindy. My meager, even pathetic attempts. This is IC 1396, and this is the elephant's trunk right down here. It's just a tiny spot of this overall nebulosity, which is actually really beautiful to look at. This took me a couple nights to do, but it's just a wonderful area. So the Aquarius dwarf galaxy, the IFN next to it is almost as bright. But you know, the weird thing is, I would like more people to look at this because the IFN seems to have a different color or texture or something's different about it, or the galaxy is different. So I would like to explore that more because it's a definite visual impression. Sprites of the small Sagittarius star cloud. So Ray Falls, who's been out looking for these O3 objects, came across this. So I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. So I spent multiple nights on it, and this is as best as I could do. Oh, the red band across here, I could see that right off the bat. With great difficulty, I could see a little bit in here, but I could not see these extensions all the way out. So maybe I need a bigger scope or a better knife. The Draco triplet is one of the most wonderful sights in the sky because these galaxies are giant in the field of view, and there's IFN around them, galactic cirrus. Oh, and then it's, sorry.
Mouse, stop. There we go. Okay, and see all those little fuzzy spots around there? Those are galaxies. They're just all over the place in a 30-inch, and that's really cool. Okay. So this is what the IFN around M13 looks like on a night of 21.8 with a 30-inch. And the stars in M13 were steady. And I could see that there was this background glow of super faint stars that made M13 look much bigger than it normally does. And that I could see that in smaller scopes with less skies, that what I was really seeing was just the brighter stars at M13, and there's a whole canopy of fainter stars around it that made M13, for once, worth to look at in my mind after having seen Omega Centauri in a big scope and having it ruined me. So the funny, what I thought was interesting was that Yuli Gahn from Germany emailed me and said, well, that's great, because I have a sketch of M13 with the IFN in my 6-inch. And I could see that I had a triangular top to it. So I go, oh, in a 6-inch? Okay. I just took a 30-inch to see it. But what he can't see is that these are actually separated out into other bands. The Propeller Nebula, finally got around to seeing that. Okay, so Dr. Lewis, who created Plop, the mirror cell software, posted an analysis recently where he said he wanted to know how bending went with diameter and with thickness. So I circled, and it looks like diameter goes to 3.7 power, and thickness goes to 1.9 power. So we know from our early engineering 101 days that bending is computed as diameter of the 4th power divided by square of the thickness. So, you know, all these discussions that go on, usually by people who have fat mirrors, about bending. And I once got an email where someone castigated me because my mirror cell was calculated to have 100th wave deformation, and that was clearly unacceptable in his world. And I thought, okay, but they're talking about the wrong thing, in my opinion. They should be talking about the diameter in the mirror and not the thickness. Somehow we got off on the thickness, but we're not seeing the scaling factor of the glass. And if you look at the 30-inchers that Howard and I have, if you compare it to a standard thickness 6-inch, we're 30 times more bendy. But John Dobson's 24-inch that started the Dobsonian era, 26,000 times more bendy. It's kind of the same bending. And he just used an 18-point support on his. He just determined empirically. He used Hubble's old equal area formula. And we use 18-point, at least I do in mine, and it's good enough. And yeah, so I thought this is really interesting. Somehow we've gotten off on the thinness, and we should be talking about the scaling factor. So the way I look at it is that, very roughly speaking, whether you have 3 points on a 10-inch or 6 points on a 16-inch or 18 points on a 30-inch, it roughly comes to a support point every 35 square inches. If you just do that, you're good to go. Just remember that rule, somewhere a little over 30.
So that formula is telling me the larger the sagitta, the better.
Right. So one thing that this bending formula doesn't take into account is sagitta. So if these bending numbers are based on me taking into account sagitta, where I kind of do an average thickness of flat mirrors. Oh, by the way, I should mention on a 16-inch. So Rob Brown got me in on this deal to get this slumped mirror from Displays Optical Technologies Incorporated, Dottie in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the owner or CEO is someone has a long time interest in amateur. Is that fair to say?
At least a curiosity.
Curiosity.
Yeah, and a desire to support us.
Right. So he was willing to slump, but it had to be predicated on the molds he had, because he wasn't going to go make a new mold. That's thousands of dollars. And so, well, he had one for 48-inch focal length. So can he slap some 16 inchers? Yeah, we can put some 16s on there, but it's only 1/2 inch thick. So as far as I was concerned, hey, that's great. But you know, when you get that half-inch glass and you grind it down to 3/8, it's really thin. And it's so lightweight, it's just over 7 pounds. It's like, hey, let's play frisbee with this mirror, 16-inch mirror. And
Hey, does it fly better upside down or?
so do you ever watch Fear Factor? Yeah, so throwing a 16-inch mirror, that's a lot of Fear Factor. I have flipped it up and caught it, just because it's so lightweight. But so Tom Otvos, with his 14-inch f2.6 thin mirror, parabolized it using a standard extreme W strokes. And I didn't think that was possible. So I thought I would experiment on a 16, and I tried it, and it worked just great. I just went right to the parabola. It was wonderful. It was just done right on the spot. Reminds me of one time in a mirror making class in Eugene, where Jacob, a brand new mirror maker, was working on a 16-inch. And after he had it polished out, he started parabolizing it. After about 20 minutes, he came to us and said, well, I'm tired. Why don't you test it? And Jerry and I were like, 20 minutes? See, Jerry's reaction right there. Oh, yeah. So we put it up there and we look at it and we go, don't you touch that mirror. It is a finished mirror. And it was a good mirror. So David goes, how did you do that? And we go, we don't know either, but don't touch the mirror. So for every story of hardship and disaster of which you're going to hear tomorrow, there's a story of success and wonderfulness too. Anyhow, that was a story on the 16th. Okay, so any quick questions or comments? Okay, onto the Ronchi calculator. So it occurred to me one night that all my software that calculates the bin, the curves, I could reverse that mathematically, and I didn't have to found spherical trigonometry to know that. And I pasted an image of a properly finished mirror. The result should be straight bands, and wouldn't that be easier to judge? And then I thought further, you know, people have been doing all sorts of edge detection algorithms, and the thinning algorithm is just a couple lines of code. I whipped it in there. It all worked perfectly the first time, and this is what you get. I want to talk about this for just a moment because it's counterintuitive. So you see the top one where it's taken further closer to the mirror inside what we call the radius of curvature, and you see how the bands spout out at the center. So do you think that's more sensitive in the center or at the edge? And I wouldn't ask this question unless you knew the answer was going to be opposite what you think.
I think it's in the center.
You would, but once I deparabolize it, okay, so here we go. Here's 25% zone, 50% zone, 75% zone. 25. Oh, 25. Thank you, Rob. That was quick. Okay, I'm on notice, huh? 25, 50, 75. So when you deparabolize it, this one here is actually expanding the edge like crazy and is making the edge super sensitive. And I have discovered recently, as I believe you will hear from Rob tomorrow, that if you want sensitivity in the center of your mirror, you need to bunch the Ronchi bands together. So 25, 50, 75, right? 25, 50, and 75 is almost at the edge. So the center here becomes super sensitive. And I wouldn't have thought that until I discovered my mirror had a unfinished high center. So kind of like what you might hear tomorrow. There's much shaking of heads up and down. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so a new test, ideally in my mind, should present you with more information and create a puzzle. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, before I get to that, that's right. Let me just show you how it works. Okay, so here we have the 16-inch. You put in the mirror diameter, the grading in the same unit of measurement. Doesn't matter if it's inches and millimeters, as long as you do the consistently. Then you put in whatever makes sense to you, the focal ratio, focal length, or radius of curvature. And then you hit the button and you go and you get this. This is actually the straightened bands computed from this. And so when I post the 16-inch Ronchigram in there, I get this. And you'll see that it's a little distorted. I don't quite have the bands lined up right. And so you adjust the grading offset back and forth and you get this. And so you can see that the bands are pretty straight. And if you thin them, you get that. So there's two problems with this image. So go for it. Tell me what is, just scrutinize it and just tell me how horrible this mirror is.
Looks pretty good to me.
No, it's not. Rob, what's not to like here?
Well, you're putting me on the spot for sure. I detect a little bit of astigmatism, probably due to how the mirror was set up. Yeah.
Right? So let me stop you right there before you go on to the next defect. Okay, so yeah, I didn't get the mirror in the sling quite right, and you can see some sling deformation here. I couldn't see it before, but you can see it now. Okay, continue on. What overall defect? Not in the mirror, but in the test. Maybe I'll give you that.
Find the bands at the edge.
So see, well, yes, but see how they're too fat or too wide up here, kind of too narrow down here. So I had the grading tilted. Right. So this test will detect that.
I think that's what I meant by my astigmatism comment. I didn't, that's grading tilts?
Yeah.
Oh,
Would that have been helpful for you to know that before you finish the 16? Well, so you put the mirror back in and you turn it 60 degrees and you look again and you go, it's still off. So anyhow, how sensitive is this?
So you're saying this.
Yeah, I'm saying, what I'm saying is that the grading is not face on to the mirror. That the top of the grading was further away from the mirror than the bottom of the grading was. Remember, we're talking f2.9 mirror, 16-inch, so maybe a couple 10,000ths of an inch. So, one hand Aronki is wonderful. You just get it aligned, you take your smartphone up there, you take the picture. Watch out for smartphone distortion though, because you better get it centered and keep it relatively small. Otherwise, you're going to see stuff from the smartphone that shows up now. Can surprise you for a while. So how sensitive is it? Here's the 1/5 wavefront error, and you can see that you can detect 1/5, and you can easily detect half of that, and that's more than accurate enough for me. All right, so I started to allude to the slide a couple of slides too early to teach us something. So I can resolve tiny errors now. Great. My previous mirrors test pretty good. I guess because I worked on smoothness overall. We'll wait for the truck to finish backing up here. Squeaky brakes. Okay. So we're talking about my previous mirrors tested really well, but it reveals a psychological defect in me because I got used to working on a mirror till I could not see any more defects, and now I can see them, and it frustrates the H out of me that I cannot fix every issue that I can see now. And that is really harsh to take. These errors are like a froth, you fix one and then it bubbles up somewhere else and you just can't get them all down. And so I've never really had to face when is good enough. I've always just made it as good as I can, but then it serves up a mystery. So you don't see this so much in finished mirrors, but when you make a mirror, you get it closer and closer, and pretty soon it's like, oh, let's go star test it and see. And you put it under the stars and you can see it has a snap focus and you go, yay, it focuses. And then you do the star test and you go, boo, it's a bad star test. Then you go back to the Ronki software and you can see mirror looks pretty good. The Mi-Lacroix criteria looks pretty good. The wavefront looks pretty good, but the star test looks pretty bad. So what the heck's going on? And that was a mystery. So after much thought, this is how I think the answer goes. So let us start with the graphic on the left-hand side, the so-called perfect mirror that I would like to make that I can't. And you see that the light rays all pass through a mythical point. but we know that when they come together, they actually form an airy disc with a ring or two around it. If you want to really see this beautifully, go make a mask for your big scope, do a 1-inch unobstructed off-axis mask and look at a bright star. And it'll be the most wonderful series of rings you've ever seen. It's just a wonderful view. So the Mille-Lacroix criteria say that, well, if the light rays pass geometrically through the airy disk, then the airy disk will be not materially different than what the perfect airy disk in rings would be. So you often see this is called slope test. Where's my mouse cursor? The idea is once the light rays pass through the airy disk diameter, and you can see that once they do here, and then they expand back out. So anywhere between these 2 points, the focus depth, the mirror will give a snap focus and will be sensibly acceptable. That's a perfect mirror. But before you get to that point, you're going to have, let's say, a high center, unfinished center. Now, if we look closely, if you bear with me, you can see the edge of the mirror still determines the focus depth, right? But the center focuses up a little high. Everyone see that okay? But look, the center still barely makes it through the airy disk. So this one is okay. You can see this as an uneven diagonal breakout in the star test. All right? So that would be okay. Now look over here. This is where the conundrum happens, where the star test looks bad, but the numbers look good. So here the center is focusing so far out that I have to move this inward focus depth where it first matches the airy disk diameter. I have to move it much closer to where the center focuses outward. Okay, so the focus depth is only half as much here. All right, everyone believe that? Okay, well, you're nodding, even if you don't, so that's very polite of you. So now think about when, well, I'll talk about as eye focus. So I look through the eyepiece and I see this disc of light, right? And I go, that's not focused. So I take the focuser and I move it to where it becomes a dot. Then I move it beyond where it becomes a little disc of light. Then I go, great. And I move it back through the dot, back to where it expands. I go back through the dot where it expands. Then I come back to the middle point. And then I check and make sure that there's no halo, that it's as tight as possible. And I call that focus. But what did I just do? That, which I don't know if you can look at me, but that ring of light that the out of focus, slightly out of focus star disk is, what does that edge of light represent? It's the edge of the mirror, right? So what I'm really doing is focusing the edge of the mirror. And this is a zillion times more on big fast mirrors than it is on solar mirrors. And you can see on the first example and the second example, it's all about focusing the edge. And that's what we do when we focus, or at least I do. And the reason that the third one is compromised is because when I try to focus the edge, the center is not focused. So the star test is not very good. But if you play numbers and you put your idealized Mille-Lacroix envelope right in the middle here, and you adjust your wavefront, you can actually make the mirror look pretty good. But when I focus it and I focus on the edge, the center looks bad. So that's my answer as to why I'm coming across mediocre star tests despite. And so I took a look, just kind of editorial comment, through every telescope making book I had, through every online article and graphic I could find, everyone floats the edge. And for these large fast mirrors, don't do that. You got to lock the edge in right at the perfect spot and then see where the rest of the mirror goes. And if it goes out of the Mille-Lacroix criteria, it's out of the criteria. You can't push it back down to try to get the center right because you come across this edge focus problem. So that's what I've learned from this test and why crappy star test mirrors can look good on paper, but not perform good, at least in my world. Okay, so that was some rapid thinking comments. Anyone care to argue vociferously? Pretend like we're having an online discussion?
There's a
Well,
web chat.
I lived and breathed that chart in red on the right there. And if I still think I'm closer to that than the one in the middle. So I'd like to pick your brain more on that offline. of course.
Okay.
But this is good.
Yeah, so Dan?
There's a chat up there.
Okay, sure. How do we see chat when we're sharing?
Very top of the screen,
Oh, there it is.
there's a red,
Oh, you moved the bar up there. And where's the mouse? There we go. Chat, 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 chat. Sky map of the IFN. No. So I began to make an sky map of the spring IFN because I wanted to see if there were large structures out there because it seemed like, well, first of all, there's a story here. So at the Oregon Star Party many, many years ago, I'm standing around with Chuck Desloff and a couple of other experienced observers. And we're talking about the beauty of the Milky Way with the unaided eye. Never mind that we have 20-inch and 24-inch scopes. We're sitting looking up there because it's all about the beauty, right? And Chuck and a couple of others say, well, no, you can see that the Milky Way stretches to Polaris and even beyond that. And I go, I didn't say anything because I couldn't see it. Well, I can barely see it now. And that extension is naked eye IFN. And I don't have the graphic here, but I was finally able to see that. There's one other IFN that I've seen. It's this gigantic circle below the handle of the Big Dipper that involves a whirlpool, goes all the way down to M106, back up. I've seen that structure. So you can see these IFN. So I was making this all sky map to see if there were like gigantic structures out there. And the more IFN I began to see, the more it just became speculated, like there's no structure that I can see that's really super large scale. So I kind of stopped updating that map. I have to get back here.
so, excuse me, Mel.
Yeah.
If I could ask a question. So how do you separate out these effects that you've just talked about from your figurine and from thermal effects?
Yeah. So if you know what the focus depth of an f3 mirror ought to be, you can tell that. The other way, oh, and I should say, oh, yeah, I forgot. So the whole point here is that the question comes up, and I had the question, and people have asked me, so how do you align your rockograms? Well, you align them out here at the edge. Not in the middle, not in the center, but you align them at the edge, and wherever the bands go, they go that way. Because you can align them in the middle, and then you're going to adjust the Lacroix criteria, and you'll get not a bad wavefront or ML number here. That I don't think is representative, particularly on large fast mirrors, of how that mirror is going to perform. I think it can fool you. So, so my long-winded answer to you is you take a rocketgram and you put it in here and you line it up on the edge and you go, that could be better. Or you look through the eyepiece of other f3 scopes and you see they have a deeper focus depth, which admittedly at f3 is not much, but it is at least a couple of breaths on the fine-tuning knob.
Yeah.
Okay, so start by aligning the edge. And this taught me that mirror making, at least mine, could actually start at a closer look at what it means to focus and mirror. So you have this mirror that's some wonderful number out there. What are your odds that you're going to put it right in the middle to where the mirror will perform at that rated number? Remember that Lacroix criteria is another way to look at that criteria is when does the every disk and bands deform to a quarter wavefront? So your mirror is if you're within that, but you just by chance end up on one edge of the focus zone, well, you've just added a quarter aberration to your mirror, this wonderful mirror that you paid all that money for. So you have to watch out for that. And I should mention there's a whole series of focus depths and arguments about them, but we'll just leave that alone. So, and then the focus depth is an interesting issue too. Now that you brought up the question, you can focus inward and your eye will compensate going to a near focus position. It's a little tiring, but you actually get a slightly magnified view. So what I do is I go in and then my last, not that my focusers rack out, but the last focuser movement is outward. And that puts my eye into the most distant viewing perspective. So my eye is most relaxed. But as you know, trust tubes shrink, mirrors change unless you have a zero expansion glass, and you got to refocus all over again. So, oh, I know, Howard, I can answer your question. Okay, so something I do in the STAR test is I put zonal masks on the mirror. So I create a mask to where just the middle 50% of the light comes through. And I put it on the mirror. So the outer annulus of the mirror is covered, right? I put it on there and then I look through the eyepiece at the STAR test. This is after I have the scope focused. And what do you think that center zone looks like? It looks like crap. It's not anywhere near focus. And you're sitting there ramping up. This is a huge exaggeration. Ramping up until the center focuses, which is way up. And you go like, no way is this mirror this bad. But that's what it is. Now you take that ring off and you go, yeah, nowhere close to the edge being focused. Nowhere close. So yeah, I should have remembered that. That's how I tell I'm stuck in this position, this third graphic here. Now, if I put that ring on there and the center looks, I could tweak it, but it still looks like a snap focus, then I'm in the second position. Thanks for the question. I forgot the whole point. Okay, so how are we doing on time? Okay, the pan mount, which you see here in front of me for the, yeah. So something like a dozen years ago, Jerry Oltion, Pierre Lemay, Tom Conklin, Chuck Lott, David Davis. Who else am I thinking of, Jerry? Okay, you people somehow took this ball scope pill, the red pill, right? And it was probably a perfectly spherical pill, right? Yeah, see? And they came up with this wonderful, over a few months, wonderful explosion of ball scope ideas with pseudoballs. And what was Chuck Lott's?
He just called it a skeletal ball.
Yeah, frameworks, ball scopes and so on. So I thought, I can't compete with these people. They're off. They took too many red pills. So I thought, well, I'm going to try and just take the ball because I knew like on my 30-inch. So there is an Oltion rule, which is you take the mirror's diameter, multiply it 1.5, and that's the smallest ball you can get for that mirror. Is that right?
Pretty much.
Okay, pretty much.
Put a lot of counterweight in it.
Yes, right. So on the 30-inch, that means a 4 to 5 foot ball, 150 pounds I computed with minimal fiberglass thickness, probably needs more. I need a 150 pound counterweight. I'm at 300 pounds, another 100 pounds for everything else. And that's just more I want to push around. I don't want to do that. So it's not like ball scopes are not wonderfully suited, but I cannot get that into my car and it's too much to push around. So I began thinking about how could I trim the ball down based on eyepiece angles. So this blue one here, that's Pierre Lemay's semi-hemispherical ball scope because he is saying that the eyepiece will never be on the other side of the tube. Did you have a question, Greg? You know, I've been going to the gym for the last couple of years, and I'll say my scopes have been a lot lighter. And so this one is predicated on cutting back the part because you're not going to put the eyepiece directly underneath the scope and look up.
Hey, Mel.
Pierre, do I hear your Pierre voice?
Yes, Mel, this is Pierre. How
Hi.
are you?
Good. How are you? How's Canada?
It's warm, very warm. Just a point, I've been seeing your description of my idea of cutting off the ball because the eyepiece is never going to be on the other side. The only thing I would correct in your drawing is that the eyepiece will be, you'd have to rotate the tube 90 degrees clockwise, and the eyepiece will always be kind of pointing up away from the big section of the sphere that's left. Right now you have it on the side, the eyepiece, but it should be turned upwards with the eyepiece pointing away from the large section which hasn't been cut off.
Okay.
And then you can rotate the tube sideways to observe the way you're pointing it now.
Okay. Well, and the other thing I should mention is that I believe, Pierre, that you offset the tube assembly so the mirror is pushed further back into the hemisphere.
No, what I do is the idea is that I cut away the, you can see it on my website. I explain why I did that, but I cut away the tube because it wasn't necessary. Like you said, the eyepiece will never, you'll never observe upside down, kind of breaking your back. You'll just rotate the tube to have the eyepiece in a comfortable position. So you never need that part of the hemisphere. So why have it? So just get rid of it. And what happens is this shifts the center of gravity of the hemisphere. It shifts the center of gravity towards the part that's still there. And on the other side, the eyepiece cluster, the finder scope, everything is then bringing the center of gravity around the optical axis back onto the optical axis. And that helps to balance the tube. If you didn't do that, you would have to add some more weight opposite the focuser at the bottom of the tube to balance the tube optically or around the optical axis. So that's a very clever way of reducing the weight considerably, because you're getting rid of some hemisphere and you're getting rid of the of those lead shots that people put to balance the scope around the optical axis. You don't need that. My 20-inch, like Jerry said, 1.5 is kind of the rule. My 20-inch has a 30-inch diameter hemisphere, and I just added 2 pounds of counterweight, but I basically have 8 pounds of counterweight down there, and that's it.
Oh.
And the mirror is a conical mirror, so it only weighs, it's a 20-inch, it only weighs about 32 pounds, and that's the main counterweight, plus maybe 6 pounds of, I just added some more stuff up there, so I added some 2 pounds of counterweight behind the mirror. But basically at 30-inch, if you're careful with a 32-pound mirror, you're basically don't need counterweights with an f4 mirror.
Right. Okay, well, that's really good to know.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Right.
So then if you institute the altitude axis, you can, down here in the final yellow one, get away with just a little thin strip. So in the middle of the night, who was it was saying that they go to bed to think of, that was you, Robert, right? You go to bed to solve a problem? Right. Okay. So it occurred to me in the middle of one night that that was so close to a flat surface, I wonder if that would work. And I did the math. It's a very simple thing in your head. And I realized, yeah, the tracking rate only varies by 0.5%. And that would take a little bit more math in my head late at night to realize that it would still fit onto a pixel of a CCD camera that didn't have super tiny pixels. So I thought, oh, it could even work on tracking for imaging. So went to the hardware store, found a squirrel baffle on the left, chopped off the bottom, fiberglassed in a couple of plywood rings. And for those of you in person, you can see that you get this thing here. So you have limited ball scope movement, but it's a 3-axis scope. And just like my other 3-axis scopes, but this works on a different principle, is altitude azimuth when it's more horizontal. And then when you go up, you can see that it's altitude, and that works really nice. So I like that a lot. And can't do the altitude bearings. So I just did a couple of cut out pieces of Teflon, and they actually work really nice well together. You can see here for the online people. And the equation for the pan is very simple. You decide what angle or slope you want to your pan, and you take the cosine of that, times it by 360 for the full circle, and this is the amount you cut out. This is for a 45-degree slope, which you see in front of you, because my latitude is pretty close to that. Then all you do is you cut the edges to point to the center, and then don't worry about how thick it should be, just make it half. Believe me, that works. And then you join the edges. So for larger ones, you would go to a sheet metal shop, I presume, and give them the diagram, and they'll water jet it out, laser. And then if it's out of thicker, let's say 10th or 8th inch, whatever, you may have to ask them to run it through a roller to get it to bend.
So that's a cone. It's not a sphere. It's a cone.
It's a cone, but I'm calling it a pan because we just bought some new cookware for the first time in I don't know how many years. And so I just got this word pan in my. So that's what this is. So you can see. Okay, I'm going to do this just for the people here, but you can see this. You know, it's just. Wow.
You can grab that camera off the laptop.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hope you're not going to get too dizzy. Okay. You know what? That's going to be too complicated. So, yeah, now this is a cute little 6 inch. The pan and the base are kind of big in relation to the scope. What I really want to do is have it fit under my 30 inch. Because remember, this all started because I didn't want to scale the ball scope up to such big sizes because I wouldn't be able to squeeze it in. So here's a 30-degree cone, but I live at 45-degree latitude. So how in the heck am I going to solve that? Well, equatorial table people have solved it. And they just take great circles based on the axis of the latitude and where it intersects. Oh, by the way, you can see the tracking rate, even with a flat pan, is very accurate. And that's where they're going to put their drive points or support points. So I can either do a single motor Oltion or a dual motor Lemay on this. And if I reverse those points and then squeeze, sorry about that, squeeze them all together to where the pan just pivots. The tracking still looks really good. This is where it's just into a single point, and I just alter them. But the beauty of this is that it's a constant speed motor. So you don't have to program anything or know anything about it. Just get the speed right, turn on the motor, and let it go. Remember back in cereal, when we were kids, they used to put in little toys. And so you tell your dad, because your mom would never go for it, you had to empty the cereal out into a bowl to get to that little plastic robot. And a little plastic robot had a little thing that you would wind up a couple of times, put it down, and it might go, and it was really cool, the kids of the 60s. And so I forget why I even say that now, but anyhow. Oh, well, yeah, I forget why I say it. Maybe I'll remember it.
Single speed motors.
Yeah, and how did I get to a toy robot that they used to put in cereal boxes?
You can wind up drive to drive this.
That's what I was going to say. You could just do a wind-up clock drive on this, right? Yeah. Thank you, Rob.
Bring one down. Turn slower.
Okay. Minor engineering detail to be finessed later. All right. That's my presentation. Taking you down through a rabbit hole. I'll say that there have never been so many rabbit holes as there are to amateur astronomy today. One of the things that Howard and I are trying to do with this conference, and we'll do it in the future if there's interest, is trying to open this up to more rabbit holes that people are doing. And these are just the 4 rabbit holes that I went down. So yeah, I think we're out of time. So any final questions, comments?
So the ball is 1.5. What's that? Pan mount. Looks like the diameter.
Oh, this one here? Looks a little bit more than 12 inches. It was sold as a 12-inch squirrel baffle. Yeah.
What is that on 30? So we hear that. Right?
Well, so the pan on a 30, yeah, looks to be maybe 35 inches. Right. 30-degree angle. I just wanted to show how I could squeeze it all in there. So, okay. More comments, questions? Okay, that's it. Oh, there was chat. Right. So the answer, Cindy, is yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, so we'll stop the share. There we go. Okay. Next up is Jerry Oltion. And if you received the November issue of Sky and Telescope magazine, some of the things he's going to show you will look familiar. Right now, I'm going to pull up his presentation. Jerry's here. Jerry's getting all of his props ready. He's going to make use of the mobility of the camera we're using. It's on the end of a 10-foot cord. Rough stuff for show and tell. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen here. Hello. Share screen. Here we go. Share. Should go full screen.
Actually, I won't want to turn that on until later.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm going to do live talk first and then share the screen about 2/3 of the way through.
okay. All right.
So focus on the speaker so that my image is large.
I will be the camera person then.
Actually, you can just leave that connected for a while because I have small stuff first and then we can.
Oh, okay. You want to just sit in front of the
leave it
monitor?
connected.
Okay. All right. Sorry for all the vertigo I just gave everyone. All right. Okay. So I'm going to trade places with Jerry.
How do we get the speaker to go large screen? So we'll need to do that so
Yeah.
people can see what I'm pointing out.
In
There you
here
go.
we go. Okay.
Good. Okay, I'm going to change out the chair because that's one of the things I'm going to be talking about. Okay, hi everybody, and hi everybody here. Let me get situated here. I have notes to remind myself what the heck I'm supposed to be talking about. Okay, so the title of my talk is Being a Beginner, Getting Started in Telescope Making. And I'm going to subtitle it, It's All Chuck Lott's Fault. Because Chuck Lott is the guy who got me into amateur telescope making, and I'll tell you how that worked. I'm going to do this talk in 2 parts. I've got a whole bunch of small stuff for show and tell. And so I'm going to kind of hold that stuff up to the camera and show you guys on Zoom and also let you guys have a look at it too. And as I show you things, I'm going to talk about what got me into making this. And the point is not to talk about my experience so much as entry points that could lead anybody into becoming an amateur telescope maker. And I actually want to say, I'm not really talking so much about amateur telescope making as amateur astronomy equipment making. I think there's a much bigger, more all-encompassing term for what we do. Because ultimately, I feel like making a telescope is kind of one of the advanced things that a person does after they've been into ATMing for quite a while. So I'm just going to dive right in and say, okay, here's how it started for me. I've got this box of goodies here. Okay, Chuck Lott. Oh, wait, I'm going to first start. Okay, one entry point, and I'll get to it in a slide here when I get to that part of my talk. The first entry point was I bought a really crappy telescope. I bought a hobby killer. And it was an 8-inch, fairly decent telescope on an equatorial mount. But the scope had a bad mirror, it had a bad focuser, it had a 1/4-inch wide secondary vanes that were cast into the tube. You know, just one thing after another. Well, I didn't know what was wrong with it. I just knew that something was wrong. And learning what was wrong with that telescope really taught me a lot about optics. It taught me about how telescopes are supposed to work. And because I'm kind of a tinkerer, I started thinking about what I might be able to do to fix that telescope. Now, Lauren's going to be talking after me about doing that very thing, so I'm not going to belabor that point. But that was one of the entry points to me. And the other was when Chuck Lott, a friend of a friend, David Davis is all familiar to all of us here. David introduced me to Chuck Lott, and Chuck Lott likes to make finders. So this is a finder that Chuck Lott made, and you'll recognize this is a 35 millimeter film can and a wooden block, and it's got a dovetail on the bottom. Well, when Chuck gave it to me, it did not have a dovetail on the bottom. It's got a little red reticle down inside that it basically works like a Telrad or a Rigel quick finder. But when Chuck gave this to me, I was really unimpressed. I thought it's ugly. It looks like a Rube Goldberg gadget. And I'd never used a Telrad before, so the whole concept of a reflex sight was kind of weird to me, But he was a friend, and I thought, God, I better use it, right? But I thought, I'm just not got no mount. If I mount it on my telescope, I have to drill a hole in my telescope. What the heck, what's he thinking? And so I was kind of very dismissive of this whole thing, but I thought I'd better give it a try. But since I didn't want to drill a hole in my telescope, I just taped it to my telescope using masking tape and took it out. And of course, immediately in the cold, the masking tape quit sticking and the thing fell off, hit the pavement, broke. I felt really guilty. So, but it just, the glass part broke off. So I was able to super glue it back on. And that was my very first ATM project. I fixed this finder, right? And I stuck it on the scope. I actually went ahead and drilled a hole and stuck it on the scope, and it worked pretty well. And, I was suddenly realized, it doesn't have to be beautiful in order to work. It can be a kind of an ugly thing, but, over the course of years, I've gotten really fond of this thing and I still use it. This is one of my favorite finders right here. And I've made a remote switch for it, a remote cable, so that I can push the button here and the reticle will turn on. Because I'm the sort of guy who would leave it on if I had the switch left on. I would leave it on at the end of the night. So I have a push button switch so I can push the button, the reticle turns on, and when I let up, it turns off. So that was one of my very first ATM projects there too, building the switch. And gosh, Chuck made another finder for my wife, Kathy, for her telescope after I made her a scope. This was years later. But it's got these little brass doodads holding the lens on. The first steampunk finder in the world, right? It's like, okay, that's beautiful. This one's beautiful. And then, okay, once Chuck realized he could start sending me finders, he started sending me all sorts of finders. This one's got a dew heater on the glass and a separate, let's see where to go, Oh, I've lost it. It must be still in the box, but there's a separate power supply that goes with this thing. And you plug in this separate power supply and it's got a little Velcro that sticks to the side of the trusses and all. So Chuck just keeps sending me these finders. And, I had a box of them at one time, but I finally kind of farmed them all out to people in our astronomy club after I proved to them that these things work and they're beautiful, even though they're ugly. Let's see. Okay, we have another friend named Craig Daniels who likes to one-up Chuck. You can see Chuck really loves the Rube Goldberg. He loves wires and switches and dials and knobs and LEDs and all that stuff. Craig kind of likes to one-up Chuck a little bit, and he said, what's the simplest finder it can make? And back in Old Sky and Telescope magazine, back in like 1940s, there was what he would call the glow finder. This is glow in the dark tape, making a little arrow, and there's a lens, and the tape is at the infinity point of the lens, at the focal point. So when you look through the lens at the arrow, and I'm going to aim this up at the camera, so you look through the lens at the arrow, the arrow stays put when you move your head around. It's probably the simplest finder in the world. And so Craig Daniels made this,
And I use this on my travel scope. You can see there's one on my travel scope here, and I will get to the,
So do you have to use 2 eyes?
oh no, one eye. You close one eye and you look through the lens at the arrow and you look over the lens at the at your target. And that's why it's called a split pupil finder. And that's why the top of the lens is cut flat, so I can look over it at my target. So, you know, that was another one. And that led me to think, well, you know, I kind of like lasers. I like I'd seen people using green lasers, but the mount is kind of expensive. And I thought, you know, you can put a laser in a piece of PVC pipe, drill and tap some threads. So this was probably one of my very first projects where I just designed it myself. And okay, I kind of forgot to talk about entry points. The Chuck and Craig stuff, I would say the entry point is when friends will give you stuff and you have to modify it a little bit to make it work, or you have to decide to modify your scope to make it work. This entry point was just simple economy. I couldn't afford a mount and a laser, but I could afford a laser. So I made my mount. And it's a PVC pipe. You cut this notch with a file and you get the nice University of Oregon O. And you put your finger where the O is, and lo and behold, laser beam. And you know what? The beam doesn't show up in the, oh yeah, it does a little bit. Anyway, so that's something I built. And they're cheap enough. I build one for every scope and I just label what scope it goes on. And that way the adjustments are accurate. I just pop the laser in, stick it on the scope. I don't have to align my finder. Oh, you know what? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, you're talking about economy as an entry point. Well, I certainly couldn't afford a laser collimator, so I made my own. Cheap little cat toy laser, piece of plumbing pipe off of a sink, cut a notch in it to make your target, put a screw thread where the, okay, I hope I don't kill the camera, but there's the laser beam. All right, okay. So yeah, I'm not gonna kill everybody's eyes. It's up on the ceiling. So my own homemade collimator. And it's not, at this point, I was still not building things because I thought it was really cool to build things. I was building things because I didn't have the money to buy a laser collimator. And I learned how to align it by rotating it in a notch, a V-shaped notch. And that's what these screws are for. And, you know, I finally did buy a commercial one to see if it was any better, and it's not. This works just as well as the commercial one. So, again, you know, it doesn't have to be beautiful. It just has to work. So, okay, economy again. Oh, right, by the way, also, you can make your own Cheshire. You need a piece of plastic tube. You need a piece of underwear with some of the elastic that's sticking out, because that's what you use for the crosshairs. And the bottom of the film can that you cut off to make a just a peep sight collimator, right? Another film can with a little hole in the front. That bottom of the film can became the eyepiece of my Cheshire. And because I later on built a shorter focal length, focal ratio telescope, I made a shorter Cheshire. So, you know, you can make this stuff and save yourself. That would have been 30 bucks. I made it for about 12 cents. Okay, what's left? Let's see, on my list. Oh yeah. A red flashlight. And Steve Gottlieb yesterday was complaining he could never find a red flashlight that got dim enough, you know, commercially available one. It's because they don't exist. They still don't. So I took this thing, which is the handle of one of those little sports fans that you see people in football games. They've got a little switch here that turns on a fan and it runs for about 30 seconds until the batteries go down. But it was just enough room to pull out the motor and put a variable resistor right here, just a little potentiometer, 2K pot, and the LED in front. And it goes from bright, I'll show you guys on screen, bright to dim, and it goes to very dim. So I can hold this in my mouth and I can sketch with this variable flashlight. And so for here, it was economy, but also the fact that I just simply couldn't find a commercial version that worked. And, you know, if you can't find the handle of a variable flat of a fan, you can get one of these cheap little LED lights that you can get for $1 at Harbor Freight Tools. And you can just simply wire your 2K pot to the outside. And look at that. Works like a charm. Dims it right down, brightens right back up. Ugly, but it works. Kind of like a Volvo, right? Okay, what's next? Yeah, another entry point is to see things that other people have done and envy them, and so you make it yourself. I'm sitting in a chair that I stole every aspect of the design of this chair from Frank Skapansky. He would go out observing and he would have this chair and he was comfortable observing. And I was sitting on like a camp stool. And one time I tried to take an office chair and Frank was just laughing at me. And it's like, all right, dude, I'm building your chair. So that's another entry point, a little bit of envy. Yeah.
Would you like me to weight test it for you?
Oh, well, you sure? I have a friend who weighs about 250 pounds and he sat in this chair. So I think it's probably good. Yeah. And let's see. Oh, yeah. Another entry point is just simple absolute curiosity. I wonder what would happen if, well, in 2010, it was the 400-year anniversary of Galileo creating his telescope. And I thought, I'd like to make a Galileo telescope. And here, let me back up a little so you guys online can see this guy. And this is as close as I could come to reproduction. My objective lens is a 1 diopter lens camera, macro lens. And so it's over 2 times the aperture of Galileo's scope. The back end is just a reducing lens. This is 1 diopter, so this is a 10 centimeter reducing lens, so I get 10 power out of it. I'm gonna hand this out. People pass it, I'll pass it around, let you guys play with it a little. That is in fact the eyepiece end, and you're not gonna believe it when you look through it because the field of view is smaller than your little finger nail held at arm's length. It is insanely small. And it gave me a real appreciation for what Galileo accomplished with that tool. And that entry point, just a simple curiosity, can lead you to all sorts of cool things in amateur telescope making. Let's see, I think the next big thing that I did was I did a rebuild. My hobby killer telescope, as I mentioned, it came on an equatorial mount and I hated it. And I started, I joined the astronomy club and I started seeing how people were using Dobsonian scopes. And I thought, you know what, my scope could be a Dobsonian. I just need to rebuild the mount. And so I did. I rebuilt that mount. I've got some slides of that later. I can show you what I did. So I would say that entry point was really of necessity. I had to rebuild that mount or I would have quit astronomy. And, I just felt like I need to make this scope usable. And that's what it was. And it turned out to be a fun project and it worked really well. And Lauren's going to talk a lot more about that in her talk about things that went wrong with the original scope or things that just didn't work very well and how you fix them and how you feel good about that, right?
Can you tell us the brand of that?
Yeah, the real hobby killer was Conus, and I hesitate to say that there was anything really wrong with Conus as a company. They make some really great equipment, binoculars, refractors. What they had was they had a contract with Cinta, the same people that made Celestron's telescopes, and Celestron had a lockout. And they didn't enforce it for years, and then finally they realized Conus was underselling them. And so they enforced the lockout, and Conus had to find a new supplier. And I bought my telescope about 3 months after Conus found the new supplier, and the new supplier had not worked out the bugs. So it was just bad timing that got me that bad telescope. And what happened is I sent it back eventually to the company that I bought it from. And when I called them up to ask if I could just give it back and get my money back or get a better telescope, the woman I talked to laughed and she said, "You're the last one. We were wondering what happened. If you could possibly have been happy with that telescope." So, yeah. 100% of the scopes they sold came back. And what I got, stupidly, what I got was a replacement Celestron version of the same thing on an equatorial mount. And it was a CG5 mount, which is a good mount. But good God, nobody wants a Newtonian scope on an equatorial mount. It's just, it's rotten. But I didn't know that at the time. So, you know, it took me a while after that to learn that I really needed a better mount. So anyway, that was the Daub rebuild. I'll talk a little more about that when I get to the slideshow portion of the talk. Let's see, what did I do with the other? Here it is. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to talk about opportunity here. Oh wait, that's the wrong one first. Okay, opportunity is when you get a deal that's too good to pass up, you're going to have to build the telescope to go with that. Okay, here's where I'm going to take this camera loose. And I'm going to talk about this telescope right here, which if you've got your November issue of Sky and Telescope yet, oh, I've totally messed this up. Here we go. It's in the November issue of Sky and Telescope in an article about how to build a refractor. Well, I bought the 5-inch lens for this telescope for like $120 from Surplus Shed. It was on sale for half price. And I thought, well, I have to have it, right? It's a 5-inch lens for 120 bucks. I have to have it. But that meant I had to build the telescope. And, you know, it turned out to be really easy. I just used galvanized tin for the tube, and I riveted the bottom, put a dovetail mount on it to hide the rivets. I bought a commercial focuser and just stuck it on the back. Built a mount for it. And here's a cool thing. Gene Texero's How to Build a Telescope, 1951 edition. I think I've got the second edition in the 1980s. I had pretty well thought I had mined this one out, that there wasn't much left in here that I hadn't already either done or figured out. And then I found this page here showing how to make an alt-azimuth mount for a refractor. That's exactly what I wanted. I built this very thing. And, you know, this book turned out to be useful years after I thought I'd mined it out. Okay, so opportunity led me to that. Well, Surplus Shed had Maxitov optics on sale for $30. It's only 3-inch Maxitov, but 30 bucks. Of course, I'm going to try this out. All right. Well, then became the question of what am I going to put it in? I'm going to put it in a Bush's bean can. That's why, because the diameter was exactly right. And, you know, you can't have a beanie something without a weenie to go with it. So it's the beanie weenie telescope, the itty bitty beanie weenie telescope. And the fun part about this was I wanted to make it focus the way a Maxitov focuses by moving the primary mirror. And I've got some slides about that, so I won't belabor that until we get to the slideshow portion of the talk. But the little beanie weenie telescope was purely an object of opportunity. I had no desire to build a Maxitov telescope until a friend of mine pointed out that the optics were on sale for 30 bucks. And it's like, I have to have it. So there we go. There's that one. Okay, what is left in my little box of magical farts? Okay, mirror make. Let's see. Wait. One more thing. Design. I want to talk about design as an entry point. Some people, there's two kind of builders in the world. There's the kind that sketch everything out and figure out exactly what they're going to do, and then they go out and they do it. And then there's the other kind that goes out in the shop and stands there and looks around and picks up something out of the pile of scrap lumber and thinks, yeah, I could do something with that. Well, I'm that kind. Robert is obviously the other kind. Robert's the design kind of person. And I think, you know, how to put, if you're a design kind of person, then 3D printing is exactly the sort of thing that you want to do, because everything that you build is designed first and then printed. Okay, what is this? Well, this is the lens cap for an Astro scan. A friend of mine bought an Astroscan off of Craigslist, but the lens cap didn't come with it, or the dust cap. And so I looked online. Thingiverse had an Astroscan dust cap. I didn't even have to design it. I just downloaded the file, printed it, and now my friend Dan has a dust cap for his Astroscan. And what's this guy? This is a little gadget that creates diffraction spikes on a C-Star 50mm automated telescope. Like, cool. Friend of mine bought a C-Star and I saw this online and it's like, I got to make this for him. And the cool thing about 3D printing, this cost me 6 cents according to the program that calculates how much plastic I used and how much electricity I use and all that. This was worth 6 cents. So, you know, I'll make these for anybody who's got a C-Star who wants one. Give me a shout. I'll make you one. Okay. We're at the point where I have to talk about what everybody thinks about when they think about amateur telescope making, and that is grinding your own mirror. You know, here's a tool. This is a tool for grinding a 10-inch. I think the last time I used it, I ground the mirror for my travel scope, which I'll get to in a minute. And so I used it for a 9.5-inch mirror. Focal length here says, actually, this is a radius of curvature, 90 inches, so focal length, 45 inches. You know, grinding mirrors is a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing it. I've made a dozen or so mirrors in my life. I'll probably make some more. But I have to say, you know, if you're thinking about getting into amateur telescope making, I sure wouldn't start by grinding a mirror. Parabolizing a mirror is a really frustrating thing. It can take you as much as 100 hours. That's what it took me for my first parabola. I was 100 hours on that thing. It was really frustrating and I almost gave it up. I would say if you're at all interested in getting into building your own stuff, you know, build a laser mount, you know, buy a lens, put a tube around it, build a refractor, you know, have a little fun. Don't feel like you are really, how to put it, don't feel like you're obliged to start from scratch. You know, start from some convenient point and move onward.
Where were you 15 years ago?
15 years ago.
I learned that lesson the hard way.
Yeah, right. So many people think you got to start by grinding a mirror. There's other things you can do. Let's see, what do I got left in my box? Oh, right. I forgot to mention, you can also make a finder for your solar scope. This is a piece of plastic out of a shopping bag and a little hole that the sunlight will come through and light up the pieces, light up the back. And you put a little dot where the sun should hit. Simple. And let's see. Okay, this kind of leads to stuff that's too large to show in person. So I'm going to turn on my slideshow here in a second and talk about my next telescope. But I have a couple more things to show. When I did start my first mirror grinding project, I started with a 10-inch mirror that was already pre-ground to F5, or no, it was pre-ground to F4. And I thought, I don't want an F4 telescope, coma, you know, I don't want coma. So I tried to flatten it to F5. And because I didn't know what I was doing, I wound up with F3.8. And I had a 10-inch F3.8 mirror. And I thought, all right, what kind of lemonade can I make with this lemon? And I thought, this is where the concept of the ball scope came in. I thought, what if I put it down at the bottom of a ball and lay the ball up against an axle that turns, and when the axle turns, the telescope will track. And the neat thing about having a short focal length mirror is I won't need much counterweight. So this is my prototype of my original trackball, which I thought I had invented until I found out that Pierre Lemay had come up with the idea 10 years earlier. But I was very proud of myself for inventing it again. And Pierre was very gracious in telling me that, yes, okay, I had invented it, but only for the second time. So we'll talk about my trackball here in a minute when I get to the slideshow, which I think is time for me to turn on. So do we do share screen and then just hit my, my talk? Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Share screen. And it looks like that's the talk. Okay,
Hit share in the bottom right hand.
I have to share down there. Okay, here we go. So yeah, here we are on being a beginner. Let's see, how do I start? How do I start the slideshow?
So let's do this.
What program are we running here?
Let's do this. Let's.
That one.
That will should get us to full screen.
There we go.
There we go.
Cool, then
And
just use the
then-
arrow keys and the page up. Okay. All right, so first I'm going to do a little recap. Here's my hobby killer. This is my Conus telescope. You can see how proudly I am looking at this brand new telescope. This is before I realized I bought a lemon. The color should have warned me, right? Okay, how are we doing on time? Oh yeah, okay, we're not running too late. This is the close-up of the truck lot finder when I finally had the courage to actually bolt it to the trackball, which I'm going to talk about.
Jerry.
Yo,
So was it you who said that telescope isn't really yours until you drill a hole in it?
that is now my philosophy. Yeah, what Howard said, in case you didn't hear this on the Zoom. Yeah, I'm the guy who says the telescope isn't really yours until you've drilled a hole in it. But that was a revelation that I came too late. At first, I was, Chuck gave me this finder back when I had that Celestron Newtonian scope that replaced the Conus, and I really didn't want to drill a hole in that scope. Now, man, let me at it. It's my scope now. I can do what I want. But at the time, yeah, I was a little concerned. But by the time I built my trackball telescope, this is the top end of my trackball. By then it's like, yeah, fine. I just drilled a hole, stuck the finder on it. I did eventually put a dovetail on it so I could move the finder from scope to scope because I like the finder so much. To this day, Chuck will not put dovetails on his finders. He still sends me finders without dovetails. So I have like mass produced a couple of dozen dovetails that I can stick on those things. Okay, I showed the chair. This is also, this is the same chair. I did experiment over on the right here. You can see I experimented with a flat surface so that it would be more infinitely adjustable. And it turns out if you do that and you bump the seat, it goes bump, 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 bump all the way to the bottom, kind of like one of those little monkeys that we used to get on a pole when we were kids, little toy. There are ways to mitigate that, but I realized, you know what, Frank Skapansky is a pretty smart cookie, and I think that's why he had slats rather than a smooth surface. So I took that off and put the slats back on, and I'm much happier with it that way. Okay, this is the Dobsonian mount that I built for the Celestron that replaced my Conus hobby killer. And the Celestron scope, the OTA, is a very good scope. It's weird. It doesn't star test very well. It star tests overcorrected, but it gives pinpoint star images up to about 200 power. So for an 8-inch scope, I think that's okay. I leave this out in the front of my garage right next to the door. So when I need to look at something real quick, I just grab this thing and take it outside. So in that regard, it's probably the scope I use most or almost as often as any other scope I own, just because I can take it outside so easily. And here's another split pupil finder on top of the regular finder, because it came with this optical finder. And as anybody who's done a little astronomy comes to realize, you can't find your way around the sky with just an optical finder. You have no idea where the scope is pointed at to begin with. So this split pupil finder, looking through this lens at that little glow in the dark tab, it gets me within a degree or so. And then my finder's got a 4, 5, 6 degree field of view. Yeah, Howard.
So on that split pupil finder, the lens, the flat part is on the bottom.
I built it wrong. I built it wrong.
So how do you use it this way?
Well, the thing is, it still sort of works.
Oh.
It still gets me in the ballpark. I really should have cut the top off of this lens. And every time I use it, I think, yeah, I should cut the top off of this lens, but it does actually work. It works fine. And that's the thing. Good enough is good enough, right? That's my philosophy now. So, onward. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, and check this out. I found my original drawing. This was my drawing on how I'm going to draw it, how I'm going to drive the trackball with this polar aligned drive axle. And the drawing was about 1 inch tall. And so you can see it pixelated when I copied it in. But that was my drawing, and there's my prototype. And, you know, this is what became probably my most cherished telescope. I love the trackball. I love what it does. I love how it does it. I love that I did come up with it on my own, even though Pierre came up with it first. It's just, I'm really proud of the trackball, and I love the way it works. And I mentioned I'm not really a designer. I'm the kind of guy who goes out in the garage and looks at the pile of lumber and finds a piece that might work. But when I was trying to figure out how to make the mount for this trackball, I realized I really don't know. I had no idea what it would look like. And so I started making all these paper cutouts, and they're all the right size to put a ping pong ball on.
What CAD system did you use to make those?
What?
What CAD system?
Oh yeah, right. My CAD program was called the Oltion scissors and pencil program, and you can actually see I use scrap paper. These are cut marks for some galley proofs of one of my short stories. So yeah, it's like I'm not going to waste good paper on some of these. They're not going to work. But, you know, I had things like, okay, what happens if you set the ping pong ball just in a cylinder? Well, there's no place to mount the drive, right? So I started thinking, oh, you know, you curve it a little bit, there's a place to mount the drive. And I kind of like this guy. This one really looked cool, but I thought, yeah, that's going to be wobbly. I really like this. I wish I could have made that work, because to me, that just looks really techy. It looks like 23rd century or something, you know. But this one kept coming. I kept coming back to this. This one kind of spoke to me, because I could put the drive axle on a little carriage that would move up and down there for different latitudes. And I could put my idler bearings over on these guys. And so ultimately I decided, okay, I'm going to set up and do that. And here it is. This is the actual gadget right here. Turned out to be wobbly as hell. Anybody tell me why it's wobbly as hell? It's because all the junctions, all the wood-to-wood junctions are 90 degrees. And it rotated when I tried to sleeve the scope, and it just wobbled. It had like a 30-second settling time. I tried turnbuckles between the legs and the base, and it helped quite a bit. But it turned out, and I don't have a slide of this, but I put triangular pieces of wood in between the legs and the base, and that stiffened it right up. So, you know, it was one of those things. My original design was kind of cool looking, but it didn't work very well until I modified the design. And that's the story of telescope building. You know, you're going to come up with an idea, you're going to find out what doesn't work, and you're going to fix it and move on. This down here under the ball is my prototype to see if the actual full-size version would track. I just by hand moved that little rubber axle to see if the scope would track, and it did. And oh, and I'll point out, I did this the hard way. I put fiberglass over a kid's rubber ball, and then I had to sand that fiberglass smooth and then fill the low spots and sand it again and fill those low spots. And, you know, I spent hours doing that. And it turns out you can, I think it was Mel's idea to tape sandpaper around the edge of a bucket, flap the bucket up against the sphere, and that circle going over a sphere is going to give you a perfect sphere eventually. And that's what I did. But I found out later, for like $70, I could have bought an acrylic sphere. And for all my subsequent trackballs, that's what I've done. And they're not stiff enough, so I put fiberglass on the inside. And then I leave it rough, and I spray paint it black, and it becomes this beautiful light baffling material on the inside. It looks like I intentionally did that. Okay, this is the scariest automatic amateur telescope making thing I've ever done. That little cutout right there. And you know why that's the scariest thing? Is because this is the focuser and the secondary cage of the 20-inch telescope, the Tridod that Mel built. And I bought it from him. And I didn't care for the focuser that he had on it. It was an electric focuser that had push buttons for focusing. And I'm the kind of guy who racks back and forth through focus all the time. And so I was like, no, I need a mechanical focuser. And I thought, well, if I'm putting a mechanical focuser on it, I want it to be a 2-speed Crayford. And I bought one. And then as I'm trying to figure out where it would go and the right placement for it, I realized I'm gonna have to cut a little bit of this of this brace. And okay, yeah, I'd already paid Mel for the scope. I'd already used it for a couple of months. It was my scope, but I really sweated cutting a hole in Mel's telescope. but I did, and I made just enough room for that focuser knob to go, and I just used the knob over on the other side. I use the knobs up here. I don't actually reach for that one. But I have to say, to this day, that it is the scariest telescope modification I have ever done. Let's see, how am I doing on time? All right, we're good. I built a tracking platform for the telescope. After I got used to the trackball telescope, I realized, my motto about that is once you track, you never go back. And, Mel's scope, great scope and all, but it was just on Altaz on a ground ring. And I got really tired of pushing, tracking it by hand. But one of the things that impressed me about that design is the flex rocker, where, the actual altitude bearings are just on a very loose framework. And, basically the flex rocker is there just to hold the altitude bearings in place. And I thought, man, if I can do that with an equatorial platform, and I've decided, here's the little bearings that hold the north, what we just call the elliptical sections, right? There's the drive motor here, and there's an idler bearing here, and just a little pin in the back to act as the pivot point. And it added about 4 inches to the height of the telescope as well. And now my tri-dob, my 20-inch scope, it tracks, and my big binocular scope tracks too. I built a binocular scope that uses the same ground ring, and that tracks as well. And I think that might be my next. No, my next slide is, okay, doing stuff just purely for the fun of it. People kept telling me my ball scope sort of reminded them of astroscans. And I don't know, at some point, I think what happened is probably I had an 8-inch mirror blank, and I thought, if I made this f4.2, I could make a double scale astroscan. And so I ground it out, and turns out, the ball here is a 20-inch acrylic ball that I put fiberglass on the inside of for a change. This is a garbage can, a plastic garbage can. It was tapered, so I had to cut a triangle out of it and bring it together to make it cylindrical. The focuser I made was just PVC plastic sheets. You think about it, this is just 2 flat pieces of plastic, one here that's bent over that angle, and one here that's bent around in a U. And it turns out that focuser is really easy to make. I was really surprised. And it's not quite double scale because I wanted to use 2-inch eyepieces. The Astroscan uses 1.25 inch. I don't have 2.5-inch eyepieces, so I made the focuser 1.25 to 2.5 scale, but it doesn't really look much different. It looks like it fits. I built the same shaped base, but there's a little trackball motor down inside there, and this base lets this thing track. So this was one I just did for the absolute pure fun of it. And I think that ought to be at least part of everyone's entry point into amateur telescope making. It's like, good Lord, if you're not having fun, why are you doing it? Right? So, look for a project that you'll enjoy doing. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to talk about the Maxitov focuser. I came up with all sorts of different designs. The one that I actually thought would be really cool would be this little guy here, where you have a disc that's got this little wavy cut made in it, and you glue one part to the mirror, and you leave the other one free. And since the Maxitov's got a hole in the middle, you run a pipe through that. And if you move this lever over here, you move this lever in a semicircle, the 2 different parts of that disc would ride up on each other and would push the mirror upward and downward. Well, it turns out that is a really hard cut to make. I was never able to make that cut. I don't know how many wooden discs I cut, and I could not make that cut. Nowadays, of course, I would just 3D print it, right? It would be easy, easy, easy. But I didn't have a 3D printer, and I didn't even know about 3D printers back then. So I went on with this other idea, and it's, okay, camera lenses, if you rotate them, they move outward just a little bit as they're focusing, right? And Maxitas are really sensitive. You don't need to move that mirror very much. So I thought, okay, how about if we get a camera lens and rip the focusing ring out of it and put that between the mirror and the backing plate, and have this little gear here to drive that, and then you have a knob sticking out, and that's what I got. It worked. Unfortunately, the only lens I could find, I got a free lens from a camera shop that, the lens itself was broken, but the focusing equipment was good, but it was a zoom lens. And so the threads are way more coarse than they would be for just focusing the actual lens itself. And yeah, the fine focusing part of that lens was so deeply buried in the plastic, I couldn't isolate it. But the zoom part, I was able to isolate. And this is actually the gear that the motor would drive, for a motorized zoom lens. And I just stuck it out the back, and I used that as my focusing knob, and it works. It actually works. It's very, very coarse focus, but it does work. And yeah, there's the scope itself, which I've already shown off, so I won't belabor that. Yeah, and there's the 5-inch refractor on the purple mount. You can tell my favorite colors are purple and green. And there's a uh-oh, right. Yeah. Have you trademarked green already? Yeah, right. Look at that. Robert's pointing to his Hart binoculars there. Notice the split pupil finder on here. Perfectly usable, really good finder. I love it. Okay, here's the binocular scope that I built. And this is by far my most ambitious telescope building project. And I would say that the motivating factor here was the challenge. Like Robert, I was impressed with Frank Kapansky's binocular telescopes. And Frank is the kind of guy who can build a telescope in an afternoon and take it out observing that night. And he has built several binocular scopes, and he made it seem so easy. And I had already ground a 12-inch, 12.5-inch, F5 mirror. And I found another one at a swap meet. Same thickness, same everything. The focal length was like 3 inches longer was all. And suddenly I realized I have to do this. I have to make a binocular scope. And it took me 2 years to work up the courage. And in that 2 years' time, I at first tried to polish 3 inches out of that one mirror that was too long. And it turned out, no, you cannot polish 3 inches out of the focal length of the mirror. It can't be done. Not in the human lifetime anyway. So I had to grind it back down and then repolish. But I got the two mirrors equal. And then I started building the structure. The thing that bothers me to this day about the scope is how Rube Goldberg it is. This is a pile of parts that all need to go on. Every time I tap the screen, it goes forward. But this is a pile of parts that all need to go on there with little bolts and loose washers and everything. And I've glued as much stuff together as I can, but there's still just a lot of parts. These are the altitude bearings. What you don't see here is that it also sits on that flex rocker. So that's one more thing to carry around. It's a car full of binocular when I take it out observing. But when I get it out there, this is what it looks like. It's actually one of the prettiest telescopes I've ever made. It actually sort of looks like somebody intended it to be nice looking, which I didn't care, but I was glad that it did. And it really works well. I was very pleased with it. And I owe it kind of to Frank for the inspiration, and to all my friends just for the the support. By then I was part of the ScopeWorks telescope discussion group, and everybody was egging me on. And I think it was either to see if I succeeded in some weird out of the box kind of way, or if I failed spectacularly. Either way it would have been sort of amusing, right? And I was game. I gave it a shot, and that was one of the things that kind of the result of friendship, I guess you'd say. That was my entry point. friendship and the idea of a challenge to see if I could do this. Final telescope challenge is my travel scope, which I've got up here on the desk. It fits in this box, which you can see by the size of familiar objects. Is like, I think it's 12.5 by 12.5 by 6-inch box. And here's what it looks like.
Space dust.
What's
Without
that?
the beer out, you should have got space dust too.
Oh, yeah. Well, the beer is called Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, I know.
And
astronomy ones, you need space dust. We have some in the fridge.
oh, okay. Well, there's Starburst. I've got Alpha Centauri and Starburst. So, okay. Here's what it looks like out in the wild, minus the shroud. I have a little shroud or, you know, light baffle that goes around on the backside behind it. This wound up in Sky and Telescope magazine. I was very proud of that. You know, even though I work for them, this wasn't one of my columns. This wasn't anything I was contracted to do. This is one of those that's like, hey, could I write about my telescope too? And they kind of said, sure. I sent them this photo and they went, oh yeah, do. Because this photo really, I'm proud of that. I think it makes it look really cool. Okay, let's see what's left. One last thing. Okay, this is clearly not a telescope project. This was one really cloudy winter when I didn't have a telescope project in mind. I had an old globe though that still had Sri Lanka listed as Ceylon, and it had Russia listed as the USSR, and but it wasn't worth anything. You know, it was just an old globe. So I painted it black and I started drawing stars on it. And so I made my own celestial globe. And I have to say, it was really a satisfying project. I enjoyed the heck out of doing it. And, you know, it's mostly just an ornament in my house, but it actually does kind of help me see the relationship between the constellations better than any star map.
Glow-in-the-dark paint?
I did not use glow-in-the-dark paint. I used graphite pencil because I made a lot of mistakes. I had to erase them back off. But I did spray paint over the top with a very well, not glittery, but a very shiny gloss. So it really does. I mean, it looks like it's glowing. You know, in any kind of light, it does. That, believe it or not, is it for the slides. I'm going to go back to stop sharing. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's me again. Okay. What is it? I had two more things I wanted to show you. Another project that I came up with is more of a literary project, but it's an astronomy project too. I wrote my own observing guide called The Big, Bold, Bright, and Beautiful. And I illustrated it with sketches that are nowhere near what Howard or Cindy can do, but I'm pretty proud of them anyway. A cat. Yeah, this is down in Orion. This is a amateur astronomy something making project. I don't know. It's not a telescope making project. It's doing something astronomy related that requires you to do something, to make something. If you're at all inclined, create your own observing list, create your own observing guide, what have you. And lastly, I will say I am actually a columnist for Sky and Telescope magazine, and I get to write about other people's ATM projects. This is Rob Brown's. He's sitting about 10 feet away from me here in the room. I wrote about Rob's telescope.
Thank you, Jerry.
Oh, thank you, Rob, for giving me something cool to write about. So I have now talked all the way to 3:30. I don't know if there's time for questions.
Sure, let's take a few questions.
Okay, if there's any questions, let's lay them on, but let's not overshoot because Lauren is going to talk to you about some cool stuff too.
There's 2 chats.
Okay, let's go to the chats and see what we got. We have, we have a good vendor to purchase small and large, up to 69-inch diameter, thin and thick acrylic spheres. Okay, and it's easytopsworldwide.com. Okay, yes. I'm going to take note of that. Definitely. Let's see, what was previous in the chat? Cindy Crash says, Jerry sent me a split pupil finder. Worked great on her binoculars. Right. You know, even binoculars can benefit from something like that. And let's see. I think the previous ones must have been from Mel's talk. Although I will, there's one that just says, wow, I will accept that as being from my talk. Thank you very much. So that's it for chat questions. Anybody in the audience here have any comments or
Jerry,
questions?
you've
Yeah.
been ATM editor for Sky and Telescope plus special articles for 10 years now. What would you say is the most gratifying? What would you say is one of your great highlights of the 10 years of writing those columns, which many of us turn
You know,
to first when
okay.
we get to magazines?
Mel has asked, what was the greatest highlight of my career in writing for Sky and Telescope magazine? I've been doing it for almost 9 years now. And actually a couple of years previously, I have had articles about various things. Okay, it's a no-brainer. The greatest highlight of all was in the July issue. Go loony for Luna. It was my article on observing the moon, illustrated by Cindy Krach, right? I look at that. Look at that. This is the most beautiful article ever in the history of this magazine. Sorry, Howard, because I know Howard's sketches are beautiful too, but this knocked my socks off. And I mean, it's page after page after page, right? This is the highlight of my career. And this is why I decided, okay, I am eventually, you know, sometime in the next year going to retire, because I can't top that. And it's not like I have to top that, but you know, once you've reached the top of Everest, you kind of feel like, okay, I have to go back down now. So that's kind of where I am at with Sky and Telescope. But anyway, yeah, thank you for asking, because you gave me the chance to really brag a little about my favorite column of all. Yeah, Rob.
What year was it you made that ball still?
The trackball, I started in 05, and I would say I was done with it in about 07 or so. Yeah, it was a fairly early project. And I will say it was David Davis's fault. He gave me a mirror blank, and then he taught a class in how to grind mirrors. And so it's like, well, duh, I got to do it. So yeah, the trackball is actually ultimately David's fault. And Jamal, no, you got to answer. Yeah. I think it's on my website. Yeah, I think the Split People Finder, yeah, there's discussion on the website of how to build it and the theory behind it.
Your website is?
Just jerryoltion.com. Yeah, so, okay, I think we're out of time. It's time to pass this on. I think we're going to take a short break, right? Thank you all. Thank you online too. Okay. Howard, if you want to do the honors for.
Okay, like Jerry said, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to pause the recording. And where is that now? Maybe here. And there we go. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. So see you in 10. Really cool present. Okay, we're going to bring up her presentation. Okay. Screen sharing. So yeah, you just have to click the arrows here.
Should we get to see my smiley face for a second?
Sure, if you want to.
Do I just hit the share at the bottom to get that?
Well, okay. Okay, we're gonna start off. Lauren's gonna say a few things before we share her presentation. And then when you're ready, we'll get you going there.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lauren, and I'm part of the Eugene Astronomy Society. And once in a while, I'll end up observing with Jerry Oltion, and a couple of times, you know, maybe every 2, 3, 4 months, whenever. He's kind of seen some of the modifications I've done to my scopes. And he's like, well, that's really neat. Can I put that in Sky and Telescope? So some of the things I've done have been in Sky and Telescope. And, you know, Jerry was talking about entry points to ATMing. I've never made a mirror.
In fact, I just finished making my first telescope, which is kind of nerdy. It ended up being a replica of the Hubble satellite, and that was from a challenge from Jerry. But that was fun. But so the entry point for me,
I'm gonna break in here and say that Mel put me on the spot because honestly, the best column I ever wrote was the one about the Hubble Space Telescope. Okay, I just want that on the record.
Thank you, Jerry. Jerry was talking about entry points to ATMing, and so maybe it's out of need or to save cost or the challenge of it. And so my entry point was, what is going on here? I don't like what this is doing. How can I make this scope work better? So this is I'm pretty new at astronomy. I'm got my first telescope in 2019. So in the space of 5 years, I've gone from rank beginner to seeing over 400 objects to actually making a scope. So I guess that's good progress. But this is all about, I'm going to tell you about the best kept secret in astronomy. And well, we'll get to that. But this is all about modifying my 10-inch. And it's basic stuff. It's stuff you don't, it's a combination of things that you can do, maybe things that you can buy. But the sad truth of the matter is when you buy a scope, they're mass producing them, they're trying to save cost. And so they give you a bare bones thing that, sometimes you need to do things to help it out. So I guess I'm ready to share and talk about the modifications. Where then you click on presentation. And then we share. And there you go. There's the arrow to move. Okay. So this is this is a couple of pieces of foam. And I'm like, well, what that is the I actually bought my XT10 brand new. And so what you want to do if you get a brand new scope, save your packaging material. If you lay these across the back seat of I lay them across the back seat of my SUV, throw the OTA in there, and you can go up windy, bumpy roads. Scope does not move around, does not roll around. So that's kind of a travel tip. And that's using the packing foam to help you in travel. And so here's another thing that I do. This is a garment bag. And so inevitably even if you have the dust cap on, somehow magically dust still gets inside the telescope. And so I use a garment bag over the top of that. You got to cut the bottom off the garment bag. But this will help keep dust out of your scope if you've got a daub. Use a garment bag. And then the other travel hack that I do is I'll get the scope up off the ground. I use a hollow block, and that gets it up off the ground and away from dust. This is a grip cloth here, and that kind of forms a seal so that the bugs can't get in, things like that. So this is just stuck in a corner in a hallway of my house. So I thought I'd just share travel and a couple of storage ideas. And you might ask the question, well, why if I've got all this block, why aren't I just storing it on the base to the scope? And I found out the hard way that if you store it in one piece and then you take the tube off, it's like, well, what am I going to do with the tube? I'm holding this tube. I got nowhere to put it. So you got to put it down somewhere and then deal with the base, get the base outside, and then, and then put the tube on. So one time when I moved the tube, I took the tube off, threw it on the couch, and went to go get the base. And in the meantime, the tube went boom, 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 and fell on the floor. So it's round, it rolled. And I'm like, I think I'm going to store this in two pieces. That way you can move the base. And now when you pick up the tube, take it out, you got somewhere to put the tube. So that's just my thoughts on storage. This is a piece of anti-fatigue matting. One of my early outings was at the local park, and we set up in a baseball field out on the wet grass. And I'm like, oh, my scope is a 10-inch Orion in telescope, and the whole base of it is pressed wood. And I'm like, pressed wood, wet grass. This is not a good combination. This whole thing's going to do that a few times, and I'm going to have a base of the telescope that's falling apart. So you can see how rough this is. I just cut it out with a pair of scissors, and then I made little holes, and that's so that the feet can go through this and maintain contact with the ground. But now there's a moisture barrier to protect the pressed wood from wet surfaces. So that's something you can do if you're observing in wet climates and you have a scope that has like a pressed wood base. So this is basically kind of like Jerry's making things and having fun or solving problems. But this was, I didn't really set out to say, all right, what can I make? What can I do? You could go to scope stuff and search all the things. Go, that was cool. That looks cool. And you can look for upgrades. I didn't really go about upgrading it that way. I went about looking at things and going, what's this doing? How can I make this work better? I need to fix this. So I just kind of addressed problems as I went. And so this photo is the base, and you can see this is the alt encoder. And then so what I did here is I used a $5 stick-on light, and that is so, say I'm going to set up in my backyard, I can throw the base out, turn on the light, go get the tube, set it on. I can set up so much faster than rather than hunting around for my headlamp or a flashlight. So this light is always here. It's always available to turn on quickly so that you don't bump this encoder thing when you're setting the tube on. You have to be very careful. The XT10i has an encoder and the alt one is kind of exposed. So you do have to be careful not to bump it. So I just added a $5 light. So I am actually up to over 30 modifications. So I've got a slide for each one, but the sheer number of them surprised me when I put together this list. So yeah.
What's that cork thing?
This here?
No, the cork. Oh,
Cork.
no, that's the crust through the hole of this. Okay.
That's yeah, this is the that's that pad that I was just showing. Sorry. Let's stop for a drink of water. So here's another problem that I ran into on the telescope. The makers of the Orion and telescope didn't want people to over tighten the base, and so the threads on the scope, there's a blank section on the bolt to where you can only tighten it to a certain point, and they actually left about 1/8 of an inch of space. So every time you pick the scope up, the bottom part of the base would go thunk and fall down, and you'd set it down and go thunk and pick up thunk, thunk, thunk. This thing was, the thunking on it was so bad, it would actually unseat the encoder, which sits underneath this white washer. So if you have it in telescope, this is known as the milk jug washer fix. You just put a washer under the center bolt to take up that space. And so that removes all the thunking. It actually makes your compass motions are actually smoother with the washer there anyway. So, but that's almost an essential fix if you've got a telescope. This is just a fun little fix. I went observing with a friend. He also had a telescope. And so on the scope, on the alt axis, the up and down, on the sides, one of them holds the encoder in place and the other bolt running through the side, it becomes the brake. And so you need that brake so that the nose of the scope stays stable and you can tighten it. You might need to tighten a little bit more when you're horizontal. When you're up at 45 degrees, you can loosen it. But so you have a brake control on one of the knobs. So we're both kind of getting all set up, and my observing buddy looks at me and goes, Lord, I gotta go. See ya. We're out in the middle of some field. I knew it was his location. Didn't even know where I was really. My first time there, and he left me for an hour. Why? Because he forgot his bolts. He had to go home and get his bolts. So just I attached a little nylon bag, and anytime I take the scope apart, the bolts go right into this bag. And, maybe you could have a spare 9-volt battery for your hand controller, a couple essential things they're now attached to the base so that they've always got a home and you can never leave them at home and leave your observing buddy stranded by themselves. So and speaking of storage, this is another storage hack. This is a fishing vest, and I mounted the fishing vest to a rigid piece of plastic, and then I glued Velcro to the plastic and to the side of the scope. And so what you have here is, well, now you've got room for maybe some smaller eyepieces, maybe red light flashlights. Maybe so what I've done here is basically eliminating the need for a separate bag. You can actually have a few accessories here, and maybe instead of a giant bag, you can have a smaller bag. But this is, figure out a way to add more storage and maybe attach it to the scope. So that's the idea of this. Okay. So the next modification or upgrade that I did was to replace the eyepiece rack. Eyepiece rack on a standard XD10 or XD8 has 1.25" eyepieces. So after observing for a couple of years and doing homework and things, the 2-inch eyepieces give you more of a field of view. And so I changed out the rack. And then now all of a sudden I have the opposite problem. I've got 2-inch holes. It's like, well, what if I want to use 1.25" eyepieces? They're not going to fit in the rack. So some of the hacks and modifications that I did to the scope, there's actually multiple modifications to the same thing. So the first modification to the eyepiece rack is just to plain replace it. And then I also got a 3D printer. And so I 3D printed these inserts to where there's a wider, thicker rim on top and thinner below, so where the thin part slips in the hole. And so it's an adapter so that now this eyepiece rack can be used for 2-inch or 1.25". Take your pick. Okay.
You designed that yourself, or did you find that on the internet?
Both. I found it and modified what they did. There was a slot in this eyepiece rack that had slots in it. I think it was intended for using filters. And I'm like, well, that's not what I want to do with my filters, get them in and out of these slots. I'm like, seemed like a bad idea. I like to maybe preload an eyepiece with a filter, or I'm going to show you another hack for filters. But I'm like, this to me on the eyepiece rack was useless. So you can see I just barely had to widen it. And so now it holds a 2-inch eyepiece. So this is an example of fitting the round thing into a square hole. But you can see here and then there's one more hack to this eyepiece rack. And this one was actually in Sky and Telescope, is that you've got eyepieces sitting out there on this eyepiece rack. And what's going to happen to them? They're going to get dewed up. And so here's a quick cover that I invented to be a dew shield for your eyepieces, as in the meantime, before you're swapping them in and out. It keeps them covered, keeps the dew off of them. And so it's just a wire running across, and there's a couple of cable ties here through the lid that the wire goes through. And then I just bent the end on the end and screwed it in. So it's just very simple, up, down, flap, and keeps your dew off your eyepieces. So here in the eyepiece rack, there's actually 4 hacks in one. It's upgraded, make the eyepiece holes interchangeable, repurpose a slot, and add a dew shield cover to it. So this is a food tray that I got on Amazon. So essentially it's a little serving tray. See, that's the bottom of it is actually the top. You put your veggies and your sushi in there, but so the hard part about this build was finding the perfect tray that would be the perfect size to fit between the 2 sides of the dog. So I'm scrolling through hundreds and hundreds of trays until I found this one. I'm like, there it is. So you have to get creative sometimes. You don't necessarily have to make things, you can buy things, or find that thing on Thingiverse that you can just download and print. So sometimes modifications, it's okay to buy, if it's a standard modification and your scope needs it, go ahead and buy it if it's easier to buy it, or, you know, figure out a way to make it if you need to make it. So I'll talk about upgrades to the focuser for a minute. Most telescopes come with the focuser cap is the cap on the left. And so of course you have a collimation cap that becomes a collimation tool. So I say, throw away the one on the left and use a cap that's a collimation cap. And now you can take a look at your collimation quickly. You don't have to go searching for tools. Put it right there in your focuser. This is an upgrade that everybody probably ought to do. Your standard telescope, mine came with this adapter. This is a 2-inch, 2.25-inch adapter that comes with a scope. And it has a single thumb screw through it. And what ends up happening is that as you tighten that thumb screw, it throws the eyepiece a little bit off center. You know, it's not so great for your collimation. And if you don't back that all the way out, and you try to remove your eyepiece, it can scratch your eyepiece barrel. It's generally a good idea to get something different. So the one on this one on the right is probably a $20 upgrade. You have the compression ring, which is going to center it a little bit better. And you don't have the risk of scratching that barrel on the eyepiece. So the other thing that happens when you get this upgrade is that you can see on the bottom of it, the old one here is completely flat on the bottom, and the upgraded one is threaded, and you can thread a 2-inch filter on there. And so then what you can do is go ahead and use your 1.25-inch eyepieces, and you can swap out different eyepieces. And by adding a filter at the bottom, your filter's already in place. If you're looking at nebula, you can change your field of view, look at different nebula, and not have to mess with filters in the dark. So a lot of these adapters, look for the one that has threading on the bottom. But I didn't really have a problem with my, I mean, upgrading that focuser adapter wasn't really an issue. It was just something that I ran across and like going, yeah, I think I want to get a different one. So that one I did research to see how I could make it better. Same thing here. When I upgraded to the 2-inch eyepieces, then of course now the focuser doesn't have enough back focus. So what are you going to do? You're going to go buy a new focuser. It's like the focuser on the XT10 is actually pretty good. It's not 2-speed, but it's a decent focuser, all metal teeth. It's very solid. So what they sell is these focal extender rings. And if you're observing on a scope that needs a little more back focus, then you would just attach these rings to the end of the eyepiece. And now you can scoot the eyepiece back a little bit and bring it into focus. So that's a modification that's something that you might need if you eventually upgrade to 2-inch eyepieces. Okay, my first night of observing, I had an XT8. I liked astronomy enough to upgrade, and I switched to the XT10. But my first night of observing, the XT8 had a red dot finder on it. And the next morning, I was excited, by the way. I saw M13, the rings of Saturn. I saw the stripes on Jupiter's moons, my first time out. And I was hooked. Okay, I thought it was completely fantastic. Astronomy is the coolest, right? But then the next morning I got a neck ache. And I'm like, guess what? I do not like no red dot finder. It's like, this thing is going in the garbage can. I can't handle giving myself craning over, looking through this thing. You know, if you're going to use a Rigel or another finder with some rise to it, that's going to help a lot. But like the Quinsight, thank you, Rob. So if you get something that has some height to it, then yeah, looking through it is much easier. But I decided to try the RACI. And then I found myself the next few nights in big trouble because I'm looking down into this thing. You look down into this thing. When you're looking down into it, you're not looking at where you're pointed. And so you're like going dizzy trying to look through this thing because you don't, like Jerry said, you don't know where you are. So an RACI, it can be, or even a straight through, can be disorienting. You don't really know where you are. So I learned the hard way. I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to upgrade, and now I'm disoriented. I'm like, well, this is terrible. So good finder, but you kind of need. I found out that you really need two. So I did not 3D print this, but they sell these. This is Angel Eyes, you can see. And this happens to be a triple mount. And so now you can mount the RACI, and you can mount a red dot if you want, or a Telrad, or, what I like to do, of course, is use the laser, but I'll get to that. But by the time you put your RACI on there, you put a Telrad on, you put a laser, you can have 3 mounts if you want. Now you've got all this weight there, and you don't want that $100 RACI to fall out on the ground and break. So here's a hack. You can see that underneath the Vixen shoe on the scope is a space. So I just ran a zip tie around there and zip tied the triple mount to the scope so that triple mount can never go anywhere. So that way, you got several things there. You got a piggyback refractor, anything like that, it's not going to fall off because you get too much weight there and you haven't tightened your thumb screws enough. You could have a problem. I'm reading stuff on cloudy nights where people's like, oh, I dropped my whole, RACI fell out, things like that. So prevent that, just zip tie it. Along the same lines here's another way. So I've zip tied the base, but now the RACI itself has an additional set of screws. So this is a quick hack. I took my Dremel with a cut off disc and notched slots into the thumb screws so that if you have a heavier piece into your binder shoe, you can tighten it with a screwdriver now instead of tightening with thumb screws. So you can tighten it down a little bit better if you have something heavy. This is a 3D printed part, and I think it probably was from Thingiverse, and I did modify it. This has the Picatinny rail on top, and it has the telescope dovetail on the bottom. And it's a little block. And so I like to use a Pinty. Pinty is a rifle laser. And so the Pinty mount goes on the top, and then the bottom. So this becomes an adapter to use the rifle mounted laser on your telescope. And so then the bottom part then goes into your dovetail on your telescope. And so then the end result is that you have 2 finders. Use that laser, get you close. Now, if you've got a bright DSO, you can see it in the RACI and drop it right on target. So that's the idea. I like using 2. RACI by itself is tough. Laser by itself can be tough. But the 2 together is more ideal. But I've got like 9 different hacks just in the finder side of the scope. So, we've got upgrading to an RACI, upgrading to a triple mount, locking the triple mount down, improving the bolts so you can tighten with a screwdriver, adding a laser. I've got more hacks right here just on the finder. So I'm the queen of hacks, I guess you could say. So here's another one. The number 1 complaint about the Pinty is, well, that's a rifle laser. The darn thing's just too bright. And guess what? The same size battery, this is a 3.5 volt battery that goes inside the Pinty. You can find the same size in a 3 volt. And the other thing that you can do is use rechargeables. And so they're a little less powerful than a standard battery. And so what that actually does is dim down that too bright laser to where it's more tolerable when you're in a group. And so you're not the person with the brightest laser on the field. Tone it down by changing batteries or using rechargeables. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. So then, of course, you can piggyback a refractor. But okay, so that's 6 or 7 hacks just on the finder part of the scope. So this is an illustration that you see here that I was using This is an 80 millimeter refractor. It does weigh a couple pounds. And so when you do that, of course, you're going to need some counterweights in the back. And so a very easy thing to do for counterweights, you've got the metal tube. These are welder's magnets. It's made, you're grinding and these will hold your metal that you're grinding. You stick them on there. Bingo boingo. Okay, so easy way for counterweights is welder magnets. So that's my counterweight hack. Back to the front. I did have one time where, several times actually, where I was observing, and of course the 9x50 finder fogged up. I'm like, I'm just fogging up. It's like I can't find anything. I can't find anything without a finder. So, so for the back end, I end up just leaving the cap on all the time while I'm observing and just pop it off every time I want to peek in there. But for the front part of the finder, and this one I designed and printed myself. That's a 3D printed finder dew shield. That was trial and error. You measure it, you print it out, and then due to the shrinkage of the plastic, it's like doesn't fit. So then you do a little bigger, a little smaller, and on about the fourth try, it's a perfect friction fit. Really tough to do, but eventually this one I sell on eBay because it's a perfect friction fit for a 9x50 finder. Okay, so I'm still on finder hacks here. So here's another one. I had a night where I was observing and I'm like, where'd my laser beam go? It's gone. So it's like, well, there's actually a little plastic piece in the front of the laser. It had dewed up and was blocking the beam. And that's only happened to me one time. And I'm like, I do not want to lose my laser beam. So this is actually a dew shield for the laser. So this one is, sometimes it's the path of least resistance. Like Jerry says, go out in the shop or the garage and find some piece of junk that maybe will work. This is a piece of bicycle intertube, and it's got like a ring here in the front to hold it round, and nice friction fit right over the end of the laser. And it's just a cute little dew shield for the laser. So I just basically, this thing's not working. It's driving me crazy. I gotta take care of this problem. So that's my whole mindset in doing these things. So, and of course that leads to a big dew shield for the whole front of the dog. Now, normally speaking, your primary mirror is never going to dew up. It's way down in the bottom. I probably had the secondary maybe dew up twice. You're in the middle of winter. It's very dewy. So this is something you throw in the car, and there's two times you might want to use it: when it's super dewy out, or we'll go to an elementary school and they want to have a science night, and guess what, you're in the school parking lot and there's parking lot lights, and it's like all this light is just pouring down into your dog, causing all kinds of problems. So it becomes more or less not for dew but extra light blocking for blocking stray light. And so this is made out of, it's actually a piece of cardboard. I think I used the cap to the telescope and used that to roll the cardboard so that it fit inside the cap. And then that made the cardboard match the tube. And then I did a thin piece of cardboard around the base of that, and then covered the whole thing with black duct tape. And then the inside has flocking. So it's basically, so the whole thing has a dew shield. You've got a dew shield for the finder, dew shield for the laser, dew shield for the actual scope, which very rarely is going to be needed, but can be important in certain circumstances. So, okay. The other hack, that this is probably the one that I probably did my very first hack, is flocking. Flocking is like a velvety material. This happens to be scope stuff flocking. It's comes in a roll, sticky on the back, velvet on the other side. And one of my early sessions in the Corvallis Astronomy Club, I had compared the view in my scope to somebody else's scope. And I'm looking at his scope going, why does yours have more contrast? And he said, I've got flocking. I'm like, really? What is flocking? So he told me what flocking was. And I'm like, I was like an instant flocking believer. And then another time I was out observing with Jerry and I had this scope that was flocked side by side with Jerry's trackball. He was using it without a shroud. And sure enough, side by side, the objects, every single object we looked at was just slightly brighter in the XT10i versus the trackball, same size mirror. Jerry went home, made a shroud, did some flocking. A few months later, we observed side by side, and the view is the same. So flocking does work. Now, a caveat to that is don't take your SCT apart or your refractor apart and flock them. This is more of a daub thing. I mean, those are sealed. You don't want to, get your corrector plate out of alignment. You're just in trouble. So, and also you want to flock behind the focuser, opposite the focuser is most important, and take the primary cell off and flock maybe a foot above the primary mirror. And you don't really even need to flock the whole tube, just the top part, maybe the bottom part. But you can see here in the Orion, look at this gray streak. I put the flocking in pieces. And so that gray is the Orion black paint, which you can see is not black. And so some scopes, if you read online, some people say, oh, flocking doesn't do anything. Well, they've probably got a scope where the manufacturer used actual black paint. Here, Orion uses the worst paint ever, and this scope benefits a lot from flocking. If you've got an Orion XT8, XT10, XT6, and it's got this gray paint, get yourself some flocking, you'll get a better view. And you don't have to take the spider off. Don't take the focuser off. Don't disassemble. You don't want to bend your spider, putting it back together. It's basically put it in pieces. Here, I've missed a spot. We're not painting a room here. We're filling white. So if you missed a spot, not that important. You've killed 98% of the stray light. Use flocking. It's actually works pretty well in some scopes, but This is an aperture mask, and when I went from the XT8 to the XT10, I went from an f6 to an f4.7, and I noticed that the planetary views weren't as good. The XT8, that had a really good mirror, and I'm like, started reading about mirrors, and folks suggested trying an aperture mask. If you're Jerry, he says just take a black felt pen and mark black all around the edge of the mirror. And it's like, I hadn't thought of that. I wouldn't even probably tried that on chicken.
I
So
wanted you to do it to your mirror.
okay, but so basically though, most problems with the mirror are going to be on the edge. Jerry was talking about the difficulties of finishing the edge, all that. So, but this, I do have an aperture mask. I probably bought it from Scope Stuff or somebody. My XT10 is now an XT9 3/4, but it did improve the focus and just the image at high mag is much better. So I do believe it's going to help a lot of those commercial mirrors that aren't the perfect Mel Bartels mirror. You might want to try an aperture mask if you think, oh, this mirror's not so good. Try an aperture mask and that might clean things up. So, and this is just, I have mine. I think I have a bit of Velcro on the mirror clips and a bit of Velcro to the back of the mask, and it just kind of Velcros on there on top of the mirror clips. This one looks like it might be screwed into the mirror clips. I just did a Velcro attachment. Okay. So like I say, when you have a commercial daub, they're going to cheap out on you, and there's bolts for a cooling fan, but they don't give you the cooling fan. They want you to pay $30 for a cooling fan. So I went online and I thought, I'm going to try the cheapy 5-volt USB computer fan, right? Believe it or not, the random one I picked, the bolts for the USB 5-volt computer fan fit exactly in the holes that were pre-drilled by Orion for their cooling fan. So, pretty much a standard fan will fit the pre-drilled holes. So I paid, $9 for a cooling fan instead of paying Orion $39 for theirs. So, and the other thing that you probably can't see here is that you cannot see the mirror. So this is two hacks in one. So I've added a cooling fan and I've added a fan baffle. And what a baffle does, this is just a piece of cardboard. Mine is cardboard, and it seals the back of the mirror to where the only opening is where the fan is. And so you're forcing the air instead of just blowing on the back of the mirror, it's going on the back of the mirror and it's pushing it around the mirror. And if you put your hand up at the top of the tube when it's running, you can actually feel the air coming out. So it basically turbocharges your cooling. You know, if you're gonna try observing the stripes of Saturn with that cooling fan running like that, you might get some tube currents. You might want to turn it off for a minute, but this does, even though this is a commercial mirror, a couple inches thick, you know, with a fan and a baffle, this thing's ready to observe and cool down in 20-25 minutes. It really cools it down fast. So add a cooling fan. It's going to speed up your time waiting before your mirror settles, and add a baffle. That will speed up the time even more.
I have another hack for you.
Uh-huh.
Combine that edge mask with Ed Allen's and Howard's, what do you call that, a plenum, to direct that air over the front of the mirror as well.
Oh, interesting. Rob is suggesting that to use the idea where you're blowing air on the top of the mirror. So probably people that are doing, so this is entry level stuff. This is very intro level ATMing. You know, I recently just made my first scope, and I do modify every scope that I own. But a lot of this is basic mods, so people probably won't do that, Rob, but
I'm telling you to do.
oh,
that.
okay,
You're
okay.
not a beginner.
Okay, thank you.
Just out of curiosity, how many holes did you drill in the telescope?
How many holes did I drill in this telescope?
Yes.
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. No holes.
That's not yours, man.
Well, okay. Fair enough. If I can think of one, okay, I did re-drill the holes for the eyepiece rack. I drilled a hole in it for that bag that was attached. So there are a couple of holes in the base, but not in the tube.
So that's fine.
There are holes in the base, not in the tube. So I guess the correct answer is yes, I have. Okay, so here's another hack. You know, powering the cooling fan and get a long cord, throw it on the base. I don't know. My solution here was to put a Velcro dot on the tube and some Velcro on the power pack. And this power pack weighs a half a pound. And so now when I've got that big grenade of a 2-inch eyepiece and I need a counterbalance, I'm using my power pack as my counterbalance. So killing two birds with one stone. I might need those welder weights when I have a refractor attached, but just adding a 2-inch eyepiece, the weight of the cooling fan is enough of a counterbalance. If you put it here in the back and, you know, use a nice big power pack, this is a talent cell. It's the version that has 12 volts and USB voltage. Nice power pack. But double up and use your power pack as a counterweight. So this is a hack that, let's say you don't have the eye and telescope version. Maybe you've got an XT8 or an XT10. This scope has encoders. It has a little hand control, help you find objects, got the electronics. Nobody likes the telescope electronics, including me. So, but we'll get to that later. So my hack to fix the electronics is probably what I call the best kept secret in astronomy. But this is a hack for any job. And what you do is you can get a little angle meter. This is for woodworking, metalworking. If you need to make a cut at an angle, you hold this up to whatever you're cutting. You can adjust it in your vise or whatever and get that cut that you want. So you can see that now the scope is at 28.3 degrees. And what that's going to do for you is if you're out in the field and you can look up M13 and Sky Safari says it's at 28.3 degrees, you set the tilt of your scope to where it matches what Sky Safari says the position of M13 is. Now all you have to do is wave back and forth. And because you've got the perfect up and down angle, you're going to be able to find that object way faster than just waving around randomly because you've got the perfect vertical angle set. So this is a $15 device. Buy it on Amazon. I did hack the device, more hacks. And I've added a magnetic strip to the bottom so it sticks onto the tube. And I looked for one specifically. There's different displays. Some have a black LCD, some have, this one happened to have a white display. I'm like, I like the idea of white. And so I covered the display with a piece of red acrylic. So now I've got a nice bright display that's not messing with my night vision. Or if you have the black LCD display, you've got to get a flashlight to light it up. So that solved that problem. But this is a way to use a cheapo device to help you find things. So, and of course, this is a heavy scope. It's 30 something pounds on the base and 30 pounds on the tube. And sometimes you need two hands to swing it around. I might grab the side of the base and there's a knob on the top of the tube. And I do like to move it with two hands. And so you move with two hands, what are you gonna do with your tablet that you're looking at? So I just put a Velcro dot on the tube and Velcro on the tablet. So I got this tablet specifically for Sky Safari and observing the field. Back in the day, this was a $35 tablet. I think something comparable now might be $65. It's the bottom of the basement tablet, just enough memory to run Sky Safari, but make it hands-free. Just stuck it on the tube. So that's a hands-free modification. Another modification to the tablet. If you read, and it has a button you can push and turn the screen red. And I look at that red screen, it's like, I can't tell the stars from the DSO. It's just the contrast goes away. I have a hard time reading the screen when it's in red mode. And so what I do is dim the tablet way down, but it's still leaking a lot of light. I don't like having it on the whole time. So I take a quick look at it. And then what I glued, I actually found these very fine hinges and they're actually just glued onto the tablet. And I can do piece of red acrylic. So I've got red screen on, red screen off. I want the red screen. Sometimes on the DSOs, all right, I'm gonna move the scope to where it lands on my target. And sometimes I can see what that is through the red. So sometimes I want the red, sometimes I'll take it off. But this is a really fast way to do red screen on, red screen off without having to exit Sky Safari and push the control on your tablet. So I guess there's a button in Sky Safari for that, but never use that. I dim it down and I use my trick flap door. So yeah, I'm coming in on time.
Pretty well. Yeah, it's 4:30.
Right. I started at 4:45, I think. So I'm at 45 minutes for 45 hacks. So actually it's 37 official hacks and I didn't number a couple of them. So it's about 40 hacks, believe it or not. So here is your best kept secret in astronomy. And this one, I think actually came from my brother. He's the scope technician for the Seattle Astronomy Society. And he's a SCT guy. He likes EVOs. He has an EVO 8. He has an EVO. He had a 925. But he's in Seattle. And so he takes the EVO out and trying to run the thing. And his tablet kept wanting to connect to connections that had internet connection instead of the EVO connection. And so the tablet said, that connection's no good, don't have no internet. And there's so many Wi-Fi's going on in Seattle that he had a hard time connecting his scope to his tablet. And so he's like, well, I bought a Bluetooth unit and he's connecting his EVO to his tablet to slew around and do that's a go-to. And so he was connecting with Bluetooth. And I told him I had the Intelliscope and he's like, hey, why don't you try connecting that thing to a tablet with Bluetooth? I'm like, well, that's a cool idea. So I did a little research on it and there is Sky-Fi and there's a couple versions of there were a couple of versions of Wi-Fi connected solutions to connect a scope to a tablet. And, $150, like, man, I'm gonna see if I can, I'm gonna do what my brother says, see if I can connect it with a Bluetooth. I was a smart ass. I went on, I went on, Amazon and I found this, a $15 Bluetooth. And I found actually what I did at first. So I did this by trial and error. Um, Total complete trial and error. I had a Celestron cable because I had a Celestron SE6 and I got the cable because in the wintertime I'll plug the cable in and run it from a computer in my living room and a long cable outside so I can slew to what I want and then go take a look when it's 20 degrees out and come back in and find my next object, and I can control from inside my house and observe from outside without getting cold. So I had the Celestron cable, plugged that into the Intelliscope hand control, plugged it into the Bluetooth, connect to the tablet, did not work. I'm like, okay, that didn't work. So what am I going to do now? So then I found out, well, okay, Orion has a cable. And I was like, I bet they've got their wires crossed. These things are always proprietary, right? So I'm like, all right, $15, get the Orion cable, plug that into the Bluetooth, did not connect, would not connect. So then I'm like, well, why won't this connect? It should connect. It's a RS-232 Bluetooth, RS-232 output on the hand control. Why aren't I connecting? So I got to reading the fine print in Sky Safari's manual, and it said one of the settings on your Bluetooth should be no modem on. And I'm like, no modem on. I'm looking at the Bluetooth I bought, and there's no setting to turn no modem on. So then I'm looking up no modem on Amazon. I found a $7 plug-in no modem. Ordered that, plugged that in, plugged it into the $15 Bluetooth and the cable. Bingo, connected to Sky Safari. So this is a 3D box that I 3D printed, and I attached. The other problem that I ran into on this and running it is that you get a little smart battery pack to power it, and there's so low voltage on the Bluetooth that in about 30 seconds, the smart power pack decides you're not running anything and it shuts off. So I had to first I was using a hand warmer, and later I upgraded to a mount for a couple of, so I'm running 3 volts. It's a 5 volt Bluetooth, but it runs on 3 just fine. So I made a battery holder, and so the batteries are on the exterior, so you can change batteries quickly. I put a toggle switch. It's down on this side. You can't see it, so so I made a box, attached batteries, added a toggle switch, basically built the Bluetooth connection myself because this doesn't exist in the real world, and the darn thing works. And so you end up with, so now you've got the tablet stuck to the side of your scope that you can look at hands-free, and you can watch this telescope icon. You do an alignment, you say connect and align, you point at a star and you tap the align button, you swing around to another star and you hit align, and now your telescope is aligned to Sky Safari. And as you point here at M13 and you watch your red circle here, telescope icon move over on top of M13, bingo boingo, it's right there in your scope. You don't have to use your finders. You don't have to use your laser. Just look at the screen and use your setting circles, your encoder. So that's why I call it the best kept secret in astronomy. You can attach an Intelliscope and have it Sky Safari controlled. And this hack puts it on the same level as somebody that spent $700 or $800 on Nexus encoders and a whole Nexus system. And so there's actually a guy on cloudy nights, and he says, so, and the whole reason behind this is that no one likes the hand control on the Intelliscope. It's this little green with black letters display, and as when you do your alignment, it's kind of tells you a warp factor, which disappears. Like, what was my warp? I don't know. And then you look at this box, and as you move the scope, it says plus 100, minus 15, and so you're trying to move the scope, and you adjust the compass direction and the up down until both of those go to 0, and then you've got your object. So it's the same idea, but there's so many people that have Intelliscopes that don't even never use the electronics because they're so awkward, annoying, and everybody hates them. But back to what I was saying, there's a guy on Cloudy Nights, and he's actively promoting that you should tear out your encoders on that telescope, add those Nexus encoders, throw away that hand control, get your Nexus hand control, and put your telescope on Nexus. I'm like, and you're going to spend $700 to do that and engineer all that when I did it for $40. So there you go. That's kept secret in astronomy. So
I got to experience that for myself, and the latency is almost zero on it. It's very responsive.
right. So on the telescope, as you move it, it is 100% real time. This is another quick hack. When you're bypassing that hand control and not using it, it will time out after 45 minutes. And so this is a kitchen egg timer. You set it for 40 minutes, and then when it rings, all you have to do is push a button on the hand control to keep it active, and then you can observe all night. But if you're with a group and you're all observing, and suddenly where'd the icon on my scope go, it's disconnected, the hand control shut off because you're not using the hand control. So this is just, a reminder to push some kind of button on that hand control to keep it alive. Okay, so there's no forward button because I'm done. But that is all the different hacks I did to my 10-inch telescope to soup it up, fix the problems, and kind of with the mindset of how do I make this thing work better. So this is like the coolest scope ever to use now. So hopefully it wasn't boring, and hopefully maybe I showed you a hack or two that you hadn't thought of. So I guess I'm done. Are there any questions on any of it? How do I know if I...
So back to the Bluetooth hack, the telescope, Sky Safari.
Uh-huh.
So this is all, you're using the scope push to mode?
Yes, it is push to. Orion does sell go-to Dobbs, but the telescope is specifically a push to. It has the horizontal and the alt encoders, and as the scope moves back and forth, up and down, it gives you pluses and minuses in the little hand control. And with my hack, those movements are translated into following the telescope reticle on the Sky Safari screen. But the physical power to move the scope around is you are pushing it. And so that's why I did the hands-free, attaching the tablet to the side, so I can actually push the scope while I'm watching the tablet hands-free.
Right. So then you said you really don't need your optical or reflex binders.
Once you're aligned.
Once you're aligned.
When I'm using this out in the field, I use my laser to align 2 stars, and this is extremely accurate. It stays aligned all night long.
Okay, so you only need to see 2 stars.
2 stars, and you're aligned.
To go, and you can. Wow. Okay.
And then the other advantage to having it connected to Sky Safari versus the hand control is, of course, you get all the power of Sky Safari. You can click ahead in the week, and you're going to go out on Saturday because the forecast says clear, and then you can select the objects that are up on Saturday and make an observing list and have those highlighted. And so now when you turn on the Sky Safari Saturday night and you have your objects displayed on a screen and they're highlighted, you can push around right to them. Jerry's about the fastest star hopping guy I've ever seen. He'll take a quick look in the atlas, and well, he's right on it. This makes me as fast as Jerry. I can push this thing around faster than any go-to with this on here. So, and the other advantage is not, the disadvantage to go-to is you're not learning the sky. You're just boing, 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 and the computer does all the work. Here, you're looking at the constellations. You're scrolling through them. You see where the objects are. You are learning the sky as you're using it. So, I have 30 objects a season at least that I can just point to now, and I use Sky Safari a lot. So you do pick up a lot of the triangulation and learning the sky through a push to as well. So, but how do I know if I have anything in the...
Look on chat.
Up the very top.
Very top.
Up here? There's 3. Okay, the question is, could you take the scope apart, paint the inside a darker black, or what is exactly does the flocking do? I wouldn't take it apart and do painting because the paint can flake off and get on your mirror. The flocking, it's specially made for scopes. It's like a velvety material that absorbs the light. So it has like a velvety type finish that is very light blocking. So it is a lot better than paint. I think that was the only one for my talk. Okay.
Do you have anything planned that you're going to do? Big stuff.
Do I have anything planned that I'm going to do to this scope? I do not. As far as I know, I'm done.
No, you're not. I have.
As far as I know, I'm done, but I'm very happy with this.
You're not done.
Okay.
That project is
Okay. I don't, but it has the encoders, so what would the advantage of having that be?
Let's discuss.
Okay, we'll talk about it, but I'm curious because I might like to do something like that.
Telescope is out of production, right?
It is. This is yes. This is gone.
So we're sitting around going, where do I get cheap encoders like that? Not to mention the cheap Bluetooth, but
Right. So that is a problem with this telescope. Orion just went out of business, and you can't buy one anymore. So, but if you find a used one, and check it out and make sure the encoders work, you can connect it to Sky Safari, and you've got quite the gem.
Didn't you
But-
get some really good encoders from Ukraine?
What I did on I have Mel Bartels zip dob, and one of the projects that I did is I added encoders to it, and so the encoders from Nexus, which is considered the the one to use, it's 300, 400, 500. It depends on your scope and the exact gear that you get, but it can be $200, $300, $400 for the box and several $100s for the encoders. You end up spending $600 or $700. I didn't go that route here because this is a $900 scope. I don't want to spend $600 on encoders. But on Mel's zip dob, I still didn't want to spend $800 or $900 on it. Maybe I should have, but I found a company in Ukraine that sells encoders, and their Bluetooth box with the cabling with the encoders was in the neighborhood of like 175, and I installed that on the zip dob. So the zip dob now has, I mean, I don't have to use it. Sometimes I'll take it out and just point and shoot, and maybe refer to a tablet and do my triangulating. But when you want to use the encoders, it's as accurate as the telescope on those encoders.
So if eFinder is true, you do not use encoders, but there's no alignment. You simply turn it on and it starts telling Sky Safari where you're pointing.
Nice.
And the two ones that are available, SkySaw and iFinder, all come in 3D printable kits, if you want to say like.
but the
There
latency.
is no.
There's always
Rob, what is the but?
There's no but. All there is improvement at number 2.
Oh, right, of course, the improvement, right. Yeah, I think what you've got on your telescope, and on your, I guess I experienced it on the zip dob.
You did it. You experienced it on the zip
Yeah,
dob, right? I
and
had
the latency was just zero. You just push it and watch the reticle move around, and it was just kicking butt over my SkySaw.
yeah, no.
So there,
Thank you.
yeah.
So, but I do. That's my favorite way to observe is to use the encoders. I guess it came from my frustration at being a beginner, trying to point at things, and I was probably close and just missing it. You're not very good at it. You can be right on top of an object and not know it. So, so the first thing I actually did was manual setting circles. The printed setting circle and the angle meter that I just showed. But you can print out setting circles and you put that on the bottom of your scope with a needle. And then when you look up the compass reading and the up and down reading, get those to match. I did observing over a year using manual setting circles. And so going from that to digital setting circles was like, oh, this is just like a natural. That's what I've been doing and just spit things way out. And that's how I was able to do 500 objects in in my first 3 years of observing, was with the push-to system. So, okay. Thank you all.
It was such a good talk, but I didn't mind hearing it the second time. Okay, at the Eugene Astronomical Society meeting, and it was awesome.
Well, that's a rave review. Okay, well, as things work out, we're at the last presentation of the day, and you get me again. I'm going to bring up my presentation. All right, and that would be in here. All right. Yes. Okay, I will share my screen. Okay. Go full screen. Come on, go full screen. There we go. All right. So, I don't know, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I gave a presentation on how I took my perfectly good, highly optimized 28-inch f4 telescope and turned it into a 30-inch f2.73 telescope. I have it in the back of the room. I'll point the camera at it later. I have lots of pictures of it, and there's one right here. As most people know, when Mel made his 30-inch f2.73 mirror, he made two. He made a spare, and one day I was at his house, and we had been observing the night before, and I just casually asked if what's he going to do with that other 30-inch mirror? And he says, oh, I'll sell it. And suddenly a light bulb went up over my head. It's like, well, that means I could buy it. Do I want to buy it? What would that be like? Would that fit into my existing 28-inch telescope? And the answer to all those questions was yes, 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 and yes. So we agreed on a price. I picked up this beautiful, it looked like a 30-inch contact lens. I mean, it was uncoated. This is beautiful piece of plate glass, highly curved. It made it a beautiful decorative bird bath, actually, put on a glass stand. But anyway, so then I started to transform my 28-inch into the 30-inch, and I had a number of objectives based around that new objective of 30 inches. And the final one that has dragged on and on and on that I just never got to was making a new shroud for the 30-inch. I had always been using the shroud that I had for the 28-inch, which is a lycra shroud. Is very stretchy. I just rolled up the bottom 2.5 feet. Okay, well, that was okay, but it looked. I never liked that shroud, and I will, at the end of this presentation, I will pass around that shroud so you can look through it. It's like looking through a pair of sheer nylons. And I also brought my practice shroud, which you see a picture of it partially assembled. And the new real shroud is actually on the telescope in the back of the room. So with that said, okay, so how did this all come to be? I've heard sewing machines called the most sophisticated power tool for the home. And I go, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, I had to learn how to use a sewing machine to make this shroud, and my opinion has changed. Sewing machines are very sophisticated. They're they're really quite remarkable. Um, so I had to learn how to use it. If I was going to actually make this shroud, finally after 2.5, almost 3 years of not doing it, well, I was determined. I had, oh, I don't know, maybe a half dozen offers by various women in my life. Oh, I'll sew that for you. This, no, I'm going to do it. And they just looked at me like, what? Why? Why do you want to do that? So I want to do it myself. I'm like a 3-year-old kid. I'll do it. So I took 2 lessons, paid for lessons from people who actually were experts. The first lesson was on a brand new modern day machine. It practically did everything itself. It was like, wow, this is easy. I mean, the easiest part of sewing, using the sewing machine, was actually using the sewing machine. This machine, however, is what we have at our house. This machine is probably older than I am. It belonged to my wife Judy's mother. She had it. She probably bought it in the early 1950s. It's a Singer sewing machine. Judy learned to use it when she was in junior high and used it all through high school making clothes. She's a real fashion plate back in the day. And she used it every so often up until the mid 1980s. Then it just sat in a dusty corner in the basement, and you would just see it every so often when we're looking for something else. So part of getting these lessons was taking this very old Singer sewing machine to somebody who could go through it and make sure that it could still work properly. And for the grand sum of about $35, this person made it work like it was brand new. And actually, from a number of people who are in the know about sewing machines, they said that if you're gonna have an old machine, this was the one to have. So I'm going, great. This will be so easy. Oh yeah, it's more complicated than it looks. So the hard part for me was getting these threads to go through exactly where they need to go so the machine actually works. And in fact, the second lesson I have was almost entirely about that, how to thread the machine, because that lesson, I brought that machine to where the person was giving the lesson so I could see exactly how it goes. Judy had forgotten. She hadn't used it in 40 years. Yeah, who'd remember? So I took lots of photos like this. Okay, the thread goes through here, comes down here, goes through here, blah, blah, blah. Took lots of photos. I get home and I do some practice stitching, and it's just all over the place. You know, I'm stitching along and then it gets really stiff and then it stops moving. And on the back side is this big glob of thread that had been, it's like, what the hell? All right, so I gradually, okay, I just wasn't threading the machine properly. I finally got it down to where I could do it. And so I'm going to make a practice shroud. I'm not going to start with a nice material. I have an old bed sheet. It's got paint stains on it. It's got holes in it. You know, it's the only good use I could think to use it for was to make this practice shroud. And so that's what I did. Here it is, it's laying on the floor of our garage, and I'm just getting ready to draw on there where the lines of what I'm going to cut out to fit on the telescope. And so there it is, the top half. I have it sitting on there. I have a hole cut out for the focuser. Yeah, right there. I got these little clips holding it in place on both ends. And I'm feeling pretty good about life here. Yeah, not so hard so far. There's a little close up. And I go, okay, now all I need to do is cut out the other piece and sew the two together. What could be easier? So to do that, you have to pin the two panels together. That's one of the basic techniques of sewing. If you're sewing two pieces of material together, you need to pin them together in the correct location, and then you can stitch it on the sewing machine. Carefully pulling the pins out before they get to the needle of the sewing machine. Okay, so keep this picture in mind and just how I have this seam kind of puckered together with the pins here. Okay, top and bottom pieces together. Well, I wasn't thinking inside out, because you have to think inside out when you're sewing. Because when you're sewing something together, you sew it when it's inside out. So the seam is on the inside. You know, look at your pants, look at your shirts, and you turn them inside out, the rough part of the seam is on the inside. Well, I pinned this to where the rough part of the seam would be on the outside. Stupid me. So I finally figured that out. And that meant that I had to redo how everything fit together. You can see the seam that was in the middle here is way up here. See this patch around where the focuser hole is? That's because the original focuser hole is on the other side, because I had to turn it inside out. And I made the hole too big the first time here, so I just sewed on another patch over it. So this was good practice, though. So I'm using the sewing machine like crazy now. And Judy is so impressed. She says, because I'm going, you know, just putting the material through the machine. When I first started out, it's like, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
So I take it you remember to put the pins pointing in the correct direction.
Yes.
So they just poke you as you.
Well, that was another part of it too. Yes, the first time it's like, ow, I got poked so many times. So anyway, so this is a picture of the completed practice shroud. I'm at Chickahominy Reservoir, Southeast Oregon, about 30 miles west of Burns. It's a wonderful place to observe. This is back in this past March. And the sky magically cleared. I mean, we had a terrible spring for observing. And so I just, okay, I'm taking my practice shroud and I'm heading out to Chickahominy. And it worked really quite well. I was really pleased. I even contemplated, well, maybe I could just, you know, dye this black, even though it's so crummy and rough and everything. But no, I'm going to make a nice shroud. Okay, so the nice shroud is made out of Pro Tough outdoor fabric. As you can see, it's 100% polyester on the outside. On the inside, it's 100% PVC. That means two things. One, it's waterproof, and two, it's lightproof. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, and probably most people know, these Lycra shrouds, I mean, they don't keep out light at all. I mean, what they're good for is keeping things from the outside going into the inside of the telescope, which is valuable. I mean, I have dropped a 13 millimeter ethos eyepiece and have it bounce off my shroud before it hit the ground, gravelly ground. It was tragic. But it, you know, it didn't hit the mirror. So, you know, yay, Lycra shroud. So this material, here's the comparison. Lycra on the left, Pro Tough on the right. I mean, there's really no comparison. I mean, if you want something that actually blocks light and blocks moisture, a material like this Pro Tough is the way to go. Now, there's probably hundreds of materials that would work equally well, maybe better. But I chose this because I got it at Walmart for less than 45 bucks for all the material that's gone into that shroud, plus a good deal of excess. But the excess is simply because of the size of the roll that the material comes on. It's just the way it works
How
out.
many yards of material?
I think it's 4. Each piece was 5.5 feet, a little over 5.5 feet long. And the material is 60 inches wide. Yeah, if I remember right. I couldn't, it's very likely I'm not remembering right, but it was the size I needed for length. Yeah. So it was a lot of material, and when they had to use 2 rolls because they finished one roll and then they had to start another one. And when they rolled it all up and they put the stickers on it and I'm carrying it to the checkout, I'm going, damn, this is heavy. I mean, this is going to completely unbalance my scope. And then I'm thinking, well, a lot of this is going to be cut away. So maybe I'll be okay. We'll see. So here I am. This is in my office at home. You can see the size of one of the pieces, but I've also cut out one piece already that you can see is a little darker black. It's kind of this trapezoidal piece. And I found the best way was to just line it up along the center where the material had been folded. And then I just drew a line around it, cut out the next piece, and I ended up cutting out 4 pieces. Because unlike the practice shroud, this material wasn't big enough where I could do it in 2 pieces. So I had to do it in 4. So no problem. It's just a little bit more sewing. Okay, and this is photographic proof. I actually did do the stitching. And it's fun, I have to say. Once I got it down, once the machine was threaded properly and things are going well, I said, Judy, come over here and take my picture. I want everyone to see this. I should have sketched it. Yeah. Damn, I didn't even think of it. Oh, well, I can go back and sketch. I'll sketch this photograph. And you can see the material is draped over my shoulder, but it's also rolled up, just so I control it because the material is kind of stiff. And controlling the material as it's being stitched is one of the main skills of using the sewing machine. Because if you let your attention wander, your seam goes all over the place.
The bottom can creep too.
And the top and the bottom can creep. And you can see, this is my little magnetic pin holder, all these pins with the yellow heads on them. And you can even see, or is that just a speck of dust on my monitor? No, I guess that's yeah, you can see pins up through here. And like Jerry was saying, those pins have to come out before you get to the sewing machine needle. And the pins, the head of the pins should be facing towards you so you can pull them out towards you rather than have the pointy ends pointed at you because you're going to get your fingers poked. Yeah, it hurts. Okay, so here we go. This shows one of the long stitch lines holding 2 of the main panels together. And people here can see the real thing over here later. You can see my beginner stitch line is not perfect. You can see it's loose here, it's tight there, it's loose there, it's tight there, blah, 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 all the way. But I'm pleased as punch. I'm pleased as punch that I was able to stitch these 4 pieces of fabric together and they fit on my telescope. Okay, the cutout around the focuser. That turned out better than I anticipated because of the material being stiffer than the practice shroud bed sheet. I had to hand stitch. The material is just folded over itself, and I hand stitched that all the way around because I couldn't maneuver the entire shroud through the aperture opening of the sewing machine. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll just hand stitch it. I was talking to Judy, so well, how do I do that? And she says, well, you use a hand needle and thread. You don't use a sewing machine for something like that. Okay. Inside view, the only light leakage is right here. And that's only because this is a hatch that opens up. Otherwise, along here, you can't see the bottom, and along here, light does not seep in. It doesn't seep in along the top. The inside at night is just beautifully dark, and down at the bottom, you see this wonderfully silvery mirror that is working to its highest potential now. So this is the inside out view. This is the PVC side, and you can see the seam, the ugly part of the seam, the big part of the seam, and you can see here where the folded over edge of the focuser cut out. Yeah, so almost, doing this, I probably put the shroud on the telescope several dozen times, checking the fit, taking it off, making an adjustment. I started off intentionally making it fit loose with the idea that then I could take the original stitch line, which is like here near the cut edge, and just move it in a little bit, stitch that again to tighten it up. And I did that gradually until I got it to the point to where now I can just barely get it on the telescope. It's so tight. Yeah, I could have stopped at the previous one, but it worked. I was thinking inside out, and I like that. There's a drawstring at the top. I asked Judy, well, how do you do the drawstring? Do you just lay the drawstring around and then you stitch the seam and it's already done? Or do you have to stitch the seam and then kind of thread that drawstring through? So, oh yeah, you stitch the seam and then you put the drawstring in. That's the only way to do it. So I ignored her sage advice. And I stitched it in, and miraculously, I didn't stitch the drawstring to the shroud. Yeah, I was kind of surprised, but I was using the machine, and there's a foot pedal that controls the speed for those who don't know. And so, and then just one of the cultural idiosyncrasies of our age, the owner's manual of this 70-year-old sewing machine was written for the housewife of the 1950s. And it shows these line drawings of how you use a foot pedal. And there's this woman's foot in a high heel shoe. And as it turns out, the foot pedal was made to be used wearing high heel shoes. Well, I don't have any high heel shoes. And so I had to use it barefoot, which worked out because basically I just use almost just my little toe to control the speed. And but doing this seam, I was going very slowly, ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. And that's why it worked out. Okay, the bottom grommets, these roughly rectangular patches here are a synthetic leather. Most of the shoes we wear are made from synthetic leather, even though they look and feel very much like leather. I happen to have some from my career in the athletic shoe business. And then these metal grommets are crimped through this material, which has a lot more tensile strength than the actual Pro Tough material. Because I did some practice crimps in just the material itself, the Pro Tough, and the material stretched away from the grommet when it was under tension. So I reinforced that with these pieces of material, and that's worked out well. Okay, I've already seen that, but this shows the folded over edge better. That took probably about 45 minutes to stitch, because you can see I went around twice. There's two lines of stitching.
sewing machines will actually go backwards and sideways today.
Yeah. Oh, this will go backwards.
Oh.
This old machine will go backwards. It'll do all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's all levers you have to manage and change their positions.
Leverage, yeah.
I didn't want to get into that. I just wanted to get some nice stitches, and doing this by hand was kind of fun.
Do you have used glue?
You know, I did buy some fabric glue, and I took some scrap pieces, and it wasn't even sticky. Yeah, it wasn't even sticky. I tried several different kinds, and none of them worked on this material. So it's like, okay, I'm just gonna have to stitch it. That's all right. Okay, so here we are, ready for action. This is in my backyard. And this was, I set the scope up just to take this picture for this presentation. As it turned out, the clouds were clearing and it was quite a nice night. So I had fun observing with it from home for the first time. I had the shroud ready back in early June. And so I used it at the Golden State Star Party in Northern California. I used it out at the Death Loss place in August in lieu of the Oregon Star Party, which, as we all know, was canceled. So this works. The one thing I didn't point out, I think, that, yeah, okay. So these metal grommets clip over these short little bolts that stick out of each of the four corners, and that holds the bottom in place. And it gives the whole shroud some tension, so it doesn't sag into the pardon me, into the path of light coming through the telescope. That was an idea that, okay, most things that I make, I have one original thought, and this was it for this one, was using these metal grommets and these bolts to hold the bottom together. Originally, I was just going to do another drawstring, but you know, drawstrings really don't tighten things down that much, especially over such a large pull. So I came up with this, and yeah, I'm real happy with how that worked out. Okay, so there we are, and I think that's it. Yes. So there I am, very happy. If you look real close, I just finished setting this up, so my has some stomach sweat on my shirt. But so finally, all the objectives I had when I set out to transform my old 28-inch into the 30-inch have been met. Now, does that mean I'm finished? Hell no. I'm sorry that Mel is not here, because I had an idea I wanted to bounce off of him. But yeah, I'll just throw it out into the universe anyway. Oh yes, Rob.
How many seams did you remove? You go over seams.
Yeah, there's a special tool,
Yeah.
the seam ripper. Yeah. I think I didn't remove complete seams, but I used that tool probably a dozen times to remove partial seams. Yeah, that's real handy.
How many new words did you use as you were ripping the seam?
Well, you know, a long time ago, I got into playing golf. And that's where I really learned to swear, but I was getting disgusted with myself. So I said, okay, I just, you know, this is not enjoyable. So I just said, okay, instead of swearing, I'm just going to say, God bless us everyone, instead of swearing. So I said that a lot, you know, especially when I'm poking my fingers with those pins, or small sabers, I should say.
So did you base this design on other shrouds that you'd seen, or did you more or less just make this up on the fly?
Well, it was, I don't know that I made it up. I just made it to fit the existing telescope. So I'd been thinking about it for a couple of years and how it would go. So, once I got started on the practice shroud, I had a good idea of where I wanted to end up. What I hadn't figured out was, the grommets here at the bottom. Like I mentioned, I was thinking drawstrings at the top and the bottom. Drawstring at the top works fine. But I really wanted to make sure the bottom was as light tight as it could be. Because, any light coming through the bottom just comes right up.
The drawstring at the bottom just wouldn't have worked without something to grab onto. You have a straight wall.
Yeah,
container.
that too, yeah.
So with your drawstring up the top, of course, is going over a circular rib.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you get your tension from,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
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 Sweet. Hey, are those panels trapezoidal?
Yes.
In the end?
Yes.
Okay.
They're trapezoidal, and you can see it on the scope over there. If you look carefully, it's yeah, because we're fitting, square at the bottom, circular at the top, and they can't be rectangular.
So how did you?
Because of the diameter up top is less than the diameter at the bottom.
How did you get there? Was it just by fitting, or did you have to do some math, or didn't see any sketches?
I'll show you what I did. Okay. You can see some faint lines that I drew along here, along the seam with a Sharpie. And those were lines that I drew by guesswork. The lines that remained were too far out. There were lines interior to those that I ended up stitching along. So it was all a matter of starting too large and gradually getting it to fit tighter.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you iterated the angles on that trapezoid.
No, the angle stayed the same. It's just that the interior seams just became, I would stitch interior to the last seam.
Yeah.
So the overall shroud would have less volume.
What's baffling me is how you get the angle in the first place.
I just took the circumference of the top of the cage and divided by 4. So there's just four points, equal distance. And, the corners down here, these are 36 inches apart. So.
I see. Yeah. So you did do some math. Simple.
Well, yeah, I guess you can call that math. But you can see, I had the seam come down below the corner here. Because, these seams aren't completely watertight. I didn't want to have a seam up here where it could little water drops could fall down onto the mirror.
How did the weight come out compared to the original material?
It didn't affect the balance of the scope at all. Yeah, so
how much does it weigh?
I haven't actually weighed it, but it's probably a third the weight of the whole bunch that I bought at Walmart. Yeah.
So one thing that we didn't see on Melscope, I think, is that he's made sort of a rigid shroud for his 16-inch.
Yeah.
You saw that. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of curious. Is that something that you considered, and why was that in the mix of deciding whether to do it?
If this was a 16-inch scope, yeah, I think I would. But solid panels would be huge for this size of the scope. So, and the fabric shroud, it just folds up. Put it in the van and go. Yeah, it's just more user friendly.
Have you noticed any performance improvement relative to thermal stability and keeping the mirror in its proper shape?
No.
Okay. So
Not
the
yet.
previous shroud did that job.
No.
Oh.
none of the shrouds, none of my 3 shrouds have had any impact. And I'm really surprised that this new one has not. I really thought it would keep more warmth around the bottom, around the front surface of the mirror. And maybe it has, but it's not enough to make a difference in the apparent figure of the mirror. Yeah. I think I mentioned to you an idea of just doing away with fans altogether. And just having a static lever on the back pushing on the center of the mirror to get rid of the apparent overcorrection. Because when the mirror is perfectly thermally equalized, it's about as perfect the star test as you're going to see. I can't believe that. Sometimes I can't believe that Mel sold that to me less than $1 million. But anyway, yeah. So that's something to be explored. We'll see. Okay, let's see this question. Beautiful job. Well, thank you, Alan. Any risk of the PVC inner lining peeling or flaking off over time? Oh yeah, very much so. I have a great deal of experience with PVC linings from the athletic shoe industry, so I knew that going in, and so I fully expect that I'll make another shroud at some point because of that. And like I said, there's probably better materials. You know, how you go to a store, you're a telescope maker, you go to a store and you start looking at everything as how could it be useful in a telescope? How could I use that in my project? You know, it's just, yeah. So very, very much so. I'll always be keeping an eye out for a better material than this. Because yeah, the PVC will eventually start flaking off.
That's a function of the sneaky foot factor too, right?
No,
No. Okay.
I have in my office the original Nike Pegasus shoe that I developed in 1982. And it has a PVC lining around the heel. A PVC lining on a fabric. And it has never been worn. It has just been sitting on the shelf and it is just flaking to pieces. Yeah, and in use it would just rub off. But it rubbed off at about the same rate as the rest of the shoe wore out. So, you know.
Why did you put the PVC on the inside? Because it looks like the fabric would be more light.
I contemplated that, but I also know that the PVC will discolor when it's exposed to sunlight, and the blackish gray color will turn green, a really ugly green. So I decided no. But yeah, I did consider that. Okay, so thank you very much. That ends today's presentation schedule, and for everyone out there in Zoomland who has stuck with us all day, thank you very much. And I'm going to stop the recording now unless someone else has a question. And we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, thank you.